workshop on long-term plan with our decisions, and we're looking now, we're going to key decision 1 on what should our curbside green waste collection look like. And we have 2 options: introduce a green waste collection service, which is going to be or option 2 is only provide the mandatory food waste service. So we will have a mandatory food waste service by 2027. We must do it. So the option is that we upsize it to a bigger bin, which is option 1, to put other green waste in as well. So that's what we've consulted on. Mark? Or
Thank you. So as you've described, so Lou's going to give a bit of an overview of the feedback that came back through the consultation on this topic.
Great. Lou.
Thank you. So we are required by government to provide a food waste collection service by 2027. However, during the past years and our earlier engagement on the LTP, there has been frequent requests to not only introduce a food waste collection, but to include green waste or garden waste as well. We know that around 43% of what we currently collect in rubbish bins consists of organic and green waste. This material is sent to landfill where it creates methane as it breaks down. We have to do something, so we have to decide what level of service we want to introduce. For a relatively small increase in costs for the ratepayer, we can introduce some form of curbside collection service. So this brings us to the 2 options for this key decision. Option 1, introduce a green waste collection service using a 240 litre size bin, or option 2, only provide the mandatory food waste service using a 23 litre size bin. Council prefers option 1. We think this is the best option, we think this provides the best level of service for our community, the best level of service that community has been asking for, and it will result in better environmental outcomes by reducing the amount of waste sent to landfill. Next slide, thank you. So this is a feedback summary. Council received 1,313 submissions regarding key decision 1. Of those submissions, 1,097 were in favour of the preferred option to introduce a green waste collection service. 8% or 100 submitters would like to see only the mandatory food waste service introduced, and 9% or 116 submitters did not select an option. So for option 1, we received strong support for this option, with 83% of submitters in favour. Feedback on option 1 can be found on pages 15 to 89 of the summary document. So looking at the key reasons for, of the submissions received relating to option 1, there were a range of themes which indicated submitters were in favour of the green waste collection service. Over 60 respondents referenced the need for a collection service which catered specifically to garden waste, including lawn clippings. Those who opted for option 1 recognised the need to remove this type of waste was far greater than just food waste alone. There were also several comments received which compared Ashburton's current waste collection system to others around New Zealand, citing that councils, particularly those close to us such as Selwyn and Timaru, already have a green waste collection system in place. Comments relating to finances were also relevant for respondents in this option. It's believed that the introduction of a green waste collection system is the most economic option available for disposing of green waste. This ties into the theme of convenience, where many cited that a collection service is cost effective and easy compared to taking waste to disposal stations. This was echoed in the respondent feedback regarding illegal dumping, as many believe that the introduction of this collection service would greatly reduce that unwanted activity. The general sentiment under option 1 is that green waste collection service will heavily reduce the amount of waste going into landfill and will therefore have positive impacts on the environment. There were some submissions that provided reasons against this option. Some raised concerns that the 240 litre size bin could create excessive odour and in turn attract pests and vermin, especially in summer. A large proportion of respondents commented that they already have a composting system in place at home or get rid of food waste using an incinerator system, and therefore didn't believe that there was a need for a collection service. Some also had concerns that the council-led green waste system would negatively impact current commercial operators in the district by reducing workload and could lead to a potential financial implication for those operators. Are there any questions, comments relating to option 1?
Questions, councillors?
I've got one.
Liz?
It is going to be emptied weekly, isn't it? That's
correct, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Russell?
Thank you. One of those existing commercial operators actually put in a submission, who's not long ago actually bought his business. So this will have a high impact on him. And I'm just not sure whether there's anything council can do about that and reflect where he's at. But yeah, it's a very unfortunate set of circumstances for that operator. And I don't think there's a solution that's easy. Is that correct?
Yeah. When this service gets rolled out, if we go for, we're going to do the little one anyway. If we do the big one as well, if we do, it'll start in 27. Who will do the service? How will you determine the provider?
So we'll be tendering later this year for the provision of the curbside waste collection service. We've currently got Enviro NZ doing it. That contract ends in 2026, August 2026. So we'll be tendering for a new contractor to come and take over that service, and this will all be included in the tender document for them to price.
So the green bin would be picked up in a separate truck?
That's correct, yes. Yep. As part of the service, they'll have a separate bin that'll collect all the food and green waste.
So the provider Russell talked about now, who has his own business, he could subcontract to the bigger contractor?
Yes, yes, he could approach
but that'll be a commercial
the contractors
between the two of them.
That's correct, yes.
Phil.
Thank you. Couple of questions. So it will actually start in 2026?
The contract will start in September 2026.
You see it being the same day as the rubbish collection?
The days we don't propose to change, but that's something still to be decided.
And last one, I was just thinking about some of the smaller properties and some of our older residents and how long it will take them to fill up a big green bin. Does Lockley get, what happens in there with all those little properties and the likes of Lockley? Do they get collected now, and would they be part of the service?
To the chair, yes, they are being collected now and they're being part of the services.
Okay. Thank you.
Carolyn?
Just following on from Phil's point, some people have suggested they want the waste, but they only want a little bin. Can people select a little bin or a big bin? Green, small green, big green?
No, that would be very costly because it's a different operation. The large green bin can be done automatically with the big truck, whereas the smaller caddies need to be physically lifted, manually. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Some submitters, as you say, do their own, they're self-sufficient, they have composting, and there's probably properties, perhaps in the CBD, who never have any lawn clippings or green waste. So there comes the question of, can you opt out? And I think initially you haven't thought about it, but is there a way that people, if they didn't want the service, that they could opt out?
Previously, when this has been raised regarding a big contract like this, is the administration of keeping that under control, because you'll have people opting in, out, residents, tenants leaving, joining. There's a constant change of requests of wanting and not wanting. That would just create an administration cost. There'll be a cost with administrating that, and it could be done surely, but it'll come at a cost.
So the cost could outweigh the actual benefit of not providing it. Yeah.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly, yeah. But anything's possible. Yeah. Liz?
And that sort of leads on to my question, because up in Mount Somers, we had a whole room full of people saying, we don't want it. And I think the Mayor might have said, oh, well, Mount Somers could opt out. Can a whole area not be included in this because they are self-sufficient, or is that going to be too hard?
That could certainly happen. It would just have an impact on the overall cost of the whole, because
Yes,
we
that's
don't
what I
treat
thought.
them as separate areas. It's a district-wide collection and cost. So it would just it'd be a saving that area not being picked up, but then they would require less rates or costs accordingly. So.
So
And
just-
I don't know how you would monitor that, because it would be too hard.
And I wonder, Neil, if you could comment on, given the compulsory nature of the food waste collection,
That's correct.
then entire communities can't opt out of the food waste collection. So if they have the opportunity to opt out of the green waste, we're going to have a completely different system to pick up the food waste.
You'll need the caddies.
So
yes.
there will be not only admin, but there'll be significant cost implications to say just pick up the food waste in Mount Somers.
And I think that the argument was that they all have chooks, so they don't need the food waste to be picked up. But it doesn't weigh up, so it's not going to be possible.
And it's compulsory.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
so regardless of who's got chooks, we have to offer a food waste service.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's the minimum we have to provide, the caddy at least.
To every household in the district.
That's right.
And business as well.
Yes. Businesses, they're not caught up in that yet.
2030.
That's later, 2030.
Oh, so just expand a little bit on that. The businesses won't be included in 27, but they will later.
No, yeah. By 2030, we'll have to have a collection for businesses for food waste.
Food waste, right.
Yeah.
So if you're a cafe restaurant now, they would use the 240 litre bin, or would they still have to have their own service that they use now?
They'll have their own service at the moment, yeah.
After 27, they would, as long as they could fit it in the 240 bin once a week, that'll be fine.
The existing contractors, caters to them, will be able to support them.
Yeah, they would have to arrange that with our contractors as not part of our contract, until it becomes part of our contract, until 2030, when we would have to include it in our contract. But at the moment, if they do require that, that's an additional service which they engage with our contractors
Straight
to
with their
supply.
Just so 1st of whatever on 27,
Yes.
all the businesses in the CBD, the restaurants, cafes get it. If we decide, they'll get a 240 litre container,
No,
They-
not for food waste or green waste. No, they won't be included in that.
so they don't pay either.
No.
Okay,
That's correct.
that's slightly different what I've understood, but Richard.
The trucks that pick up the bin, the 240, can they pick up an 80 litre bin? Physically, it's what I'm asking about,
Yes, they can.
So
Yep.
okay. And the next question is then, so the costs associated with it, I'm thinking big picture costs, does an 80 litre bin, will it cost a lot more, less than a 240 litre, or is a lot of it sunk costs to sort of, to have the bin there and have the truck pick it up and all the rest of it, if you know what I mean? I'm just trying to understand the difference.
The actual truck cost and everything will be the same regardless of the size. It's just that it'll obviously fill quicker and need emptying quicker with the larger amounts.
Yeah, so what I'm perhaps getting at is some of the people have submitted that they're in favour of it, but they want a smaller bin because they can't fit it in their section or whatever. And obviously the very small one's completely different scenario, but the 80 litre is a scenario that could be an option compared to the 240 for
Yes,
some
we
people.
can investigate on that.
But it would still be the same cost effectively.
Yes, yeah.
And what is our cost exactly? It's for the green bin. It's
$70. $70.
in here. I know it's
Is it? 70.
70. Yeah.
70.
So just to clarify the bin again for the businesses. If you're a hotel in Methven, and on the 1st July 27, and that hotel, it has a restaurant, it has a lawn it mows, it has a garden it weeds, will they get a 240 litre bin if we decide to go to the 240 on the 1st July 27, being a business in Methven?
The plan, we're not required to do that. We could do that if we choose to do that. But in terms of the requirement from the government, we only are required to have that in place by 2030. We can bring it in sooner and include it in the tender and the contract that we have the commercial as well included.
Yeah. So the consultation document we put out, was that clear in there that businesses wouldn't get this on it's only households?
The intention was just residential.
Residential,
Was that in the,
Don't know if it was clear enough.
was that in the consultation document? If we could just check that.
I'm not aware of any businesses having raised questions or asked whether they included it or not.
So I assumed that everyone was getting it, whatever we decide on. Yeah. Caroline?
Thanks. I thought that was a good suggestion, Richard, with regards to the medium-sized green bin for Lockley and Rosebank and all those places. With regards to our own municipal rubbish, you know, like food waste for the council staff that eat downstairs on the lawn, are we going to have a separate green bin for that rubbish? I mean, I think there's 3 coloured bins down there now, isn't there?
Yes, that'll be the plan.
Yeah.
Do exactly the same.
And then the business ones will need a bit of thought, because like the shoe shop and the paper plus and pharmacies don't generate lawn clippings, and they might have a few scraps that they can put in the, you know, banana skin in the municipal rubbish. But where are they going to put a big 240 litre green wheelie bin that's going to be filled up once every 6 months? We'll need a bit of thought.
Before we go out to tender, we'll bring a proposal to council and we can consider if you would like it, what we put in the tender and the contract documents to change or to include commercial. We can consider that.
I wouldn't suggest we do include commercial unless we can separate food versus non-food commercial. You know, I don't know. But that would be good to just have a little bit of investigation.
So one provides the service now. Where does their green waste go to?
Church. To the chair, they bring it to Christchurch.
And what facilities are in Christchurch to deal with this green waste?
They're building a new bio
Digester.
system that will be operational next year.
So they'll have the option of compost or a bio something. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And Timaru just has compost.
Yes.
That's
Just a
The question has been raised is where will ours go? That'll be up to the contractors and their tender to decide. It's a commercial decision for them whether they go to Timaru or to Christchurch. So they'll look at the best option for pricing when they tender.
would we give a steer if we wanted to? If we wanted it to be bio whatever or composted, we could.
We could if we wanted to. There may be a cost consequence for that.
There may be, yeah. Or give us an option in the tender, yeah. Liz?
We monitor the yellow bins now with the recycling. Will the green bins have to be monitored to check that there's only green waste in there?
We can include that in the audit system that we have. It probably would be worthwhile doing in the beginning and the early stages, just to make sure that people are complying and doing the right thing, and if they need education or not.
And so you can buy compostable packaging now, or you buy something in the mail and it comes in a nice little box that says please compost on it. Can that be added to the green waste, or are there?
I believe they can, yes.
They can.
And it is compostable material is used in other councils to store food and green waste and put into the green bins. Yep.
Some people in the submission said they don't need the green waste because they've got an incinerator. I think on the wastewater side of your job, you don't like incinerators. So if council decided through a building consent that you don't want incinerators, can they do that?
You have to ask Jane if that's...
Sorry, Neil, could you repeat the question?
Incinerators. Green waste would go in incinerators, and when it goes, the stuff ends up in the sewage, obviously, which the wastewater team doesn't like in there. Could it be that you're not allowed incinerator in the building consent when you build a house?
No, it's not a building consent matter.
It's not.
No.
Who would, if we didn't want incinerators, then who would say no incinerators? Or you cannot do that?
You you could possibly introduce a bylaw.
Well, you'd have to do it that way.
We'd have to find out if that was possible, but I imagine it would be.
Very hard to monitor, I think, because people can slip them on and take them off very, very easily.
Do a lot of things very easily. Rob?
Thank you. Neil, I was just wondering, has there been any trials or however you'd like to describe it, on the average weight of these bins once they're full with green waste?
We can certainly get that data from the contractors and other councils. I don't know offhand what the weight is per bin, but yeah, we can find out.
I would suggest it would be significantly heavier than the bins used at the moment. And what would concern me is we have quite an elderly population in Ashburton, and with people getting hurt, etc., trying to get those bins out. And with Richard's suggestion, obviously would have the option of taking a smaller bin if that was available. But yeah, the heavier bin I would suggest would be quite heavy for an elderly person or someone struggling with weight of a bin.
Okay. We might sort that out and get you, I might use Caroline's for you then.
Tony,
Phil?
your nets thing doesn't work.
Thank you. Following on from Liz and the compostable products, the likes of pizza boxes, I understand, can go in these sort of bins. Do you see us in education sort of comms program to kick off with the start of this?
Yeah, very much so. We will have to do an education campaign notifying the public of what we want in there and what we don't want. Yeah.
Hamish?
Just to follow Councillor Mackle's concerns about the heavy bin, they will get heavy, but as someone who uses a green bin now, they don't usually get heavy after only 1 week. It's the current system of it being collected less regularly, i.e. only when it's full, does generate weight. The weekly collection is likely to see, for a lot of the time, the bin to be less weighty, I would imagine, for most people. Yeah.
Richard?
It's to do with what can't go in your green bin. I've looked at the Christchurch website because I've been doing it quite a while, and it's changed over time, because pizza boxes used to be able to go in there, but they can't now because they had food, and it says that biodegradable compostable bags can't go in there either. So I think it's a developing sort of scenario. It depends on what they want to do with it. So to say that you can put stuff in there today, next week it could have changed. So I think it's something we can ensure that it's green stuff can go in there, but a lot of other things, it'll depend on what they want to do with it at the end, because good compost couldn't have any sort of plastic in it, because people wouldn't want that in their compost to put in their food in their garden. So I think we have to be careful as to what we say can go in it today or can't, because it's a moving target as it was.
Russell?
Thank you. Is it correct that this is the one thing we had the strongest favour for through this consultation process, and we seem to be sitting here trying to find fishhooks with something that the majority of the people seem to be very happy with? Yes, there were some comments in there about, various things, but we seem to have the challenge here of looking for problems that I'm not perceiving are really there, and I think this is a great outcome for our community that they've supported this so strongly, and I'd say let's get on and do it and make everyone happy.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think it's getting clarification on some of those submitters' questions in here of why they can, why they can't, which is good to do. Rob?
Yeah, just back at Hamish, you're a young buck with an 80 litre bin. The bins that I've seen around of these green bins, etc., if they've got the space, they're going to stuff more in them. The bins that they've got at the moment don't hold enough for the average household, so they will get a lot heavier.
Yes, they will. I do have a 240 litre bin, and it's very hard to fill it up every week.
Yeah.
Granted. Lynette?
Yeah, I was just looking at this, like we're catering for the masses out there, but I'm thinking in the future we're having, more and more retirement villages. We've got big sections now carved up with 8, like pensioner houses and things on them, or 6 houses with no gardens. And I'm wondering, parallel with this, should we be looking at those scenarios, because they're never going to fill up a big bin with green waste, and they're mostly elderly, and it'll sit there for a month or so before they put it out. I know some of them now only put their rubbish out every 3-4 weeks, and we've got to be adaptable to the future you
don't have to wait until it's full to put it out. You can put it out whenever it's collected, half full or quarter full or no full.
But if they've got no gardens and it's only their compostable green stuff, it's...
Part of our education campaign will be to urge people to put it out each week, because one of the things that the introduction of food waste does to green waste is that it will be rotten. And if you wait 3 or 4 weeks because you're waiting for it to fill up, there will be some mess in that bin. And one of this package of service is to have the right size bin regularly picked up, because otherwise there is going to be all sorts of ramifications. If you wait for it to be full, you might have the weight issue. You wait for it to be full and you've got a month's worth of food scraps in there with your rotten green waste. It's not going to be particularly pleasant to store it for that length of time. So if we can encourage people to put it out every week, regardless of how much is in it, then we'll mitigate both those issues.
Yeah, it's just elderly have a different point of view at the moment.
Yep, and they would have submitted through this process if they thought it was worthwhile doing so. There's a couple of questions that we might move on to getting a preferred option. Just thinking, there's lots of questions come up and lots of submissions that have come in. Before you, in 2026, when the tender starts coming up, I think we'll probably workshop it to see what size bin, all those, how often it gets collected, all those sorts of things would be worthwhile, I think.
Yes, we're planning to do that. We're going out to tender later this year, so we'll have a workshop with council. We'll discuss, should we look at a 120 litre bin for green waste, say, and commercial. We can certainly discuss that at the workshop before we put the tender document together and go out later this year.
Right. Good on. Lane.
I don't have a question. I've got a comment, if I can.
Okay.
Now, we started with the bin a couple of years ago, and there was a lot of people who didn't want it and was big or too small or whatever. In no time, it was accepted. In no time, the whole thing was getting bigger and bigger with a lot of places just around of town. This bin, if you don't want to use it, leave it. If you want it, what has been said before, if you want to fill it half, you can bring it. I've got the bins. Do I bring them out every week? No. If it's full, yes, I can. And I certainly have to walk quite away from my place to the road. So it's up to the people, and I'm pretty sure they will get into it. That's the submissions were like that as well.
Last one, Liz.
Yeah, just a question. It's on page 31, and it's a submission submitter who has asked about what will happen with the Vaughan's Road site in Methven. So there's a green waste site in Methven that is open 2 afternoons or whatever a week, that people can take their trailer loads of green waste out. So how will that work going forward? Will it be needed, and will that be a cost saving if we don't have to open Vaughan's Road?
I believe that will still operate for those people who don't have a green, who aren't on our service, curbside collection service.
Okay. Preferred, there must be another slide there, Mark.
Yeah, I've got a couple of slides just to work through with the other options, so I'll just get Lou to cover those off if you like.
Change the slide. Yeah, so just looking at option 2, so this received low support, only 8% submitted in favour of this option. There were a few key reasons provided by those in favour. So those in favour of a food waste collection service referenced the size of the bin as being a benefit and believe the smaller bin is easier for some households to manage. Respondents in favour of option 2 also made reference to the affordability of this option and believed it would be the most cost-effective option to help keep rate increases to a minimum. Comments against this option included similar themes to option 1, with more of the feedback referring to the smaller amount of food waste being generated by households not being enough to warrant its own collection service. So are there any questions, comments on option 2?
I think we might have threshed them all out in
Yep.
option 1. Yeah.
Perfect. And then looking at those who did not select an option. So those who didn't select an option did so due to the perceived lack of need for a green waste collection service. This group was mostly made up of those who are self-sufficient or have some form of composting already at home, those who live out of area or rurally and would not benefit from the service, or those who are comfortable paying on an ad hoc basis for the commercial operator to collect or to take the waste to the disposal site themselves. Some comments in this section were made that it should potentially be a user pay system, so only those who use the system pay for it instead of all ratepayers. Any questions, comments?
Richard?
Yeah, I'm sure that's one of the things we talked about, that as a representative of rural constituents, most of my constituents don't have any rubbish bins. We've provided ourselves at exorbitant cost, that there won't be a transfer of cost for this from urban and people who get the service to people who don't get the service. So the cost is attributed to where it falls effectively, so that all the people that get a green bin pay for the green bin. It's not a transfer to the general rate or out to rural or some other way. I think that's been guaranteed, but I just want to confirm that.
Correct.
Do we actually know how many operators are working in town at the moment? Is it just the one, or is there several? Because this will shut their businesses down, and if this is coming in compulsory, have they been written to say this is what's going to happen, or when does that point happen, so they can adapt their businesses or whatever? Because it will shut them down. That's my concern.
Some of those have submitted, so some of the submissions are from existing businesses, so they are aware and they are expressing their view now. And I think we heard from the conversation before that there is potential for them to think about whether they want to be part of the contract, the tendered process in some capacity when the service goes out.
Some won't be big enough to do that, but I'm just wondering how you can, how we work through that one.
I don't know if we work through it at all, but it'll be a business decision for them. I use one of the submitters for rubbish collection. That I will still need that person for that rubbish collection because I don't do green waste in a bin. So I'll still need the service that they provide. Liz?
I think the one submitter that said that he has 500 bins that he goes around the district to empty. I think I remember reading that somewhere. I use that service at the moment. It costs me $20 each time, and it can be put out every 2 weeks if I wanted to. So I only have to put it out 4 times for it to be equivalent to what it will cost through council. So.
So just looking at the key questions, some of this has already been covered, but I will just run through it. So there were some points raised around composting opportunities. So over 30 respondents made a comment relating to potentially a council-run composting solution being introduced as a way to utilise green waste as a resource. Those who reference this idea believe that council could use green waste to produce compost, which could then be sold back to the community as a way of reducing waste going into landfill, while also introducing a potential new revenue stream for the council. Some have commented on bin size. They've asked if there's an option to select different size bins depending on their usage. Again, previously touched on, some submitters raised concerns that the introduction of either collection service could have implications on existing operators. and some have raised concerns regarding the potential odour as a result of the bin size being introduced, again particularly in summer. There were some who asked for an opt-in or opt-out system or user pays, especially those who live outside of the collection areas. And again, previously touched on, some have asked for education, so making sure that greater awareness is brought to recycling behaviours, including teaching the community to be self-sufficient in their composting methods.
Our neighbours either side of us have green waste now. How do they deal with odour or vermin, or is it not an issue, do you know?
We haven't heard any issues about them being a real problem. It has been mentioned anecdotally, but we haven't heard from the councils that it's a huge problem, that they've had to do anything different.
Thank you.
So just to summarise, council do need to make a decision regarding green waste, so we need to decide whether it's a full green waste collection or just the mandatory food waste collection service. Based on the feedback, there should be consideration whether any adjustments need to be made to support either option, or consider if any further information is required.
Thickens, Richard.
I'd support the full green waste option, but I also support that you can have the alternative of a 80 litre bin, but it's the same cost as the 240, because the logic is that you're not every week, the goal of this is not every week to put a full bin out. That's not what we're trying to achieve at all. We're trying to achieve a system where if you had a whole lot of lawn clippings, you did weekends, you filled your bin up, but then next week you may have hardly any at all. So it's, and some people may just, it's a space thing rather than the supply. We talked about it before, where the cost, most of the cost is actually in the truck turning up to pick up the bin, to put it in the truck, to cart it away and all that, rather than the cost of the actual green waste itself. So it's more either size bin, but it's the same cost. So you don't get it cheaper because you've got a smaller bin.
Just more convenient, and the same truck will pick it up whether it's a little bit smaller or a little bit bigger. Yeah, and we can run that through the workshop when we have that. Yeah.
If I can just respond to the questions regarding the processing plants, those plants really aren't cost efficient for a council our size to be involved in constructing. It's typically larger cities that can make it more cost efficient. So that's why we haven't considered that option.
Thank you, Liz.
I think we've had an overwhelming response to this, and a lot of people submitted and only answered this question because that's how interested they were in it. So I think it's very timely. I agree with Richard in having the option of a smaller bin, and I know that we do that with the red bins where people can get a bigger, as a 240 litre bin, but they pay a little bit extra. But I think if we start with the 240 bin and people want a smaller bin, then that makes sense and something to work out later. But I think we've heard what the people want. I think we go for it.
Tony?
Thank you. I just look at 83% said 240 bin, go for it. So to me that's the strongest indication we need to go that way. Obviously living in a section that's only 600 square metres here, I know now, even with the red bin, sometimes I put it out every week, but it's only got a wee bit in the bottom, but it doesn't matter, you just put it out. So the size, to me, doesn't really matter, whether it's full, half full, or just got a bit at the bottom. And I'm in the age group that could be in those homes that don't fill it up.
You should go into the service as well. The frequency of the red bin may need to be looked at too in the workshop we have, because there'll be less in it. Yeah, in size, and yeah, doing this will affect other things as well. Yep. Phil?
The object is to keep green waste and food waste out of our rubbish, so option 1 kicks those goals.
Lynette?
I like Richard's idea, the big or small bin is the same price, and then they can actually down the line, if they got a big one, they can change to a smaller one or vice versa at the same price. And I was going to say about the composting, I had a brother involved in the business for years, and it's a very specialised business and it can go all wrong, like what happened up in Christchurch. So we don't go there at all.
Lane?
Yes, I'm for option one. A lot of people asked for that. They were quite happy, so let's do it.
Caroline?
Yeah, I'm for the preferred option, which is the larger wheelie bin with the notable exception that people can choose the 80 litre bin if they want. I also think we need to put a bit more thought into the commercial provision of green waste before we rush into that, because there'll be some people now, you know, as you say, hospitality folk that want that opportunity to get rid of their green waste now, which they're probably carting home or whatever they're doing. Yeah.
So I'm hearing option one, which is introduce a green waste collection service. Good. No further information required. Oh, great. Thank you. Well done. Next item is roading. We come to roading now, because we've been headed on.
Yeah, so we've just got a couple of adjustments. We're just going to screen beam, because there's a number of topics covered as part of the general section. We just thought that would also screen beam the general summary report. So you've got that on the screen to work through as well. So just give us a couple of minutes to get that set up. Yeah, so everything in this next section through the end of the day is covered in the general report on Stella. So the plan is to work through it in the order of the document. So summary of feedback, general comments, LTP. So roading is the first one.
We've done the second bridge, and that was the first one. Yeah.
Just one question. Could everybody just check their mics and make sure they are all working? I think everybody has spoken now, but if we need to replace batteries, now's the time for me to do it.
Just do a mic test. Just push your button on so it livens
Hello.
up. Liz, did you use yours?
Yeah.
Right. All good. Thanks. Yeah. We're back ready to go, are we? So we've done second bridge, haven't we? We've ticked that off, yeah. So next number 2 roading. So we're ready to go live again. Oh, we are live, yep. Mark, floor's yours. Or what?
Okay,
Switch
so these are all the topics that we'll be working through on the screen. Obviously, we've done a couple of them already. So the first topic was the roading area, and that is covered in the general summary from pages 19 through to 35. So I guess our suggestion is that you sort of just work through the pages for this one and raise questions as we work through and identify items. And we've got Mark and you're here to work through. Any
Okay,
questions?
so page 19, councillors. there's lots of comments about on roading, reading them going back and doing the job again. They fix a pothole and they go back and they do it again, and it's at no cost. You probably do know, and we don't, I don't think, how many of the, say, the repairs they do, and say if they did 100 repairs in a week, how many of that 100 do they go back and have to do again? Do you know?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. I can get the team to go back and check that though. One thing, and we've talked about it before, is the different types of repairs that are carried out, and some are there just to patch it, to hold it for a short time because we haven't got the funding to do what we want to do. Others are doing dig out repairs, which are longer term repairs and getting ready for resale, and then there's the rehabs, which is the most costly but does the best job. And sometimes there's comment on work that's done, having to come back and do it again, and we're aware that's just how we're trying to manage the money we've got, and we have to just go back and repair some because we're not able to do the full fix. So that's where the impression is that it's not done well, but we're actually patching something that needs more work. We just can't do it just yet, so we're waiting for a while. And when eventually that rehab happens, that's when the really good repair happens. And I know there's been a comment, for example, Tramway Road, one section really good, the next one not so good, there's a lot of patches. And that's just a different strategy for holding it. One is a full repair, the other one is to hold it for a few years. So I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I can try and find out that.
Okay. So you've got different classes of repairs then. You've got a repair which is just patch and hold, and it could fail, and possibly does. But you've got other repairs which should be done once, done properly, done right. So that's probably the more crucial ones. How many of those have to go back to repair? Because the information would come into their attributes when they tender for the next round. So I think we need that information for that. How good are they at doing those permanent repairs? Which you won't have the information now. Don't need, but
well, actually, for the rehab work that we do, we very seldom have to go back to those, and they're on a separate contract to the maintenance contract. And there's only been one since I've been here that we've had to go back, and the contractor's gone back and fixed it on Ashburton Staveley Road. Other than that, once the rehab's done, that's it. We don't have to look at it again for. It doesn't even need routine maintenance other than road marking and edge marker posts in terms of the pavement itself. We won't have to touch it for 10, 15 years at least. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have the dig outs, which are supposed to last 4 or 5 years or whatever. And I do note some of them, they're back there within days. Sometimes.
Yes, sometimes it's either a dig out repair or a stabilising repair, which have been tried and don't work so well here, so we're doing more dig out repairs now. So they're the ones that cause more problems because it's still a temporary fix, and the other ones that probably got more data on what go back to rather than potholes, but those dig out repairs is the one that I can get some data for you. So.
That might feed through the activity briefings.
Yes, yep, we can do that.
Because a lot of submitters question that sort of thing. And I understand with potholes, they're a temporary hold and they will let go again. That's the idea of it, yeah. Yep. Until they get a more permanent repair. Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark on the left-hand side. Now and again you get people asking about West Street, for example. We want to have double lanes. That's the easiest way of getting through it. Is it possible? Is West Street big enough for double lanes? And if it can be done, how expensive?
It's a state highway, and yes, it can be done for a lot of money, but it's not something we have any say in. So, yeah.
I think anything can be done, can't it? It's just cost.
Yeah, just like 4-laning between Rolleston and Ashburton, it can be done if you've got the land to fit it in, deal with the intersections, the bridges along the way, all those sorts of things. Yes, it can be done. It is a lot of money to spend on a road to actually do that, because you're basically building a new road that is twice as wide as the existing one. So, yeah. And you've got the land available. Some places there is, some places not, and some places there's the Kiwi Rail land next to it. So.
Caroline?
I think we should just restrict our conversation to roads we can influence. When I'm looking at our Stuart Wilson, famous Stuart Wilson's comment on the gravel roads, he says we need to put on, and we have been endeavouring to do that, our 50 cubic metres annually to replace lost shingle and to, stuff going onto the berm. Our council response was maintenance of the whole network is considered and prioritised to spend the available budget. Unsealed roads are important and will continue to have the routine maintenance and new maintenance metal when and where necessary. I'm assuming the when and where necessary new maintenance metal, that applies to that, not the, we have ongoing commitment to 50 cumecs to be put on the unsealed roads annually. We're not doing that when and where necessary, are we?
No, we've got a target of 48,000 cubic metres based on what Stuart Wilson submitted, and the only reason we're not doing that at the moment, well, there's two reasons. One is the condition of the unsealed network is actually pretty good overall, but also we haven't got the budget to put that 48,000 cubes on. So just what it costs maintenance metalling at the moment, we're going for 1.2 million a year for the next 3 years for maintenance metalling. To put on 48,000 cubes, we probably need about 1.7, 1.8 million. So we haven't got that in our budget, and that's just an affordability thing. We'd love to have that in there to be able to put that amount of metal on. We just haven't got the money there at the moment. We're going for an increase, but it's not enough to do that. But if that's the desire of council to actually spend the money on that, it'll be at the detriment of something else. So we can, do cost scope adjustments, they're called, within our land transport program to actually increase that to say to 1.7, but other categories will have to reduce by a total of the same amount, because we're not going to get more money overall, but we can change what our priorities are. One of the comments that he made was about customer road user satisfaction with our unsealed network. There's equally dissatisfaction with a sealed network where we want to spend money as well. So there's a real balance there, and we're trying to balance doing enough on the sealed network as much as we are on the unsealed network.
I absolutely understand that. Yeah. And now is the time, fellow councillors, to put the money into the unsealed network. And given that we have a large rural community that believe they're only, which is not, I don't support that view, that believe their only sort of benefit of paying their rates is their roading, and they're in the unsealed network, I think we should be putting on 48 cumecs of seal or repairing and maintenance of the unsealed roading network every year. I think that is essential, and I think, wiser people than me have looked back at the times when we've only applied a limited amount following the philosophy that you've just stated of money, and it's taken years and years and years to catch up. Let us not get back to the situation where we have to take years and years and years to catch up again, and I think we should be endeavouring to maintain that road. And if it costs 1.7 million, then we need to we have made some savings over the last, we haven't made them, we've suggested some savings over the last 3 days. That needs to keep that unsealed network absolutely where it is now at a minimum, because we still have complaints, even though it currently is at a stage where, where it is. So I think that has to be put into the long-term plan.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just another target that we've got is 75 kilometres of reseals every year, and currently our funding only allows us to do about 60, 62. So from the same basis, should we increase that as well? That's just a comment and observation. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the way how you slice the pie up, and putting a new curb and channel down Walnut Avenue, I think that money would have been better spent on putting gravel on on rural roads, but we never got the say on it.
There's another confounding factor here, councillors, and that is Wakakatahi and the subsidised roading program. And so, in the end, we administer an approved program based on the country's needs inside the National Land Transport Program funding envelope, and our capacity to meet our share of that dictated by the FAR rate. Once the subsidised roading program is known in August, and we all acknowledge the timing of that is really poor, considering the timing that we adopt an LTP, we'll know how much money is available for maintaining the network in all its facets, from curb and channeling right through to metal, and that'll be an approved program. If council wishes to invest more than that approved program that attracts subsidy, then we need to have provision for unsubsidised roading money, because Wakakatahi won't simply match our desires once the roading program is approved. So if council wishes to have a sum of money for non-subsidised roading, which of course is funded 100% by ratepayers, then now is the time to tell us how much you wish to add to the LTP for that non-subsidised roading component.
Thank you. The work on Walnut Ave was subsidised work, which could have been used for sealing, I understand, but we weren't asked the question. I don't see it on any Ford programs either. Liz.
Thank you. I'm looking on page 19, Andy McManus's comment about reducing the volume of roads that are responsible to maintain, as funding simply isn't there, and suggested that they could easily be shut and gifted to neighbouring land to maintain. Is that possible? How does that?
It is possible, and it's a decision that you would have to make, and getting the ratepayers and the property owners that use those roads to agree to that, and taking on that maintenance. There's probably one reason why it hasn't happened around the country is because it's actually not a very easy decision to make.
No.
And which road you choose, generally, if you're going to be closing a road because you don't want to maintain it anymore, it's the one with the lowest traffic volume on it that causes you the least problems at all. And I know some councils looked at it, not so much from maintaining the pavement, because that's generally the lowest cost, as if there's a bridge on it that goes to one property or something like that would be a reason why you do it. But I can't really off the top of my head say any roads that we've got we're maintaining now that, oh, we don't want to maintain that anymore, the property owners should do it. But yeah, I think it's a very difficult decision to make once we've got to where we are now, and that we're maintaining them, can keep maintaining. But it can be done. It's the decision that council will need to make to divest of this road and give it to the property owners.
So, is it in the case of a stopwater race where they want to close it, they make an application and come to council and say we want to close this road? We've got the everyone else who uses the road is agreeing.
And we do get those applications, not for a road that we're already maintaining, normally for unformed legal roads.
Right.
Yeah, so you get those, they're a bit easier because they're often going through a paddock or something like that and they want to tidy that up. And so you go through the process in the Local Government Act. For a road that we're already maintaining, we have to make decisions to stop maintaining it, then close it as a road. And yeah, it's not one that I can really make.
Okay.
Yeah.
Richard?
Just a couple of areas. The one was on page 21. The submitter has talked about it's the temporary traffic management. And I don't think they're complaining about it. They're not saying that we shouldn't have it. They're saying that the right place at the right time. And I think there's a bit of a story going on in New Zealand there that we're one of the most highest compliance costs in the world, which, and this is a compliance cost. It's probably around like on a back shingle road, you have the same traffic management, it appears, that we have on the main road. So it's perhaps just, are we going to get to a point where we actually start to recognise traffic management? Different areas have different levels of safety, or are we still going to be at 100% everywhere?
That's currently the case, and there's different traffic management depending on the roads and the level. So this traffic management happens on State Highway 1, for example, is different to what happens on our local roads within Ashburton or Methven and things like that. So it's already different. It's having what is safe and appropriate for the work you're doing. And some work, if it's a trench and it's 2 metre deep trench for laying a pipe down the middle of the road, you need a lot more than if you're doing a dig out repair or repair to a curb and channel, which hasn't got. So there's whatever risks are involved, whether it's people driving past or walking past or cycling past, you need to protect them. So the type of work and what road it's on determines how much is needed, and it needs to be safe and appropriate because it's covered under the Health and Safety Work Act. I mean, people got a responsibility to look after the people working there and also people going past and the site they're trying to build as well. So I agree, it's a discussion that's going on around the country, and there's no simple answer to it, and there's no real reduced cost of traffic management. It's just whatever puts in place needs to be safe and appropriate for that site. And I think there's a lot of sites that, from observation, that traffic management is over the top, and temporary speed limits is one that really is annoying to a lot of people, where it says 30 and there's actually nothing going on. But there's also other sites where there's too much being done, and there's other sites where there's not enough being done. So it's getting that right. And the contractors have a big responsibility in that, as do we. And we're all working under the same code of practice or New Zealand guide. But that's the big challenge for everyone, I think. Number of cones out there and the temporary speed limits are the two things that you notice a lot. Sometimes there's thousands of cones at a site when you think,
a quarter as many would do exactly the same job, given the drivers and the right information to safely go through a site is the big challenge.
I know we do it compared to others, but I'm looking at a site that's not under our control, but it's a good example. The main road before Hines has been traffic cones out there for about a month now, where they're repairing a pothole in the middle of the road. And I'm sure the traffic management has cost more than the repair, probably because of the time it's been there. So it's about the urgency of when a cone goes out, we need to get the repair done so the cones can disappear. We'll talk about. The other thing I had was on page 28, the submitter talked about the changing the 30k signs to variable signs. And I understand we're doing that. If we've got a time frame when we should, around the school, so that it's only during school hours rather than all the time. It's been in the news again. Hundreds of people were caught in places, at 7 o'clock, and it's not about safety. It's about when is we going to be able to change that.
The indication that the rule is at the end of this year, so by that I take it's that not higher priority for the government to be reviewing, but they've said by the end of this year is when that speed limit rule will actually be out for consultation.
Yeah. My last question, it follows on from Councillor Cameron. From the numbers we're talking a 30% underfunding of Shingle Road renewal. If we talk, what is the cost of a kilometre of resealing? Approximate. I'm not asking for exact. What I'm trying to get at is the $400,000 or $500,000 put into Shingle roads gives an enormous benefit for hundreds of kilometres of roads compared to 2 kilometres of resealing or a few kilometres of resealing. And most people in the rural areas, time you've smashed your car down a road for 2k's on the shingle, to drive along 1k of perfect, but the 2k's of shingle have done all the damage. So that's where the impact to the rural communities is enormous, having those shingle roads. And it's not a huge number we're talking, the 500,000 in the roading budget of 20 million, is it? If I get that number about right now. Yeah. It's not a huge number for the amount of case. It's half our roads we're talking. So I'd just like to further investigate that if we could look to fully fund shingle, even if it's expensive for some other, we would look at it, I'm sure.
So it's a matter of how you rearrange the chairs really on the deck.
Yeah, essentially. And this is a discussion that's happened a lot through my time in local government, working on roading, and similar in Ashburton to that. I think 45% of our network is unsealed. It carries 5% of our total traffic, and it's important traffic because a lot of it's heavy traffic. It's for farm, and so should there be the same amount of money spent on unsealed roads, even though it's carrying 5% of the traffic? And that's not a reason one way or the other. That's just stating what it actually is. Yeah, but agreed that low volume roads and the drive to where you're going to be spending money or not. The low volume roads are really important for the country, not just Ashburton, to get the produce from the farms, because that's where it starts from. So yes, we do to maintain them, and we would love to be spending more on them. And if we can adjust the budget so we can spend, because I get the feeling that's what you're talking about, then that's something we'll have to look at. And we'll bring to you, say this is where we'll propose a scope, cost adjustment to actually allow for that extra metal to go on.
If they're getting 5% of the usage, the shingle roads, are they getting 5% of the budget? Would you know that figure offhand?
Yeah, more than that.
They're getting more than 5% of the budget?
Yeah.
Right. Tony.
Thank you. I think Mark's probably answered or alluded to it anyway, but what's probably disappointing to me is that we're spending more and more on roading, but to the general public out there, and when they talk to you about it, they say, "Why aren't you spending more?" But we are spending more. So I suppose all I can say is that we keep pushing NZTA for more funding, which I know is an uphill battle. Do they take into account, like you tell us, I think we've got the 5th biggest roading network in the country? Do they sort of take those sort of things into account, that the amount of mileage we've got in a county compared to other counties that have a smaller mileage but may get more? I don't know.
Yes, they do, and we do as well. One thing we're very fortunate is our location, in terms of we're on the Canterbury Plains, most of our network. So it's actually comparing, say, our
2,000 kilometres of a network compared to the Waikato or the Northland or something that is different, because it's just different country that you've got to maintain. We have less problems, less rainfall than most, even though we do get too much at times. There are different ways, but in terms of dollars per kilometre spent on our network, we're in the bottom 2 or 3 of the country. And probably because of our location. And I know we make the comment about NZTA not funding. We need to be able to afford our share of it as well. And that is limited what we've applied for to NZTA, because we're not going to overcommit in terms of the ratepayers on what increase we really wanted. As we presented earlier, originally going for 58% increase overall. Well, that simply isn't affordable by either party. So that's why it's come down to the 20%. Hopefully the next long-term plan and land transport program, we can do another increase again to try and catch up, but it's going to take a long time to catch up from what we've been pretty much underspending across the country on roads for the last 15 to 20 years, really. Sweating the asset has been used, and we've well and truly done that.
So how much more money are we going to spend, propose to spend the next financial year than what we're spending this financial year on roading?
Off the top of my head, it's about an extra $5 million, I think, so overall.
Oh, percentage-wise, it's about 20, is it? Or more?
Yeah, about that. About just over 20, yeah.
20% more.
Yeah.
We're proposing to spend in next year's budget.
Yeah.
Rich, Phil?
Thank you. I wanted to talk to Limbridge's submission and the drain coverings and sump grates. One round the corner from me.
What page here on Hoops?
23.
Okay, thank you.
Corner of Nursery Drive and Malcolm Street always floods in a rain event. And I know you've talked to cleaning them before there is a rain event. What's your process? Is there more sites like this around town? What's your process for getting those cleared after a rain event so they don't sit there for days?
There's a couple of parts to it. There's a number of known sites around Ashburton in particular, and Methven as well, that cause a problem. So when there's a heavy rain forecast, we'll go and do clearing of those beforehand. But the first flush of rain coming down the channels will bring debris, and sump grates for them to perform stops the debris getting into the pipes. That's what they're there for. So they do have to go around and clear those as well. And then afterwards it's the cleaning again. From observation, there are some that are just left a bit long afterwards. They should be cleaned during the event and then afterwards, because there will always be a build-up of sump grates, because that's what they're supposed to do. And they can never always be cleaned, but they should be done as well as they can be. And Bridge Street is one where we often have problems, and that's the site that they regularly go to and actually lift once it's done its first clearing, they'll lift the grate out so it can actually perform better, because they actually hold up the water a bit. So that's the process, and it's an ongoing discussion with the contractors to have guys out there. During big events and there's widespread water, they haven't necessarily got enough people to actually be at all the sites when they need to be there, but they do endeavour to. I mean, they get all hands on deck and they get out there and do it, so that's the process.
So does the lifting the grate sort of defeat the purpose a wee bit? Does that just not let the debris just go straight into the stormwater?
It's only done after that first flush has come down with the first lot of debris. And so if we have a period of rain for a day, after the first hour or so, there's generally clean water coming down, because that initial lot of debris is gone. So that's the only reason they do it. It's after that period of time, yeah, and that's when you know whether it's actually coping or not. So.
Have you weighed up the pros and cons of actually having them, and does it matter if there's a few leaves going down the stormwater system? What's the breaking point there?
Well, it's normal practice to have a sump grate. If you've got a stormwater system that gets debris in it, if that blocks, it's very hard to clear. At least a sump grate, you can just go there and it's on the surface.
Thanks.
Do we not have bags, or lack of a better word, that on the end of the stormwater that collects rubbish?
No.
Or some?
We have some.
Some?
Not very many. So you're talking about at the outlet of the stormwater?
Yeah, there's some special name for them.
Well, the sump grates should be put in place to stop debris getting in the first place. Putting something on the outlet makes it harder for the water to get away, and if it keeps trapping stuff there, then you're causing a problem as well. So
that's right. Lynette?
I just got to say, going back to gravel roads, council have got a couple of really good roads, Surveyors Roads, one, the gravel, they've upgraded that, and there's a bit one out Rakaia Huts. What's really making me mad is the damage that's being done by the farmers themselves with the high hedges, and it's always damp and the trucks are going down there making potholes, or the irrigators going over the roads. have we got the ability to fine the farmers and make them pay for the damage, or can we have that ability too? Because that's where a lot of the comments are coming. We've put in a couple of good, a few good roads around the county, and they're just getting wrecked by irrigators splashing water over them on every run and then breaking up.
The irrigators, certainly we will stop them doing, and unsealed roads do not like having water from an irrigator going on them. In terms of where it's shaded in a hedge, we can get the hedges trimmed if we think it's causing a hazard for road users. It's often question, farmers causing damage, but that's what the roads are there for them to shift stuff around from their farms and use heavy vehicles, things like that. So, taking mud out and things like that is annoying, but heavy vehicles working and driving on unsealed roads or sealed roads and causing damage, the paid road user charges, that's how we get our funding. So, identifying just one farmer causing a bit more damage than another, from my experience and talking, they're generally not doing it on purpose, they're just carrying out their operation and they don't want to be doing the damage, but our unsealed roads are the lowest standard of road we've got, so they will be more susceptible to heavy damage from heavy vehicles in a short space of time, more than others. Yeah.
But is it the hedges actually shading the road that's causing the issue? Should those hedges come out and let the sun, the morning sun and everything come on to help? Because it's only behind those hedges whether we should be looking at getting some of those removed.
It's more water getting off the carriageway rather than shading, because unsealed roads are staying damp because they're often in better condition when they're in shaded areas, because particularly with the summers we have when our unsealed roads dry out, they lose, the dust flies off, and that's what binds it together. So having them damp behind hedges isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's when there's water sitting there is when we cause problems and trucks going through them.
And the other one was a resealing. It's must be a lot of roads around our county that need another reseal over them, and you sort of look at them that they're starting now to break up.
You've got a question in there for the submissions.
Do we need to ramp that up?
A target length for reseals, if we're working about a 15-year reseal cycle, should be about 90 kilometres a year. We're doing about 60 at the moment, so 75 is our current target to do every year, and we're not meeting that just because of the funding available, similar to unsealed roads and maintenance meddling. So we try and manage it though.
Yep, we're going to park it there for morning tea, so just leave your lights as they are, and when we're finished morning tea we'll come back. So don't touch your lights unless you want to go off. You can touch them if you want, but we'll break now for a cup of tea.
Thank you. Too early last time. I did what you
So I'll just go page by page, I think, and raise your concerns. We may have covered some of them off already, which we have, so we don't miss anyone.
So do you want us to turn all our lights off and go?
I was going to talk about the Fed Farmers submission.
Right,
Do you want me to wait till that page?
Yeah, so hold that until we get to that page.
So I turn my light off and then I have to go to the bottom of the queue?
We probably all should all turn our lights off and we'll go through page by page because you will have had questions about a submitter, I would have thought. So the first page is number 19. Oh, sorry. Welcome back, everybody. And Roading 2.1 on our book, page 19, we'll start with that. So when we get to a submitter you want to discuss, please put your light on and talk. So page 19, page 20. Richard.
Page 19, submitter. We need more investment in infrastructure such as roads and through waters. It probably alludes to the conversation we had about shingle before. A 20% increase from 21 to 24 and a 24/7 is requested for subsidised roading. If we were to put more money into shingle roads, say we said, $500,000 that was specifically pushed towards them, how would we fund that and what would it mean?
I think the best way to do that would be to add to this budget some non-subsidised roading. That would give council the capacity to do more than the subsidised roading program in areas that you felt had the need, and that would be a direct impact to ratepayers.
Should we save that question till we get to the end of roading if we want to put any more money into it after we've discussed all the roading things?
Yep.
But I'll make note. Page 20. Caroline.
Thank you. I'd like to comment, please, on Philip Quaid's submission about page 20, about a 10-year plan, and I read our response, and that it would be a messy document. Do you think those signalling for 10 years of where things are going may be useful to the community to know, and they might be prepared to tolerate a little bit of waiting?
Yes, it would be useful. It's useful for us in terms of planning as well. And for the bigger work, like reseals and rehabs and things like that, there's more ability to have a longer term plan. We've pretty much got that now. And it can be for footpath renewals, and I'll choose drainage renewals as well, if we're talking about Cooper Channel replacement. But yes, it can be done. I just need to spend a bit of time doing it. We've pretty much already got the biggest stuff already sitting in RAM in our forward work program, because that's where we work to, and it gets reviewed every year and sort of every 3 years as well, to align with the long-term plan and the land transport program. So we have to do it in 3-year blocks anyway, to get an idea what money we need. For things like unsealed maintenance spending is a bit different because it's it changes, the condition changes quite quickly, so they can vary a bit, but for reseals and rehabs, we pretty much stick to the program that we've already identified as a 3 or 10-year program. So yes, it can be done.
May I ask an additional question, please? Neil. Okay, so you do it 3 yearly, almost. So I could go on to the council website, look at the RAM database and see what's at the top for the next 3 years.
You can't see the RAM database. The data is in RAM. To show it on our website, on a map, for example, would show a lot of colours and a lot of work being done. So every year that the current year is put on there, we could put 10 years on there, but you'll see a lot of stuff on there that may not make a lot of sense to sit, but doing it year by year. But I can talk to the guys about how we could easily do that, and it may be you're not clicking on a tab that shows all the reseals and the rehabs and other maintenance. It's just one of them at a time to see it and where it is.
Or one of those, coloured maps that you can overlay. Like you can click,
which is there now.
Yeah.
So, but it's got 1 year on it. We could put 3 or 10 years on it as well, though.
I thought that was a useful suggestion, and I think that would be useful to the community to say, okay, I live on, I don't know, Methven Highway or whatever. Another 3 years, this part of it's going to be resealed. It just might be, sometimes having information is less scary than not having the information.
The only proviso I have is that it needs to be clear that that can change, obviously, with condition of the road and things like that. So that'd be the only thing. So yeah.
So do we need to write that down, or is that how are we going to deal with that?
Well, for a start, I'll note it down. I can talk to the guys about how we can do it, and the GIS guys as well, because
And I'll bring it up in an activities report or something. Would that be the way to address that?
And it can be in there as well, and it can just be put on our website as a separate section from the annual one, or expand on that. So.
Thank you.
And I think as we work through the value of that, just keep in mind that the subsidised work program gets approved every 3 years. So indicating to the community what you're going to do, you know, in 7 years' time, might create expectations that aren't fulfilled. Yeah. Yeah.
Lane, submitter and Page.
Yeah, page 20 or whatever you want to pick it. It's basically about the roading. I just want to go back to Mark. He said something before about rural roading, you know, just the single ones, that it is 5% of the traffic using single roads. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's what you said. My other question is, if I'm rural, can I go, the main tracks through rural, are they all sealed? The main tracks, the main roads?
Yeah.
Like for example, if I go to Mayfield or whatever, I can do that on sealed roads.
Yes, you can, yeah.
So there is a network fully sealed.
Yeah, which is developed over time because of the need, and that's where people travel. So that's why the sealed network is pretty much as it is at the moment, and we're not going to be, you know, expanding our sealed network, you know, to go on the unsealed roads. So the ones that carry the traffic and where people have gone, they're the ones that have been sealed historically, and that's what we're maintaining now. So there's a hierarchy of low volume collector, primary collector, and that sort of thing. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Tony, Page and submitter.
Page 21. Yep. Just Mary saying, ever thought of removing the train tracks? Can I just say to Mary, that's been talked about for 50 years and it'll never happen.
I think you're correct. Page 22. 23. 24. 25. 26.
Got a question on page
Yes.
26.
Please.
Ian Jones has asked to put streetlights on Tarbottom's Road. I think there was also a submission from the Methven Community Board about streetlights, and I think it might have been down Line Road where the new footpath was. And I've also noticed that outside Haven Housing around Mona Square there's very limited streetlights. So how does it work with the streetlights? Do you do sort of an assessment every year, or does this just automatically go into the program?
It's not automatic, but just with any forward work program, we need a forward work program for new streetlights. So if we haven't got funding, because it's a capital work, so it's not a renewal, it's actually capital. So it will come out of our low cost, low risk funding that we have, which is about $2 million a year for putting new curb and channel in and doing intersections and new streetlights if we think it's needed. So if there's a section that gets requested, we add it to the program. We'll get EA Networks to assess it, come up with an estimate, and we can get it in the program and submit that to NZTA as part of our low cost, low risk, because those projects within that, we do have to get their okay for what we're doing, so we're different categories of work. So that's how it will get done. And Tarbottoms, I know there was a couple of submitters for Tarbottoms Road, I think, and Methven Churchy Road, I think, and Methven as well. So down to the cemetery, I think, was the other one that was put in there as well. So.
Do the streetlights have to be a certain distance apart? Like, is it 400 metres apart or something?
It depends on the level of lighting and which relates to the road and its hierarchy. So there's 4 levels of vehicle lighting, and there's also lighting that is mainly just for, so it's either P lighting or V lighting, vehicles or for pedestrians. So it depends on the road, the traffic on it, what it's get used for, where it sits in the hierarchy, on what the lighting is and the spacing and the level of lighting. So, yeah.
Page 27. And there's one from Campbell Davison, talks about Beach Road, and the comment is it'll be rehabilitated next financial year. It's in the program.
Yeah, we've got 2 sections of Beach, the 2 worst ones at the Ashburton end of Beach Road East, in for our rehab and the next financial year.
Approximately how long are those sections?
About 600 or 700 metres each, I think. So yeah.
Thank you.
That pavement along there is at the end of its life, and it's been patched a bit lately, and it needs more than just patching.
And as you said before, it's had the temporary fix and now the permanent fix is on its way. Yep. Elaine?
Sorry, I'm still at 25, you went too quick. There is a comment there from a person there that the traffic lights certainly benefit the side roads, and that if you want to go through the tin bot, it's still a bit slower, but it certainly works for town.
Thank you. 27, 28. Caroline?
Yeah. 29.
29.
Thank you. Peter Scott, ECAN Chair or ex-Chair, has done a submission with regards to, we thank you for your continued support and contribution to the work of the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee. Highlights the significant investment that central and local government need to make to create an innovative, resilient and low emission transport system. Is he referring to public transportation? What is actually he referring to? It's unclear in this thing.
There's the National Land Transport Program, of which we're submitted to as Ashburton District Council, but our data and all the councils within the Canterbury region go into the Regional Land Transport Program. So that's using the cost of all those go into it. So that's our subsidised roading.
Okay.
So that's what it's referring to. And across the region, there's a big increase requested everywhere. And our starting point, and that includes the second bridges included the Regional Land Transport Program as well. So our starting point was, when we all submitted, was our 58% increase, and then it's gone down to our 20% now. But that's what he's referring to there. So.
Neil, may I go into this? Will be my next question on page 30. May I move on to that while I've got my light on? Which is the Federated Farmers submission.
We'll stick to, we'll go page by page because there's others with that page.
No.
Russell?
On 30.
Okay, let's go to 30.
Oh.
Liz? Caroline?
Okay, thank you. I see Rachel Thomas and David Acklin on behalf of the Mid-Canterbury Federated Farmers have done a submission, and they're saying that we need to spend, which we acknowledge, 58% to maintain our roading, 58% more to maintain our roading network, but that we're asking and hoping for a 21% per year increase in funding. They go on to comment that they don't, presumably that reduction in the necessary funding will be in a reduction in service. They've gone on to comment that we should investigate a roading differential in the future, or we've commented that. What's the view on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Council considered that as part of the work on this LTP and decided not to do it.
Well, that was short and sweet. Thank you.
Tried. Russell.
Thank you. The Mount Somers Citizens Association and the speed limit at Mount Somers, and you've put in there that Mount Somers can be included in a speed limit review. When and how would that happen? Because you also made the comment that Mayfield has more development on the main road, which is correct. But to get into Mount Somers, you have to turn either right or left off the main road, depending which direction you're coming from. And there isn't any sort of turning lanes there. So just when can that speed limit review be looked at?
We didn't have a speed limit review programmed, and that was based on feedback. We've done a few over the last 3 or 4 years, and we're saying, and got the schools done, and saying, well, can we just take a step back and just let them do what they do for a while? But anything that comes in, we'll get it checked out and assess it and see what we think an appropriate speed limit is for there. It is different to Mayfield, and Mayfield's got the shops on the side where it's got the intersections there and a couple of houses, and that's it. That's not to say it shouldn't have a lower speed limit, being a rural road going through. There's a couple of right turn bays there, so there is that sort of determines how people drive there. But it would be something like an 80. It wouldn't have a 60 or 50 or anything like that. It would be more like an 80 or something like that.
Hamish?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on reflection, perhaps I can give a fuller answer to Councillor Cameron's question around the rating differential. While Council did consider it as part of the work leading into the development of the long-term plan and decided not to do that, if upon consideration of the submission or further thinking you wish to revisit that, we could ask perhaps Tony or Leanne or someone to advise what process you might like to follow to re-examine that issue. I imagine that process can't be impactful for this long-term plan, But there would no doubt be a process where you could examine that issue again if you wanted, upon reflection, to reconsider eroding differential. I see Tony perhaps could answer that more carefully.
Thank you. Just further to Hamish's response, the detail of introducing eroding differential would come in through the revenue and financing policy. So we would need to go out and talk to the community about what a differential would mean to people on their rates and who potentially wins and loses out of that option. It's something we could look to do outside of this process if council desired.
And that would come up on Thursday?
Through the Chair, no, it's not anticipated to come up on Thursday. Council's looking to adopt the revenue and financing policy on the 26th of June, so that would be, we could add that into the report to Council if you'd like at that stage to consider for future work.
For future work's the issue. We can't impact it now for this long-term plan adoption because we haven't, Council decided not to progress that work as part of the development of this long-term plan. So it's if you wish to revisit that for the future, we can give some advice as to what might need to happen for the future. But for this long-term plan, it was considered and not adopted.
And you may wish to view that, take into view that you may get the same answer, come back out. Tried but didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
Liz.
Thank you. Still, page 30, in the Mount Somers Citizens Association. So is it appropriate that we sort of take that discussion through to the road safety meeting, or is it something that you'll just consider as a review? I mean, it's not going to have any implications on the long-term plan, I guess, is it?
It can be discussed at the Road Safety Committee as well. I'll be getting a road safety technician to be doing the assessment anyway, so along with the maintenance engineers. So yeah.
I was on the belief that when we did set the road speed limits about a year ago, I think, we went out either side of each of the townships about 2 kilometres, which gave us leeway if we wanted to lower a speed limit in that area, well, not lower it, raise it, change it is probably a better word, easily. So I thought we had that provision during that review we did a year or so ago.
That's the concept, and we adopted the speed management plan on the principles involved in it, which allows us, for Mount Summer, to assess the change there, report to council, and get it approved, and then we just submit it through in the National Land Speed Limit Register. So it doesn't need to be consulted on if it falls within that speed management plan. So that allows us to do that on the fringe of a township. So we can just do
the whole process up.
Yes, we don't have to consult on it.
Yeah, just to report to council.
Yes, correct.
So I think you're asking that, Councillor McMillan, isn't it, for outside Mount Somers to be reviewed on that stretch of 77, is it, or 72? Whichever one.
Arundel Kai Gorge Road.
Yeah, ARG, yeah. Yeah, so there's a request there. Next,
I'm just going to ask on that, would that include the turning lanes as well, not just the speed into Mount Somers?
It'd be that section of road, that is speed limit, which includes the right turn bays that are there. So, yeah.
Are there right turn bays there now?
Yes.
Oh, are there?
Yeah, road marking,
yeah. Tony?
Page 31.
Yep.
CCS, just the hearing note there, support of the bus service. Can you just bring us up to speed? Well, Lynn might. Sorry. Yeah. Liz. Maybe I may have the answer. What you explained the other day, but how can we advance that further now?
Delay if you go off, Liz.
The research report is coming to next council meeting. So.
On public transport.
On public transport, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm 32. Quite a bit of people asking for the
32,
second bridge.
Yep.
Second bridge is still there.
What name is it?
The name is Digby, the first one.
Right. Yep.
And if you go through, there's more of them. McLean.
Lynette?
The street lights at Hackettry down there, Hackettry, who activates that? Do we ARCS EA networks for that, or is it the Hut Holders Association ARCS EA, or how does that happen,
Well,
that process?
It's the same as a request for a new street line like Methven and Tarbonne's. We would approach EA Networks under a streetlight maintenance contract with them to assess it and what the cost might be, and then get it on the program as a low-cost, low-risk project.
So we
it's
will
the same process as it is for the other locations.
assume they have ARCS. Will we do that for their ARCS, if that's possible?
Yeah. We've got a list of the ones from the submission, so we'll put those together and put it out there and see what it's going to cost. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there not a step before that? Is it required?
That'll be part of the assessment, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Russell?
EA are working down there now, putting new power poles in at Lower Hackentree, so right now, whether they're putting lights.
That's the vote. Page 33, Liz?
Yep, top of page 33, and comments there about lowering the speed limit in Rakai, which has already been done. But has NZTA made any suggestions about putting a pedestrian, like even just an island in for crossing the road?
In Rakai?
Yeah.
So there.
There's one there already.
Been there for years.
Yeah, there is an existing crossing there. It's something that we can talk to the safety guys at NZTA about the need, because they have low-cost, low-risk projects just like we do, and it's those kind of things that they do. We have had discussions with them, but the low-cost, low-risk funding is spread across the country. They used to have it sort of by region and things like that. It's across the country now, and there's considered to be higher priorities in other places, it seems to be. But we'll approach them as well about a crossing in there. I think that was part of the submission as well, was from the Rakai Huts Residents Association. I think they had it as well about the lower speed limit is good, but more crossings and better crossing points would be what they want as well.
Because I see one submitted there has said that a pedestrian crossing with a centre island. So there's obviously the centre islands there. They're wanting either more or they're wanting an actual pedestrian crossing. So.
Yeah, it's a crossing point.
Yeah.
It is very unlikely that a zebra crossing would be installed across the state highway there. So,
yeah.
The one that's there gets repaired very often.
Yeah.
It gets run over.
Yes.
Mr. Councillors might be interested to know that the new 50k speed limit require was being admirably enforced last night by our constabulary, so we do know that they're taking notice of the new speed limit, so that's good.
Lane? I think so. Footpaths, Roxy, slippery footpaths all around Tynwald, and I noticed that it's in town as well. Is there a is it getting maintained? That is quite often you get the mossy stuff over it.
Is that referring to lichen?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, it gets sprayed. It's one thing with lichen, and it's coming how slippery the footpaths are because of lichen. That isn't my experience walking to work, and that particularly when it's icy, the lichen is the least slippery part of the footpath. But it does get sprayed. We don't use a really strong spray because we're not going to do that around the townships anyway. But it will come back. And one good thing about having lichen, it means the air's quite clean because it doesn't grow with its pollution. So it's probably a good sign in lots of ways. But it's to do with the amount of use. So the more use, the less lichen there is. And so lower use footpaths and quite a few sealed roads around the township as well. Got a lot of lichen on them because they're not used a lot. But it's a combination of not used so much, good quality air, and then we have to spray it to actually get rid of it. So that gets done. But we're not going to get rid of it completely, I don't think. So.
Thank you.
Caroline?
On the same topic, thanks, Lane. We've given some feedback about the weed spraying on the streets, and you altering the timing of the weed spraying in the urban areas so that we have a better sort of kill rate, if you like. Are you doing that with the lichen? Is that a consideration? Are you doing more frequent or changing the spraying times? And does the contract cover the whole of the town or the main streets, or how does that contract work for lichen spraying?
It's the whole footpath network, and it's on what's considered the worst ones, either following complaints or observation. There's not a regular cycle for it, but it's only done a couple of times a year, lichen spraying on footpaths.
Okay, but that's like weed spraying a couple of times a year, isn't it?
No, weed spraying is more when needed, because that's more obvious because the weeds grow quickly, whereas the lichen just sits there and just gradually spreads over time. So it's slightly different in terms of how it behaves with the weather and things like that. So.
I couldn't resist commenting on the required speed limits. I think the only reason they've been reduced is because NZTA realised the problems they've done with their traffic weights thing on the other side, and have had to try and rushed and change the speed limits. And Rakai was lucky just to be tacked on the end of it. We'd hope that they do the same in Methven and have a think and change the speed limits, not just when it suits them.
Page 33.
Just a quick question on the bottom of page 34, Steph Brown's request, so that just sort of comes into as a CRM, I presume? She's asking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some of the comments are made around the footpaths and lighting, and a lot of them are new subdivisions. When a new subdivision goes in, is it fully connected to with the network, you'd say? Because obviously it does its bit, and then from there to where people walk to, sometimes there's quite a few people talk, it's not well lit when they get out of their new subdivision. Is that all part of the process?
Ideally, if there's a subdivision that provides a connection that would get that developer to actually do it. That hasn't always happened in the past. It's something we're pushing for now, and there's obviously a bit of pushback from developers for that because it's an extra cost to them on something that isn't necessarily part of their development. But if the result of their development requires an upgrade to the straight next and provide a connection, that's something that we ask them to do as a condition of that consent.
Page, that's finished the footpaths. Other traffic trains, page 35. Caroline?
Kathy Harrington Watt on other, I think she was under other with regards to public transportation.
She's not on page 35.
Okay. She's on page 36. I'll hang up. Anybody for page 35? Give me a
Richard is.
Come on. I'll just take the seat.
We had some quite lengthy submissions from Julia McLean of the North Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Group, which sort of crossed across a lot of those, the riding fraternity. I was just wondering, what have we got anything in play, which it probably leads almost a bit wider than the riding. It could be the riding of the two-wheel things as well as the four-legged jobs. What are we doing to expand the network through the district?
For horse riding?
I don't think we've got anything to expand for horse riding. I don't think we've got anything at the moment, really. But they do use roadsides, riding on them and things like that. So get requests for warning signs because people don't slow down and that sort of thing. But my view on warning signs for horses that might be on the side of the road, unless the horses are there, most drivers aren't going to drive any differently. The ones that care, when they're driving past, will slow down. The ones that don't care probably aren't going to take any notice of a sign in horses. So it's always a problem on which road you choose to ride on. So, yeah.
Caroline?
Page 36, which is the same as the horse riding and cycling and public transport. We have Kathy Harrington Watt and a few other submitters commenting on the public transportation or the lack thereof.
You've got public transport there, which we're not in public transport, we're still on other traffic trains. And we have questions on that, so Rob might have one on page 35, then we'll move to 36.
Yeah, Mark, just on the horses, I don't know if it was an unwritten rule or not, but it used to be horses used to have the right of way. Is that still a thing or not?
You test my knowledge of the road code. I think you're advised on the road code to take care when driving past horses. So I don't think they have right of way. No.
They don't.
No.
Julie McLean. Thank you. So that's takes us to the end of other traffic and railways. So any further information required on that general footpaths and other traffic railways? Would you like to make any changes to the draft LTP? Do you want to take preferred approach in the terms of proposal we consulted on? And Richard, we had the question raised, do we need more budget for roads? As I think the question you had now's the time to try that suggestion.
Can I try that?
Okay.
Since I've got my light on?
Yep.
I would like to see more budget for the shingle component of the roads. Whether we can supply the workforce or not, I don't know. That would have to be the consideration. But I would not like to see things deteriorate beyond the standard that they already are. I mean, perhaps not improve the standard, but the impression I get from the conversation with the officers through the chair is that the standard is going to deteriorate because we cannot afford to maintain the standard. So I would like to see more funding going into that.
Do we need a number? Would be helpful.
Well, we have a number that was given 500. Mark mentioned 500,000. I don't know how robust that number is.
Well, based on the quantity of maintenance men we put on the road for the money we've got now, to put down the 48,000 cubes per year would need about 1.7, 1.8 million. So we've currently got 1.2 in the budget for next year and the year after that. So it'll be adding to that if you want to ring fence it for maintenance meddling, so to meet that target length.
Is that perhaps some work that's required for tomorrow? Is what extra monies we'd require to put the 46,000 cubes on, or whatever?
We'll sharpen up. When this meeting finishes, I'm sure Mark and his team will do a little more, examination of whether the 500 is about right. But I imagine from Mark's knowledge of the budget and the roading network that by tomorrow we'll still come up with about 500. But let's confirm that. And then the way I would interpret the council's intention is that we're going to add $500,000 to the non-subsidised roading component of our budget, and that will be an extra % or so on rates across the district for the metalling of rural roads. That's what I think will be the impact of what we're doing. But we'll be really clear as much as we can tomorrow for the number, and but the mechanism to include that will be via non-subsidised roading.
Just make a comment about what Councillor Cameron said about officers. The network's deteriorating. It's not just the unsealed roads. I think across our whole network is deteriorating. We haven't got enough funding overall for all of it, not just the unsealed roads. So, yeah.
That's New Zealand wide.
Correct. Yeah, including state holders.
Yep. Yeah. Lane?
On just the other side, we've been putting millions in over the last couple of years, not subsidised, so I think we should be stopping somewhere. There is more than roading in this area. And I think that we can't do it all. I know we all want to have it, but if we started earlier this week, we left a lot of stuff out. Roading might have to be in the same side.
Lenny?
Yeah, I agree. We've got to put more money in, I think, and keep that up. But I think around, we need to educate the public, put out little bites every now and again, let them understand about our roading network. And there's a few questions going through here about our structure of our roads, and I don't think the public know. It has been sealed just on dirt, hasn't it? In the past, there is no base, and they kind of probably now and again need to be reminded what we've inherited. And we've got these heavy trucks carrying big loads that are breaking it up, and the network is old. And I think it's just education to the public every now and again, and what is going on, and keeping them on board with us. And we're trying to do our best, but I think looking at some of this, I think we've really got to put a little bit more. Even if it was I'd rather spend 1% more on rates than other things.
Hamish?
We do try and talk about the state of the roads and the history of the roads and why they are what they are, and we'll continue to do that. Our experience is that while some small number of people find that a little bit interesting, the vast majority of people simply want the road surface to be adequate for their transport needs. And I don't think we can explain away the issues. What people really want is for the issues to be solved. So we will continue to communicate that, but our primary focus is to try and ensure that the scarce resources available to us and every other council in every other part of New Zealand is as wisely spent as possible for the biggest group of motorists as possible to have a safe network.
Richard?
Yeah, I'd look forward to some, if Mark, and because he does understand the network, will come back to us and could suggest the ramifications that a little bit more shingle would do. But also, if I understand that the overall rate paying thing, but how would it affect the roading rate as well? Because then we can understand what that really would mean to everybody in the district equally, but also the specific definition of it.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, we did do that work when council in the early part of developing the LTP considered the roading differential idea, and we did outline the impacts of both that and not doing that, so we can refresh that work for councillors tomorrow as you make a final call on the size of the roading budget. I hope, Tony, we can do that. There it is.
I just like to make a comment on it. The roading differential was about unfairly taxing purely rural road users when the roading rate goes across the whole district. It also covers the ARG, which I would call the tourist route. So effectively, rural ratepayers pay a lot of rates for roading anyway. So a little bit more should be spread evenly, not just specific.
And if you did raise the dollar amount, that's what would happen because that's our policy, our revenue and financing policy. We never went for a differential, tried but didn't. You didn't want it. Tony.
Thank you. We've got a whiteboard over there that's got unders and overs on it. I'd like to sort of think really if we get to tomorrow and we're under what we've budgeted, then that gives us the money to put on roading. But I don't really want to see an average increase go above more than 9.9. So.
No, and there's a little more overs than unders, and particularly if you think of the comments in and around one of the key projects, i.e. the Timwell Pool, that's capital. And so that's the cost of doing or not doing that is spread over the life of the way you raise the money. 500,000 extra in every year in non-subsidised roading is straight onto the rates. There's no other way to. It's not spread over anything. That's a rate increase. So I think your unders and overs with this on the board will be rather more overs than unders.
Yeah. Tony? Oh, you're off. Russell?
Thank you. Can I please ask what we're spending on roading in this LTP? What we budgeted for?
In year one.
Mm-hmm. Mm. And that's an increase already of what over the previous years?
About 21%.
So we're a substantial portion of our rates we're already asking the district for in this LTP is for roading. Yep. I just think you're starting to stretch them too thin. I know roading is a hot topic, but so is affordability, and there's a fine balance somewhere. And with the increase we've already put into this LTP, I would struggle to justify another over 1% going in.
And to be discussed tomorrow. Rob?
We need to continually do our best effort to attend to the roads, and it was lovely to hear Carolyn recognise the fact that shingles needed as a top-up from someone in town. And my question is, we need more graders and skilled operators working on these roads. We can't just throw shingle at it and think job's done. It needs continual maintenance with graders. Do we have a system where they're readily attended to, or are we just attacking them when they look like shit? And yeah, how many graders are available to the council to maintain our roads?
It's covered by a maintenance contract, so how many graders the contractor uses is pretty much up to them to meet the frequency. So they have a subcontract doing it for them. From my time being here, our unsealed network is actually in pretty good nick and well maintained. They meet the frequencies regularly. You always get some roads that get to the point where they need maintenance metalling, but it's not where we get a lot of complaints. While unsealed roads get mentioned a lot and people complain about them, it's a very small proportion of our CRMs that come in. And I think one of the reasons for that is because the operators at the moment are regularly going around meeting their frequencies and attending to the routine maintenance. So it's part of our maintenance contract. So however many, what resources they put into it for the network and the amount of length of grading they have to do every year, that's how much they put in there. If they do it with one grader, that's fine. If they need 3 graders, they'll do that as well. It won't cost us any different. It's not something we dictate to them. So as long as they meet that frequency, which is based on the historical need for those roads.
Yeah, historically, 20 odd years ago, give or take a few years, you regularly seen graders working on the roads. You never see them now.
Yeah, when the contract was let last, the input that went into it was the graders only get paid for the roads they grade, whereas previous contracts was a lump sum, and back then we didn't see graders on the roads because they were getting paid whether they graded or not. Now they only get paid whether they grade, which is a better outcome. And I think our rural roads, the unsealed roads are a lot better now than what they have been over the years gone by. They have improved. The ones I drive anyway are not too bad. Yep. Cool. Yeah, I think we've got the end there, Mark. Good direction there. Next item is public transport. Transport cycling horses. Next page, 38. It's not said 36. So
36.
Page 36, yeah.
Caroline, Mark, you want to kick off?
So these submissions primarily sort of focused around the implementation of some sort of public transport system, whether it was within Ashburton or broader than just that to other locations like Christchurch or Dunedin, and the remaining submissions. So obviously cycling's a focus, and encouraging ongoing investment in that in existing and future facilities.
Go through them one by one, the page by page, Caroline.
36?
Yep.
And 37, so not very many submissions on that topic. We've had that report for quite a while with regards to the public transport, and Liz and I have read the report, and it's interesting reading. I'm disappointed it hasn't come to council, and I've been informed that it hasn't come to council because it needs a report attached and capacity of the team, which I fully understand. But it's missed this long-term plan now to talk about it and review it and input any support for public transport. When is the next go at it, if you like?
I think one thing to keep in mind is public transport is an ECAN function.
Yes.
So
yeah.
we have, for the last number of LTPs and annual plans, travelled to Christchurch and sat in their chamber and urged them to consider public transport. It's not something this council can readily do of its own
Okay, sure.
volition.
Yeah, good point. So we've missed we did address public transport, I think, in our latest submission to ECAN. I think
Yes, we've done it for a number of years.
So we just got to keep the pressure on if we decide that that's something that we need as a council.
Yes, and I think we're in partnership with ECAN and around representing our community, and when we need to keep being ready to assist the development of public transport, but the function itself is not one that we just pop into our long-term plan on our own.
Yeah, I appreciate that, understand that. While I've got my light on, trains and passenger service to and from places.
You're page 36.
Yes.
Good.
Oh, bus service, public transport, stopping at small towns. Yep, I am. And a few people mentioned Salome Bester. A few people. How do we advocate for the community for public transport by trains, do we go to, because we don't have a railway station anymore, do we go to Kiwi Rail or what's I'm just asking for people that may or may not be listening the process. Is that again ECAN? But that would be Kiwi Rail thinking it's viable or otherwise,
Right,
presumably.
and through Mr. Mayor, from time to time we have expressed the desire for passenger transport to Kiwi Rail. I think we haven't for a number of years now. I think the last advice we got, they had absolutely no plans to provide that service from Ashburton. So again, we can continue to advocate, but there's a whole lot of infrastructure now required. There isn't even a way of getting on the train in Ashburton at the moment. So the service for a commuter service on trains would appear to be a long-term piece of advocacy.
Thank you.
If you may note, there's a train service from Auckland to Hamilton, and it's subsidised in the tens of millions of dollars. A city the size of Auckland and Hamilton, and they still subsidise it by tens of millions of dollars as a sideline. Around the public transport, I submitted it ECAN's long-term plan a month ago, and public transport was one of the things I presented, and the questioning back on it was, where is your survey, and give us some information on what you would want, what you would like, and they could address that through their long-term plan. They're asking for the information. We're working in partnership with them to develop something. Whether it's viable or not is a different story, but they are committed to work with us on it. Page 37, or who's got a lot on this?
I've got a light on, thank you. Just page 36, Valeska Scott's comment there. So, and as Neil mentioned, we are working in partnership with ECAN and we have the Mid-Canterbury Connector bus service that comes from, or can be booked from anywhere out of Ashburton coming in. So I'm just wondering if you reply to Valeska, you may want to note that it is already happening. I thought she possibly would have known that, but maybe she hasn't tied two and two together.
Good work. Thank you for that. Page 37. Moving on to cycling. Phil.
Thank you. Willie's comment about a cycleway along the foothills which connects cycleways in North and South Canterbury. Is that sort of under your brief, Mark, or is that crossover into Simon's department? And what are your thoughts on it?
I haven't got any strong thoughts either way. It would be a combination. It's not part of our core roading stuff that we do. We've got no funding there for the moment, and put it forward as a project. I guess if it's cross country like the Te Aroa Trail or something like that, if it's something like that, then it's not really a roading function. It's outside of that, so I have to do a bit more work on that to see how that could actually be done. All the trails down beside the Ashburton River, down to Lake Hood and down to Hakateri, they're not part of the roading network either, but they're used by road users for recreational cycling. It's not something we fund at the moment. It'll need a bit of discussion, I think.
Seems to be something we talk about often, and the possibilities, especially around tourism and you know, more and more e-bikers and the popularity of that, but it just gets talked about, tossed around, and it seems to go nowhere.
Hamish?
Yes, we don't currently have resource in any of our budgets to do extensive work on developing a cycling trail network across the district. So again, if council felt that was a priority, then we would need an allocation of resources to be able to do something. But you're right, at the moment there isn't resources allocated to it, so it's not one of our priorities.
I think it's something we strongly need to think about. There was 7 Sharp last night. There was a town in Tasmania built around cycling. Yeah.
Liz?
I would agree. I think that this is something that in the future we really do need to be looking at. Maybe it's a collaboration between private investors like they've done down south. But maybe a question for Tony. The grant that has been set up, or that $120,000 that was I don't know, in someone's budget however many years ago for cycling, and then is now used in our grant process. So is that $5,000 a year allocated to, like, could it be used to do some trail work?
Thank you. Sorry, thank you through the chair. Yes, council was gifted that money back about 2020, I think. So we've distributed 4 funding rounds out of that at $10,000 a round, which is $10,000 available per year. So there is still a balance that's available. Council would need to resolve that they were going to cease providing the trail maintenance fund for the existing providers to apply to on an annual basis and repurpose the funding for something new if they wished.
Richard? If I could, Mr Mayor, page 40, Neil Pluck from the Rakaia Community Association has crossed all the things we're just talking about, where the council should maybe, he's suggesting we look at a district-wide walking and biking trail. And if Mark would be the person to ask the question of what does it cost? Because I see around the country, sort of down Fairley Way, they're doing on the side of the road a bit of a trail. What does it cost per metre, sort of, for a trail, to give us some ideas?
No, I just don't know off the top of my head. No, I'd have to find out from the guys who have built it. I know we built a seal one between Rolleston and Lincoln, which cost $1 million. So, yeah, over about 12 k's or something like that. So,
because would it be a solution for the council to look at the tourism side of it, but also it's a management strategy type thing, but also then there's a grant that gives so much money for each K of track they did, so then you get community organisations that are grassroots do it, but you're just giving them a bit of shingle, as it was. I like shingle, bit of shingle.
Yeah, there's lots of tracks out there. I think what the submitters are asking for is connecting them up, and I'm thinking for Phil, it's economic development, so perhaps Jane may be able to help.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, I don't know the cost, but Simon Worthington's certainly been doing quite a bit of work on a tourist type cycleway, but he will be here this afternoon, so you could maybe ask him more about it then.
Okay, let's do that. So hold, Phil, you will remember, and when Simon's here, you could ask him about what he's been working on. Russell.
Thank you, and I do agree with Phil. If we don't allocate some funds, come next annual plan, we'll talk about this again, and we won't do anything, and then the next annual plan, and we keep on this endless circle. So I do think it's important we do something. ACL did build a shingle track down the side of Graham's Road to Lake Hood for cycling and walking, and that, to be fair, so they may have an indication of what that cost. So yeah.
Any further questions, page 38, 39?
39, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to, if there was any comment on Kate White's submission and her thoughts around the cyclists and pedestrians on Cass Street and in general, how do you think that's all going, Mark, the cyclists and pedestrian shared spaces around town? Are they getting used? I mean, I bike quite a bit, biked here, which I see she noted, and I find it frustrating that, you know, when you come to the traffic lights, you're getting off and waiting for signals, whereas it's often just easier on the road.
Yep, times I've cycled, I've always found it easier to be on the road rather than having a separate path, because and with cyclists actually have a choice. So you can either be in the lane with vehicles, you can sometimes be a cycle lane. You can be riding on the footpath or riding on a shared path, so there's more options. Cars can only go in one place, so the idea of being safer is keep them separate. But when it's busy, I think cycling rather than on the path on the side in the road, to me, seems like a better way of going. You don't have to stop so often, But it's the user. You're a user, so it's for you to work out. But I think sometimes we try and design things to make it safer. It just makes it more awkward. It's an observation.
Has there been any issues?
Like at traffic signals, for example, when doing right hooks and things like that. It's just really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has there been any issues with cyclists and pedestrians or people coming out of shops, especially like on Cass Street, and somebody biking past? And
Not aware of any, but observing some cyclists on footpaths, they go way too fast, and not really being aware that someone might step out of a shop. Haven't got a history of people doing it, and it's probably to do with the numbers. While we have people walk around the CBD and cycling, for example, it's not actually that busy. You know, when you go away into Christchurch or other place overseas, you know it's busy. When you come back, you think, oh, there's actually no one around. And that's probably a reason why we haven't had any incidents, because of the lack of numbers. Yeah.
And one more on Kate's submission, please, if I may. Has council given any thought to the staff using bikes instead of cars around town for jobs?
Hamish?
We have discussed the opportunity to perhaps add some cycles in a small way to the fleet. Most of our vehicle users are not confined to Ashburton town, and there are limitations to how we would be able to utilise cycling. So we haven't taken that very far yet, but have from time to time considered it.
Sarah?
I was just going to add, we've also sort of watched other councils like Selwyn, who did introduce a fleet of e-bikes, and yeah, it wasn't a sustained model that they'd be promoting, I guess I'd say. And with all our teams being in this building, generally we need to go something that's multiple people, or it's with bulky bags, equipment, ladders, you name it. So that's not that suitable either for biking. So yeah, has been looked into. Not saying it's completely crossed off the list, but it's not a priority at the moment.
Russell?
Thank you. Is the very small bike stand down outside the main entrance the only bike stand for this whole complex, library included?
Hamish?
Yes, currently for the public.
Yes. Yeah. Do we think that's enough? Because we want to encourage cycling, and then we only supply about 6 cycle parks for this whole facility for the general public. Just
Yes, we sort of keeping an eye on it, I think, is the best way of describing it. What we haven't seen is a whole lot of cycles leaning up against other surfaces. So we're not completely, what's chicken and egg. If we put a whole lot of bike stands up, would that encourage cycling? It's a little bit hard to know. So it's a work in progress, and we're wanting to keep an eye on it. We haven't received a great deal of commentary in the office about it being inadequate. So I think it's still a little bit watch this space.
Page 40. Oh, Lynette, sorry.
Can I just add to that one? Outside here, there is a few bikes being locked up down behind the facade here, right against the window. And I have reminded people don't leave the handlebars on their glass surface down there in the past. But going back to Kate White's and the biking on Cass Street, where do scooters belong? On that bike path on Cass Street or on the road? Because I know the hairdresser down there, the scooters are sort of right in the face of people coming out of the doorway. Where should they be? On the road or the footpath?
I think they can choose. They're another form of transport, and just like Mark's comment around cyclists can be on the road, and they can be on the shared pathway, and individual users will choose where they feel most appropriate. If you go to a bigger city and you witness cyclists, I see scooters, I see scooters on the footpath, I see scooters on the road, I see scooters in bike lanes. They're simply opting to travel in the space that suits them best. They're entitled to be on, as I understand it anyway, each and all of those spaces. but they're not required to particularly use only one of them.
Okay.
It comes down to respect for those around you, doesn't it? No matter where you are, whether you're on the footpath and needing to respect pedestrians, or whether you're on the road and needing to respect other users of the road.
Page 40. 41. That takes us to the end of public transport. Any further information on any issue or any changes to the LTP? Nope.
Maybe around those cycle trails.
Oh, yeah, we're going to save the question for economic development this afternoon for Simon. Yep. And that may lead into something perhaps which might come back to this, perhaps. Yep. Next, spending priorities. Mark.
So I mean, these submissions sort of focus on where council should focus its attention. You know, a lot of submitters talk about focusing on the basics, the infrastructure side of things, I suppose you could say. And yeah, I mean, obviously all of that's a political decision in terms of where you end up.
Okay, we'll go through page by page. 42. '43.
One of the ratepayers down, Julian Yapman, talked about roads, water, sewage are the most important things for council to focus on, but that tone comes through with a lot of underground water services we do normally. Could the Chief Executive just give us a quick breakdown as to it's probably the big one that a lot of people would say when we say it is the change if we've increased our spending on water and sewage and roading, and if that increase is much less or greater than the rest of the things we spend on, because I'm pretty sure we've spent a lot more on water and sewage and roading, then that shows that we demonstrate it. I'm just trying to demonstrate to the ratepayers that we are doing what we're not frivolous wasting it on art galleries and things that they've said. Not that I say wasting it on art galleries, but that's what they're suggesting, some of them.
I don't see her commenting on art galleries. We can look. I haven't got that off the top of my head, Councillor, but we could certainly give you some information by tomorrow in relation to where the increases across various activities have been over the last couple of years to give a clear picture of that.
Page 42, 43.
Is it,
Tony?
Thank you. The just on that spending priorities, like my understanding is roading and water make up half our increase in rates, the 9.9. So you could argue that half, we are spending on basic infrastructure that people are concerned about. Would that be correct?
Well, again, I would just like to clarify those numbers to be reflecting that accurately to you.
Interest and inflation features highly in the increase as well. Interest costs and inflation. And roading, water, it's all there, the basics. Next page, 44. 44, Russell.
Thank you. Gordon Tapa wanting us to identify other revenue streams such as the business park and other property activities that should be maximised to offset the costs of rates. And we've done that before, with forestry, but sitting here right now, I'm not sure where we're at with forestry either. I'm not sure where we're at with property to know where we are to maximise that investment for the return to our ratepayers, and what we would need to do to maximise those things in-house. So at some stage, and I'm not saying now because the workload's far too intense, but a report to come to us to say we would need to do X, Y, and Z to achieve a maximum return for our ratepayers, through our property department, if you like, and their various activities.
It's a fairly broad point you make. We can think about how we might demonstrate that to you. It's very clear, and I think you heard it very clearly in relation to airport fees, that our property team have heard loud and clear council's desire to maximise the portfolio to minimise effects on ratepayers. That's sometimes straightforward and sometimes less straightforward when we come to the reality of the doing. But certainly we could think about how we might have that conversation with you to give you some comfort that, to the best of our ability, we are doing that. I don't think we'd be able to do that for tomorrow's council meeting, but at a point in the future we can have a round table on the commercial vis-a-vis the practical realities for our property team. Yep.
Caroline?
Are we still on rates? Page 49?
44? What page do you want to go to? 45? $46? $47?
Mr. Mayor, rather than, if I may, than sort of individual pages, I think there's a theme running through the 4 or 5 pages, isn't there? That, you know,
Yep.
the times are tough, do your basics well, don't worry about the pretty things is the general message we're getting.
It does, it flows through. Stop wasting money. One there says stop wasting money on things that we don't need. Yeah, and I think this budget is supporting that. Yep. Next one, support local, 4.2, page 47. Carolyn?
And this goes to the comment I brought up yesterday with regards to the procurement policy, which I understand through Tony that's in the schedule for later on this year to be reviewed. And it says council provides the staff comments to Carmen Lai's response. Council procurement policy provides for a requirement to consider local value, and it does indeed. But I think when I brought it up in my first term, we do not have a quantifiable measure for that, like our council further south, Timaru, and I think Selwyn, they have quantifiable measures as to when we consider local. You know, what value, how much, do we give them a local weighting advantage? And I would like us to consider that when we review the procurement policy later on in the year. So thank you for your submission, Carmen.
Yeah, just on Carmen's submission, we this building, for instance, there weren't many local contractors worked on it at all. Reason being they didn't put in a tender. Can't make them do it. They were busy enough doing their other things. But yeah, let's have a look at the procurement policy. Phil?
Thank you. Yep, I follow on for both of your comments and say I agree with Carolyn, and yeah, but there are plenty of other projects that do have locals. For example, the sale of the library, and we used an out-of-town firm for that, and the street talk on that decision was substantial.
I think that process was tendered, was it? So the locals could have submitted on it. I'm not sure whether they did or not, but they could have. Rob?
Yeah, thank you. As far as local roading, I'd like to see a bit more happening with supporting local contractors like the ACL, Greg Donaldson, etc. We've got some good guys in here. I realise that it all comes down to dollars and cents and best tenders, etc. But we should probably work with them a little bit better so they are more in the price range of that's required, instead of just pushing them out. Give them an opportunity to have a decent crack.
That would have to be done through the procurement policy. Fulton Hogan, do you consider them local or not?
Not particularly, no. They've got a yard here, but they're not a local business as such.
Well, there's lots of things we could say about this. I suspect we're better to leave the discussion to the examination of the procurement policy. We are very fortunate here in that our group manager of infrastructure and open spaces has had some personal experience with a previous council that offered a discount or a premium for local, and he'll be able to share with you through that review of the procurement policy the effects that actually had for council's procurement. So that's all good stuff that you can take into account when we review that policy. We would just say that we give every tender we put out, the opportunity is there for local to submit. So we don't push anyone away. We don't exclude people from submitting a tender. We are very focused on trying to get the best value for the ratepayers for the particular job or work that is at hand. But as I say, I think the debate around the policy is probably best left to the review of that policy.
Save it to then. It is.
I'm on page 48, efficiency, is it okay?
Yep, we'll move, you finished support local and now on efficiency. Yep.
And there's a few comments there on, do we need the staff that we have? One there could do without 5% of back office council staff. Just wondering, are we at 100% capacity all the time with our staffing, or is there always sort of, how many on average are there?
We're never at 100% capacity in reality, and it fluctuates as the ebb and flow of employment works. We try and deliver the work program that council sets to the most efficient way, to the best of our ability, and whether that's employing staff to do that or whether it's employing contractors, consultants, or other third-party arrangements, it's generally the work program that drives the resources that we need to deliver that work program, rather than having people sitting around in the back office not productively doing something. But no, we would very seldom, I don't know if we've ever been at 100%, I would say we never are. And indeed, we've made some assumptions around that in the preparation of this budget.
And do we still have that one resource allocated each annual plan or each LTP?
Annual plan.
Is it annual plan up our sleeve?
Yes, Sarah might like to describe how that works.
In year one, there is no additional resource, but in future years, there is an allocation.
Year one, there's not, but future there is.
Correct.
Richard?
Does some of this narrative come around with the current, the public service being told it's gone, doubled in size and all this thing? But my view, only being here limited time, I don't think the council has got any bigger. Hamish, could you make a comment that, if we become a bloated bureaucracy like the media would like us to believe?
We don't perceive that to be true, but clearly that will within the eyes of the of the perceiver. Our overall staff employment has grown over the last few years, but it's in relation to the work that council has asked us to do, and that's what I keep referring to in terms of a staff resource. It doesn't grow separately from the work. So if we have a whole lot of work that needs doing, then we need to employ people to do that, or we need to engage external resources to do that. And certainly over the last few years there have been new activities. You think of the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, or you think of bringing economic development in-house, or you think of the pressure on various team resources to try and get the work done. Those have resulted from time to time in additional people being employed. But it's been in response to the work, not to get the same amount of work done by more people.
I think looking at the submitters here on efficiency, you say you're running efficient. We believe you. But every now and then we need to test that as governors, I think. And we were going to test that 3 years ago because we put some monies aside in the long-term plan for testing efficiency in the general organisation. And we didn't do it And one of the reasons, if I recall, was the shift from that building to this building. We'd pick it up again when we got here because of all that was going on. So we're now here, and if we've got a resource LTP'd for year 2, should we not use that resource to just check our efficiency? And it may come out and say we're spot on. But it's just the test that government should do every so often, I think.
No, I understand, and I think you're referring to the role that we had identified as the internal auditor role. And we did hold off making that appointment on the basis of the impact that that role would actually have on the organisation at a time, not only of the shift to here, but also the whole Three Waters reform and review and debate. And we had a lot of people very tied up in some of that work, and we felt that then adding another person roaming around the place to start examining and commenting on efficiencies was going to be very difficult to give effect to in any meaningful way to some of the things that they might have felt we could do. If the internal auditor role is the priority for council with the resource in this budget for year 2, then that is what we will do. At that time, we'll consider all the things that we know to be true and what weigh up whether that role indeed is the highest priority role. One of the implications of the internal auditor role around systems efficiency is likely to be an impact on our IT budget. So as they might find something that's not quite as efficient as it could be, almost always that'll involve capital expenditure to improve the system efficiency, as opposed to saving dramatically in money or numbers of people. If we can do things better, of course, either those extra people we may not need, or can be redirected to do other work more efficiently. So there is certainly gain to be made, but there's usually money to be spent to achieve those gains as well.
Good. Carolyn?
I totally support that, as I have done for a long time. I think we do need to review staffing and headcount and opportunities for savings or opportunities for redeployment or moving about within the organisation. And I don't know how flexible our workforce is and whether it can move from one department to another, but I think that all needs to be reviewed as and when we grow and retract and whatever. I'm going to comment on Craig McNabb's comment, submission on page 49, if I may, Mr Mayor.
No, we're not on to rates. That's this afternoon.
Are we not on to rates?
No.
We're on efficiency. Oh, well, I've said my piece.
Just adding on to the conversation, Murray Hawkes, do we look at our wages? He's talking about freezing wages, salaries and things. Do we look at other councils of that kind of same size, what they're getting, and balance theirs out? Are we higher or lower, or where do we fit in the structure overall?
Mr Mayor, I'll ask perhaps Sarah to comment in more detail, but we have a very sophisticated remuneration policy that enables us to attract and retain capable people to do the work required of them. So part of that is potentially a comparison with other councils, but it's actually a much broader information gathering exercise than just comparing us to other councils, and we use strategic pay to give us a whole lot of data as to what the market is doing. In the end, many of our employees have options and opportunities across the employment sector. It's not just restricted to what other councils are paying. But Sarah might like to comment in a little more detail, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, I think we're just wandering off a little bit from getting down to wages, but if Sarah wanted to make a very brief comment, it would be very brief. But I think efficiency is the key word here. Input out, input in, input out equals efficiency. And we shouldn't be delving down into what people are being paid or headcount or anything like that. It's efficiency is what.
It's just a question being asked, and just saying that we are fitting in that level. So that's good.
Yep. Thanks. Okay, Sarah.
Yes,
briefly.
just quickly, I was just going to say that comparing 30 June 22 with 23, we went up 5 people in terms of headcount and 1 FTE. So we're about to do the annual, well, after 30 June this year, we'll do the annual report figures again. So you'll be able to see that. But yeah, as you can see, there's a change in workforce trends. So up 5 people, but it was 1 FTE. So there was some ups and downs in terms of full-time and part-time.
Tony?
Thank you. I think from a governance point of view that it should be right to review the structure of the company, particularly now we're in a new building. We're all together as one. So does the structure we've got here now is the same as what it should be in the old building? So I think we should be looking at that. The only thing is when you do a review of roles, it probably does cause a bit of a negative impact amongst staff, but I think it's our role as in governance to question from time to time as if our governance is correct for today's environment.
Yep, thank you. Lane?
Yeah, I like Gordon Tupper's comments there as well.
All good. Mark, you got any further changes, any further information on your issue, or you'd like to make any changes? I think you may have got direction for year 2 anyway, for something to test efficiency. That takes us to lunchtime, so we'll break now for lunch, and 12:30 we're back. Yep. 12 to 12:30. 12:30 rates. Thank you.
People not very happy, but that's sort of half of the course, and looking to keep the overall rates increased to a minimum.
Carolyn?
I'd like to comment, which goes to the whole conversation around rates, Craig McNabb's submission, that sitting council need to keep the business side in check and how to account, which is what we've alluded to in the previous discussion prior to the fake lunch. And subsequent to that, our rates should be used towards the areas outlined and not wasted. This should be publicly available so Ashburton can hold us to account. I am thinking that this is publicly available information. Did we get back to the submitter and get specifics as to where we're missing, where the gaps are? Why is it not publicly available? Because surely it's not. I mean, sometimes our internet, to be fair, is tricky to find things, and I have the advantage of being able to email you guys and say, send me the link. Do you think that's what the reference is? I mean, I'm just guessing, I don't know.
A couple of things. We think this information is available. I guess there is a question sometimes of how easily it is able to be found and how people can access the information, but it's not hidden away or unavailable. In terms of replying to submitters, we haven't replied to submitters substantially yet because we're still going through their submissions, and I doubt that we are intending to ask them to further explain the issues they raise. We will reply to them to answer the things they have said to the best of our ability, but in general, groups of submissions. We simply don't have the capacity in the back office to have detailed correspondence with every submitter about why they felt something was or wasn't true and to explain it further. That's not that's not something we're able to do. But we will reply to every submitter to the best of our ability, but more generally in themes than specifics.
Page 50. Carolyn, you're still on. Page 51.
Page 50, Mr Mayor, Carolyn Hitchcock's one about the rural-urban split, and I think that goes to the core of how we manage our different portfolios, or the waters and the roading and that, and we maintain the independence of each one. I think we do that very well, but I think that's, if it's transparent, that will alleviate that problem.
'51. Rob.
Thank you. I'd like to just come back to 49 with Owen Moore. He has mentioned about the hangars, which we've already discussed earlier, but I'm just a wee bit concerned about the rate increase that's suggested with the museum out there, and Owen's comment of it looking like it's going to be a cash cow for council. What is the view of council on that comment?
Through the chair, if I may. So I've had, while I won't discuss individual leases, as you know, but I have had conversations with Owen, as has the property team, and they're working very closely with him right now. Owen, the museum's lease is a completely different scenario to the hangars. It's a completely different set. It's a community-based, and we're working on that with him right now. And we're also conscious of the request put through yesterday, and when I phoned him yesterday, we're looking at how we can protect that moving forward, because it is a community-based facility.
Yes, it is, and I'd hate to see them start to consider removing the museum from the district if it gets unsustainable for them.
They get a community rate now, do they not?
Through the chair, he gets that on the on his rates on the land that he uses. But at the moment, he's looking at the museum is looking at increasing their footprint because they want more building, and the property team are working very closely with him. And that came up. I went back and checked after Owen presented to make sure that we were keeping him in the loop, and he is happy with the progress we're making.
Good. Okay. It's 51. Richard.
The perennial, you'd say the UAGC wanting to perhaps increase it. Could the Chief Executive comment with, if we use with a local water done better, Auckland Water being spun off is a better word, out of the council, how would that, if that ever happened in our district, where I mean is that became a CCO, how would that affect the ability to charge the UAGC?
Leanne might be able to better comment, but in general, the UAGC is capped by legislation at 30% of which rates? Yeah.
Of our. So I did this exercise a few years back when we were looking at Three Waters moving, and it really depends on every single council on that proportion, because the 30% is a cap of our rates, excluding water. So the trouble when you lose water, that 30% will become a bigger proportion. So it really depends on how we charge our rates. And I actually, when we started this Three Water process, went back asking for them to review the 30% on those grounds. But of course, in the meantime, we've moved forward. So it really will depend. And you'll know from our current year that our 30%, we haven't had to put as much dividends into that to bring it back to 30%, and it's purely because of our targeted rates are a higher proportion. Did I answer that?
Yeah, it's probably, it would be going forward, if that was what worked the best for our community, that we, I don't know whether it'll happen or what, but that's been an example in Auckland. If that happened, it'd just be great to understand in the current year, if that happened, what would that mean to our UAGC? Would it go way up or way down? Because that would be something that we should be
thinking about.
Yeah, let us take that away from this discussion and do some work for you. One of the things council will be facing in the coming months, of course, is we'll have a great deal more understanding about what's required for the water service delivery plans, and we'll be having more conversations with various parties as to what the future of local water done well means for this community. And part of that will be, if this council is not rating for water and wastewater and potentially stormwater, then what will that mean for the future of rates, but not only rates, the manner in which our rates are struck, i.e. the UAGC. At the moment, the government and this council has made a number of submissions that the 30% limit on the UAGC should be increased, but no government or a political party has yet picked that up as a really active piece of work. And across New Zealand, we're one of the few councils that have it as high as we do at the 30% limit, so it's usually at a lower level across New Zealand.
Okay, the Marin Dunn, June Dumday, yeah. She talks about a huge part of the rates are a huge part of the family budget, needs to be put aside each week to pay for the rates quarterly. Ratepayers can pay weekly if they want.
Through the chair, correct, and many do. So we have different payments programs set up, and we work with our ratepayers to find the best solution.
Yeah, so if people find the quarterly rate payment doesn't suit them, then you can do it more frequently to suit your needs.
Correct, and if they're in a payment plan, they're not going to get penalised.
We publicise that every so often too, I think, don't we?
Correct, we do, and our sole rates officer spends a lot of time with ratepayers, working through program payment plans with them.
Yep. Just on Lynette Bridge, and it suggests the comment suggests council pays lip service to the community, such as TWW. What's TWW? Does anyone know?
It's this building that's there to Wharewhakatiri. Yeah.
Hadn't heard it called that before, but it is.
Thank you. I was just going to go back to your comment about the weekly payments, and I see in here it says it's $61.60 per week. That's average. So, yeah, you can't really break that up into township. People would have to do that themselves. I know I pay weekly, and it works well.
It's the end of the rates. Anything more information required? Any changes?
Just when you pay, a person pays weekly and they're entitled to a rebate, how does that work?
Through the chair, the rates rebate is totally separate. That is government funded, and so the rebate would be applied to their collective rates that they owe, and then the rates officer will typically work out what that weekly direct debit looks like after that.
But there is no discount for paying weekly. That's not what generates the rebate. Rebate is based on your income, so there's no rebate for regular payment. No.
Some people choose to pay their whole rates bill for a year in one go. You get a few of them as well.
Yes, we do, and we have a number who are always in credit. They pay in advance and stay on top of it, and we deal with that, and we have lots of fun with Audit New Zealand at the end of the year, every year on that one.
So there's many ways to pay your rates that assist people. That's the end of the year. No changes, I don't think. Got all the info you need there, Mark. Shall we move on to fees and charges? No lunch yet, Joan? No. Fees and charges. Page 53.
Yep, so this is page 53 to 59. So there wasn't any real submissions on the general fees and charges comment there. Ashburton Airport we've discussed, and the other one is around the EANC membership proposed change. So there is a separate memo in Stella that takes you through the results of a survey that the team did at EANC.
Rob.
With fees and charges, I just want a small point on the Ashburton Airport. You suggested that you run what we discussed for 12 months, is that right? To see how it tapered out cost-wise?
The council will decide tomorrow, but one suggestion was that we adopted the aircraft owners
212.
to 212.
Yes,
We
over
run that for
12
12
months.
months, but that was less, I think, about seeing how we went and more about giving us time to report on how a different management structure for the aerodrome might work, i.e. how could the group, whatever the group actually is, might run it themselves. It was to give us the time to do that work rather more than to assess the financial impact with a view to it necessarily carrying on. But we would have that data to do that with if we wished.
Could I suggest maybe it be looked at with the $212 landing fee over the 12 months extended to a minimum of 5 years, please?
Well, you'll decide that tomorrow. The intention was to make that change for that 12 months to give us the time to look at the management structure rather than put something like that in place for 5 years without understanding the impact.
I think management structure runs in line with the profitability of what we've put in or going to put in place for them. And it would give us a better idea over 5 years rather than 12 months.
Yeah, you could suggest that tomorrow. Whether you get support or not will be a different story. But if you set that fee for 5 years, in year 6, with inflation moving along, there's going to be another, perhaps, huge jump, and we'll be back to the same position we're in, where little increments every year with inflation seem to be more palatable, but more than welcome to try and test that tomorrow.
What I'm trying to suggest is it helps both parties, council and the users of the airport, over a longer period of time.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that we were intending, I thought, with that piece of work around how the airport is managed was that the group that might run the airport would set their own fees. So I don't know if we need 5 years if that's the case. If council decides to continue to manage it in-house, then that would be a relevant consideration for council. But in the end, that'll be council's call tomorrow.
To give you some solace, every annual plan we redo fees and charges every year. So if they're not appropriate, the $212 landing is not appropriate after year 2, we could change it. In year 3, we could change it again, up or down. We set the fees and charges every year. Yep. So doing it for 5 may lock you into something you don't wish, but tomorrow we'll test it. Yep. Page 54. On what, sorry?
It's all airport.
Oh.
Page 59.
Okay.
Through the chair,
networks, yeah.
we can happily go through the general comments first if you so wish. And we have a memo regarding the membership structure, which was a sort of a identified topic that we went directly to the members on as well. And also there's a memo that includes some feedback around hours, which links into one of the more general submissions that we heard that presented in person, and also some commentary. So possibly we can do the general and the hours first, and then we can move on to the membership if that suits.
Follow your direction. Yep. Liz?
I've got a question on page 59 that it's not up on the screen, but I guess it's okay. Liz Dupree regarding her aquafit classes. One is for 45 minutes, one is for 30 minutes, yet they're the same price. That seems odd to me. Can you explain that a bit more?
Yeah, through the chair, the group fitness timetable is, because it's linked to membership and concession cards, there is no differential pricing depending on the length of a class. It is a group fitness class is the classification. So it could be 30 minutes, 45 or 60, and there is no differential pricing associated with any classes in that timetable.
So the person just chooses which one they want to go to, and whether it's 45 minutes or 30 minutes, that's...
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, and simple part of the membership structure was the proposal was to reduce our 194 combinations of membership, which includes membership and pricing. So adding a variation of durations of classes would just snowball the administration, which we're trying to remove. So yes.
You probably know more. Why aren't they all 45 minutes? Is it just not, you can't do that?
Different classes, so we deliver a lot of different classes, and those programs come preset to different times. So some of them are an hour, some of them are 45. Through that lunch period, between the 12 and 1, we tend to use 30-minute classes, which allows people to get in from work, do the class, and get back out to work within that general 1 hour kind of assumption of a lunch break as well.
So this is what you're doing now, it's not what we're moving to.
We're not intending to change the timetable. There's two topics of conversation, and the one I think you're referring to is the membership structure of how much it costs to be a member of EANC. But this comment by Liz was regarding the duration of a class within the timetable, which isn't intended to change.
Right, so you've got a good answer for Liz.
We believe so, and it's standard across all facilities, that's how...
In New Zealand?
Yes.
Yep, great. Phil?
Thank you. I see Dan is suggesting our car park's too big for just one exit. I believe once we widen that the current exit, that will alleviate a lot of the issues there. Are you guys comfortable with that as well?
Yes, we do believe it will help. At peak times, pure volume games, it's going to help the division of left and right turning, with left being easier and preferable. It's not going to solve everything. It's a good solution that doesn't cost a lot. Clearly, an additional exit way, like a whole new in and out, would be our preferred model, but that has some significant dollars attached to it. It is included in the master plan, and we're also continuously looking at other things that we can possibly do. But yeah, step one is the widening, and we do hope it helps, but it won't be the silver bullet of, everyone's problems.
No further questions on the networks? Thank you. Still no lunch yet, so we'll move on to... We'll break there and come back for district towns.
No, we haven't done any
membership, sorry.
Would you like to just, we can leave the membership, but just refer to the memo regarding hours. It is called membership survey, but it has hours feedback in there as well, just to close off that general comment.
Okay.
Can you please put that up on the screen, whoever's got that? Is that Femke?
It's under the deliberations, it's on its own thing.
When we went out to members directly, we, in addition to talking about the membership structures, we asked them about the hours. So directly to the people who use the facility, what are their views on the hours that we currently have, noting that this might be a conversation within this LTP.
Has everyone got the memo?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not the 8-page document.
No, one next to it, the 2-page document.
It's called EANC, and then there's a memo.
Right, it's actually on screen as well, so you've got it. Sorry, Stuart, carry on.
Yes, so I was just going to say there were, in terms of the feedback, we asked about gym hours, and that first graph shows you in terms of the respondents, which was 10% of our membership base. So when we're talking about the survey feedback for the membership structure, which is after lunch, or the hours, which is now, it was from a response rate of 10% of those members. So every member got a direct email with the information, with the links and the information, of which 57% said no change to the gym hours. And then there were also some people that weren't gym users, so they didn't comment, or they preferred earlier opening, at later close, or both. So I guess looking at that graph, you could, well, the majority of people who replied said no change in terms of gym hours. In terms of the pool, it's a bit more varied. Still no change was the majority. However, a significant sort of jump in terms of the other options was later close. And you'll recall that it was the closing time of the pool that did change post-COVID and has remained to change. Officers did look at the costing, and from recollection I was going to say it was 40,000 to increase the pool hours to align them with the gym. So the facility as a whole had back to singular one closing time and operating time, stadium excluded because that has different commitments. But this feedback, even though it's from a smaller proportion of the group, along with the verbal feedback that you received, does align that there is some support to increasing the pool hours, potentially whether it's weekends or just weekdays, or a combination of both. It could be a middle ground of not reducing to the full hours of opening hours at night, but some nights. Those are the things that could be considered based on this feedback.
So if you spent the 40,000, how many extra hours an evening would you get for that?
Through the chair, I believe from memory, a few months since we did those calculations, but it was 1 extra hour per evening. It was the lifeguard and reception allowance for 1 extra lifeguard per evening, 7 days per week.
And the weekend.
And what time do you close now?
So the pool area closes Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. and Saturday, Sunday at 5 p.m. And the gym is 1 hour later than that, so Monday through Friday 8 p.m. and Saturday, Sunday 6 p.m.
Right, thank you. Cool.
I'm talking about pool hours. I had somebody come and talk to us at Talk It Up Tuesday or on the street, I can't remember now. And this man was a big pool goer and enjoyed the swimming, and that was his exercise. He finished his work at 5:30, but he also enjoyed the spa pool. And he felt very uncomfortable going through the spa pool when the children were doing swimming lessons or whatever during the day. He would prefer to go to the spa pool in the evening at the end of work after his swim. If we extended the hours like 2 nights a week and say Saturday, or I don't think Friday and Saturday would be popular, would that cover the spa pool as well?
Through the chair, yes, it would. The hours that we're talking about are everything within that aquatic space. Yeah. So steam room, spa, all pools, etc., etc.
So if there was, say we felt $40,000 was a lot of money, and we've just reviewed the rate rises and feedback on the rates and all the rest of it. Say we went to 2 nights a week or 3 nights a week, that would presumably reduce that 40,000 down to 20,000. Is that right?
You're correct that it would reduce the figure. I wouldn't want to commit to the exact figure without recalculating it, but you are correct, it would reduce.
And so we currently have, and our proposal is that we go to, which people have various views on, we go to one charge, so people can use wet, dry or whatever for $20 a week. Would, if you had different hours that we currently have, is that not unusual for a facility-wide fee, is my comment, my question.
The phrase unusual, every facility in New Zealand does something different, so I think you would struggle to find something uniform to then quantify the phrase unusual. It would need some
I'm just saying if you had sorry to interrupt, Richard, if you had a standard fee of $20 a week, but that $20 a week allowed you to spend till 8 o'clock in the gym, but only 7 o'clock in the swimming pool, this is what we're currently offering. This is what the proposal is currently.
That is correct.
Yeah.
But people, I guess, accept or purchase the membership
That's right.
knowing the hours of the facility and the quirks of the hours of our facility.
Yeah, and I
currently.
raise that for people's thoughts, really.
Thank you. Carolyn, I think the person you mentioned was someone that came in and submitted to us, who may have talked to you at councillor chat as well, but we did have a submitter last week that talked about that as well, but I think it's time to revisit the hours, and it would be good to have the $40,000 option as an extra hour each day, but it would also be good to have a lesser amount sort of option that we could look at as well. It's definitely
It could be one night a week where it's extended out.
exactly, but I think it's definitely time to look at that. And I know it's not mentioned in here, but it was mentioned before about the we may come to that, about the women's only night swimming, and I know it's costly, I know it ends up being a lot of effort and requires a lot of staff, but maybe that could be presented as well.
Richard?
Yes, I would support the changing to the sometimes later, but you want to be, I agree with you, want to be able to corral the people into certain times rather than having one person come one night each week, because otherwise you just, if it's open, you'll get one person for sure. But if you could corral some later, you could make a feature of it some nights, which would be a good thing.
Yeah, rather than blanket 7 days somewhere in between and trial it. If no one turns up, you go back to keep it flexible. Yeah, I think.
I think variable hours become difficult for people to know which nights you've got the longer nights. Just relating it
You wouldn't chop and change all the time, but you'd
but I
trial
think-
something, didn't work, and remove it again.
Yeah, but I think
whatever
it would be
works.
consistent with 7 o'clock or whatever it is right through the week. I just know from a retail background, if you variable hours, customers don't click onto the when you're open or when you're shut.
Mr Mayor, we do have the experience, of course, in the library where there are varying hours on various days of the week, but the days of the week are consistent week on week. But there are different closing times on different days of the week, and users adjust and become familiar with when it is open because it's consistent week on week.
Thank you, and probably I would seek advice from Richard as to what he thought may be the nights that are most likely to benefit from an extra hour, whether that's 1, 2 or 3, whatever it may be, because we'd only be guessing sitting in here. That man is based down there and hopefully would have some better advice.
Through the chair, I think would be best to take that offline and come back with some solid advice around that, and possibly including the costings as well.
That's right. Okay, I think the end of now EANC membership.
Yes,
Good
and the memo regarding membership can be dealt with after lunch.
Okay, we'll adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
welcome back. Nice lunch break. And we are continuing with EANC, Mark.
Yes, so in Stella and on screen there's now a memo that deals with the results of the survey that came back on the membership structure. So that's the next topic to talk through.
And that's up on screen for us. Thank you.
So I guess just by way of summary, alluded to, we earlier we sent out a direct email to 734 current members, of which we received 77 back, so just over 10%. And the primary purpose of the survey was to ask whether or not they agreed with our preferred option of a single facility-wide membership, being you sign up to be a member and you can go to gym classes in the gym, you can go to gym classes in the pool, you can go to swimming in the pool, and you can go to the gym itself. So it was a real split, as you can see. 48% said that they said yes, they're happy with the proposed single membership. 52%, which is clearly larger, but not by a significant amount, preferred the alternative of either choosing access to the wet area, aka the pool, or the dry area, so that was the option, or having one tier up of the whole facility. So it just gave a wee bit more customer choice. Both options assist with regards to reducing the number of membership types, which is one of our drivers in terms of putting this forward. They both assist with regards to access to locations and current loopholes that we've got with the various memberships that we've got, so both are good from that perspective as well. And the other thing to note, there was some feedback with regards to thinking that we were taking the option to pay fortnightly or regularly away. That was never the intent, and we believe our comms was quite clear to say all payment options in terms of how you wish to pay are still standard. They won't change, but there were some people that you will see in the feedback that said, I don't want to pay upfront membership, and we're not asking that. We did introduce we're proposing to introduce a loyalty discount, whereby if people were to sign up for 6 months or longer, as opposed to the real flexible model that we have at the moment, just to get some consistency and sort of guaranteed revenue streams that previously EA hasn't had. So that was something, and in doing this review, we also changed and aligned all our discount membership groups. Previously, the corporate members had quite a large discount of 25%. We reduced that to align with the other discounted groups of seniors, students, and recently the community services card holders as well. So now all discounted groups are proposed to be at one level, and that was at 15% discount off the sort of standard rates. So yeah, based on your decision when it happens or discussion, there's a little bit more conversation that we need to do to confirm how concession cards work depending on which option we go to. But that's just a FYI. Is there any other questions that you'd like us to answer? As I said, the survey results are fantastic, but they're very split. You could go either way, and yeah, as officers, we're happy with either option. There's no strong preference. Potentially the non-preferred option from Council's initial proposal of having wet, dry and facility-wide does help people with the thought that which is a theme that comes through of, I don't use that, so I'm not paying for that. So even if it's a perceived, that assists with that. So we'd possibly lean that way if were to ask our opinion, but we're over to you in terms of decisions.
So do you need a steer on which one now, or do we need, or is it up for discussion tomorrow? Prefer it now?
It would be valuable for us to get a sense of where council's at. I'm just looking at Tony or Leanne in terms of the fees and charges. This will be part of the decision making tomorrow? Yes. So a steer now would be helpful, but not the final decision.
That's fine. We'll go to questions then, Carolyn.
What percentage of your members are on a corporate or a community services card or an over 65 card or any other discount card?
Through the chair, that exact figure I wouldn't have in front of me now, but I'd be happy to find that out and report back tomorrow.
25% or 10% or?
It could be an advance of 25%.
Oh.
It says 34.
It's 34.
On
How
page
that's a lot.
2.
Thank you, Hamish.
Of the survey respondents. So the survey respondents were 77.
Of respondents, yeah.
Yes. So
that would be good to have that tomorrow because they're not. Because there's a submitter in here, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, there's a submitter in here that says, why aren't we all paying the same rate, So I thought that would be interesting to know. That's a lot if it is 35 or whatever.
Through the chair, can I just clarify exactly what it is that you would like me to return with
How
tomorrow?
many of the people that are members at EA Network Centre are there on a corporate membership or an over 65 membership or any discounted structure as opposed to buying 6 months or whatever, but because of their circumstance?
Okay.
Or they're lucky to be working for a company that pays it for them.
Tony?
Thank you. So you distributed 734, 77 replies. So do we assume that those who didn't reply were happy with what the present arrangements were? Do I sort of say the squeaky wheel, if people are just annoyed about something, they normally respond, but if they don't respond, they are happy?
yes, when we didn't know which way the feedback would go, and I actually thought we might have received more responses than 77. The membership email that went out to everyone clearly said the price increases and the options. So I suspect we got people who had a strong view to the preferred option of having a single membership. So and that's what we received. And with the rest of the members who chose not to respond, you can, I believe, only but assume that they're happy with what we proposed, or they would have too put the effort in to say this is rubbish, in which we were happy to receive if that was the case.
Okay, so there's two options there. One is a proposal to move to a single tier membership, which is facility wide. Option 2 is to move to a 2-tier membership, wet, dry or facility wide. So preferences on option. So how many for option 2? 4. Yep, 4 for option 2. How many for option 1? So 1 for option 1, 4 for option 2. The rest not bothered? 2. Let's go 2. Yes, question? No?
If I want to go swimming, can I still pay for 10 cards? Or if I come with a family?
Through the chair, so as Sarah noted, whatever the decision here is, we'll take away and review those concession cards, but yes, you can still pay. This doesn't affect the rest of the fees and charges schedule.
Okay, so
you can still pay for a casual fee, you can still pay for a concession card of sorts, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's membership only. Yep. Yep. So it sounds like option 2. Thank you. Mark, what are we on to next? Is that tie up? Not all the EANC. We've got some coming through afternoon tea.
Yeah, if you want to do those now while Richard's available, we could potentially do those now if that works for you.
Either or. I see we've got the last item for the day was the LTP feedback via the master plan stuff. So are you able to do that now?
Yes, so there's some under recreation facilities, so that's starting on page 108.
Yep.
So maybe if we do those.
Okay, so back to general feedback?
Yes, correct.
Yep. So, general feedback. And 108.
It's 1111 for EA&C.
Sorry, 1111. Thank you, Sarah. And that's where the comment was that I mentioned before about the women-only swimming is there. So we've got bottom of page 1111. Any questions on that, or Carolyn?
Can I comment on the woman? You had mentioned the women's only swimming. Am I allowed to comment on that?
Of course you can. Yeah.
We have a submission from Kathy Harrington-Watt, Safer Mid Canterbury, on the reasons and why a woman, we did the trial and there were some barriers to setting up the program. Did we do a cost analysis as to how much it costs to run the women's only swim session?
Through the chair, back when we did the trial, we did do a desktop analysis at the end of it. I wouldn't have that data on hand now to give you any details on it. I'd be happy to find it and come back to you.
That would be great. Come back tomorrow, would that be right? Thank you.
That would be good, thank you. Any other questions on 111? No, we'll go to 112. Lane?
Yeah, just for Kathy as well.
Yeah.
Why are the barriers? What are the barriers?
For the women's swim night. Richard?
Through the chair, and Hamish may wish to elaborate. Our biggest barrier is finding a space in our timetable and a staffing that is women only as well. Of course, we're an equal opportunity employer, so we take the best possible employees at that time, and there is absolutely no guarantee that we can put a fully female staff on to service that at that point in time. The desire is there, and our team continue to be in communication with Kathy, but due to various reasons of attrition and all sorts of things, we're struggling to find that exact spot. We had that conversation simply last week, and we continue to have that to try and achieve the outcome.
There's also some, I guess, physical or environmental challenges that we did last time that added to the cost and, I guess, time consumption or inefficiencies of that program. For example, there were people playing in the stadium, so we had, for want of a better word, tarpaulins, I don't think they were, but, stuck to every wall along the stadium wall. So it had to be completely enclosed with no visual and through any window to meet their requirements, which we achieved to the best we can. If it was going to be a regular thing, we'd want it to be in a less time-hungry way to try and find the sweet spot between offering it on a semi-regular basis but with not so much significant setup and pack down time that ultimately, didn't make it as successful from our perspective in terms of time and cost.
Yeah, and I know Carolyn, Lynette and I went along to one of the nights, and it was fantastic. There was a great response, and everyone seemed to be very happy, but we also realised how many hours the staff had put in. So, but work it out.
In terms of the hours, just following on to that conversation and trying to tie up loose ends, Richard found the information that we'd done in terms of analysis of changing the hours, so we can share that with you now. You can consider it in due course and, so hand over those options.
So we did a few calculations over lunchtime just to quantify it. So depending on what council's direction was, changes the amount of money you would want to put into the long-term plan to move the facility opening hours. For example, if you chose 2 weeknights and both weekend days, extending the pool by 1 hour, that would cost an additional $20,000 per year. If you went to 3 weekdays and both weekend nights, that would be $25,000 per year. So there is a breadth of options there, and we can shore those up as council wishes.
So basically 5k a night, is that what you're saying?
Approximately. The weekends are a wee bit different because the roster.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Lane?
So in the weekend, would you get more people in? Normally, or before, or because normally weekends people do something else?
Through the chair, purely an observation, that at 5 o'clock on a Saturday or a Sunday does tend to be a higher volume time where we are having to ask people, look, it is closing time, it is moving. So we do believe that if the pool was open till 6, there could be absolutely a level of interest there. As the submitter last week said as well, there is a section of the community that want to come and use the spa or the steam room later in that evening to kind of slow themselves down, and they don't tend to like to do it around Learn to Swim. So every day kind of has its merits to potentially go out those hours. To quantify the exact numbers of patrons is nigh on impossible.
So the weekends is just till 6 and the other one goes till 8?
Currently the weekends are till 5.
Yeah, but
you could go till 6,
if
yes.
you do it, it's going to 6, and outside the weekend, during the week, it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, currently the week nights are till 7, you would go out to 8 would be the possibility.
Russell?
Thank you. Are we able to put maybe 25,000 on the board to see what impact that has? There will be a slight variation because there will be the odd person who says they don't go swimming now because they have to finish earlier and so may come back to swimming. So we may get a little bit of an increase in users, but let's make it worst case scenario and put the 25 up there. And
we do need to make provision for the cost side of it.
Yes.
So put 25.
If everyone's happy with
Everyone happy with that? Yep. So 25. Thank you. And I see on the top of page 112, we've got Simon Gregg, who was the one that came in and spoke to us about the hours and wanting to use the spa and steam room, sorry. Any questions on those submissions on page 112? If not, that's that part, yes.
So I wonder if we skip to that last item just on the other LTP feedback. So this was feedback on the water issues that came via the EA Master Plan consultation. So maybe if we cover that off as well.
Thank you. So it's on page 129 through to 131, and it's the bottom of 129. It's got nice pink highlighting through there, so you should be able to find it. Any questions? Comments on those submissions? No, go down to page 130. Let's give you a bit of time to go through. I've got one, there's John Thompson. There's a definite need for more outdoor courts to allow more room for either sports to grow. Can you remind me in the...
It says indoor, I believe.
Oh, indoor courts. Sorry.
With the master plan, we were intending to have, I'm going to say 3 half-size community play courts, so 1 whole court and a half. What we have noticed is they're mainly used for training or shooting hoops, so having the option of, as opposed to 2 full courts, 1.5, we believe that would be sufficient for the that. But yeah, that's for later.
Put my glasses on now, we're all good. Any other comments on page, is it Phil?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make note of Tanya Dearns from Canterbury Rugby, sort of backing up what Jed said in his passionate visit.
Yep. And 131. And there's some comments on the bottom there regarding the hydroslide. quiet. Right. Everyone happy? Do you need any more information from us with that? No? Great.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Sarah. So now we are on to district towns, and again, I think we're on the general summary the whole way through now, page 60. So just to note, these are the comments that came through in the LTP submissions and the Methven Community Board submission, which was largely about Methven, sort of filters through on different topics. Is that
That's correct.
Yep. We've got Simon and Jane up here, thank you. So page 60. Yep. Russell?
So the lighting submission from Methven comes up at a different stage?
Yes, it does.
Yep.
Yep.
I
Yep.
did wonder, Madam Chair, if you'd wanted to do the tourism, economic development, tourism, while Simon is here at the same time.
Sure, yep. We'll accommodate. It's probably easier. Richard?
The require one with respect to the 10K beautification fund, that's still in place, isn't it? Is it?
As I understand it, they're just wanting to maintain, is that correct, Leanne? Or Tony?
Tony?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, Ian did check that the required beautification money is still in the budget.
So just to check, how does that get paid to the Rakaia Community Association, and then they, or is it held in the open spaces budget? How does that work?
As I understand it, it's held in the open spaces budget, and Ian works alongside the Rakaia Community Association in terms of what priority projects they might have on the cards that year.
Great, thank you. Anything else on Methven or Rakaia? Nope. Okay, so
So economic development's on page 67, staying on page 67.
thank you. So general comments first. Any questions? Carolyn?
We have mentioned in the past in this council, and I'm responding to Lynette Bridges' submission on an income generator. And we have talked about this before with regards to some sort of investment strategy or where to put funds if we sell a Glasgow lease or whatever. And we've spoken about the industrial estate and how that generates income. Have we had a thought about this? Like, I know that Simon does work on investing in this in the past. Is there any further development in this area?
We have a treasury policy which dictates how council sees we should invest funds and what's an appropriate risk across the portfolio. So that's our guiding document. It doesn't contemplate council getting involved in what we might call higher risk business ventures for the sole purposes of commercial return.
Neil?
Just on the Kate White submission, disagrees with wasting 50,000 on a business case, she says, for a learning hub. So we think we've had a lot of information on that, what you want to do there, have we?
Simon?
So we've commenced the work on just exploring what a straw man would be for that hub. So we've put together a group. Kate White's been invited to be on it. The first meeting of the working group was last week. So it'll be coming to the activity briefing next time with more detail. But we've put together a working group of all of the community learning providers, plus some from farther afield, including Lincoln and Canterbury. So be able to provide more feedback. But yeah, I understand that the position may have changed, but you'd have to get that from directly from Kate now. So, but she's been engaged onto that group.
So what do you propose to use the 50,000 for?
The 50,000 will be for a formal feasibility study.
In-house?
Probably not. I don't think we've got the skills in-house to necessarily do that. But we'll have developed a concept that can then be considered by a feasibility study prior to the feasibility study being done.
So the 50,000 is for a feasibility study, is it? Yep.
What year is that? Year 2? Neil, you still got a question? No. Richard?
In the Fed Farmers one, Rachel Thomas, page 67, it's bringing it up really. They're moving the 150,000 allocated for installing the Welcome to Ashburton sign. Where's that at the moment? Because it's obviously some of the other submitters and Talk It Up Tuesday talk about it quite a bit. So where is the sign funding and at?
There's a business case being developed that's gone into the LTP process, and we're currently waiting on a decision on that process as to where we go next. But we've mapped out. I mean, the councillors have already considered some designs. We're now sort of formally asked for some money for that, but it's within the process.
Hamish?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's in this LTP awaiting your adoption. It was a business case that council accepted for inclusion in the draft, and this is feedback on the fact that that inclusion is in there. So you're now considering that feedback, but it's in the current LTP. I can't remember which year was it.
No, I don't know.
Do we recall which year?
Simon, do you know which year it is?
We'll find out.
No, we're not sure.
Okay. Neil?
Is it a nice to have or is it a must have, the signage? There's signage there already. I don't think it was 100% agreement that we had it in, but I think we went out to consult on it.
Yeah, so now's your chance to tell us whether it stays in or not. But the business case was created, council accepted the business case for inclusion. We're getting feedback. Now you're coming to the pointy end of deciding.
Yeah, and it would be good to know which year it's in, so we can make that decision. Lynette?
Just going back to Kate White, the 50,000 for the business case is going to be done now, or it starts in 2 years' time, or are you having this facility open in 2 years' time?
The feasibility study will be in year 2 of the LTP if you approve the budget.
Just go to Tony, you've been up.
Yeah, just wondering where the government stands on this, because they're looking at the whole education and scheme, and I think, are we going too soon?
Yeah. The feasibility study will take into account the environment that the government is setting at that time. This feasibility study isn't dependent on the government's position, it'll reflect the government's position.
Tony, you can tell us.
Sorry, can I add to that as well? The feasibility study may not be for a building either. You know, what we're trying to determine at the moment is the size and scale of the response needed to a lack of learning opportunities for people in Ashburton. A building to house a hub is at one end of the spectrum, and a more virtual learning network might be at the far end of the spectrum, and we're not quite sure. We're taking the advice of people in the industry at the moment as to where on that spectrum we should develop our response to clearly a massive need locally.
Right, Tony, for the Welcome to Ashburton signs, which year?
Yes, so we've got 161,000 in year 4.
161, year 4. Welcome to Ashburton signage. Russell?
Thank you. Following on from Philly earlier in the earlier submissions we had on cycle trials and the perceived benefit to the district, I wonder if they would have a greater advantage for us than a single sign, and maybe that money that's sitting there for signage may be better put to use in some planning and development of the cycle trails in the districts and the linkage of them.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Carolyn?
Yes, good suggestion. I don't support it. I think we do need a welcoming we need, that's right, we need both, that's right. We need a welcoming to Ashburton sign in some form or other. You know, whether it's a big fancy lit thing or whether it's a more modest type of thing like they've got in Rakaia, but we certainly need a sign that says Ashburton. I strongly support the business case for the education hub, and I think it's vital, and we have a lot of people in our district that are travelling down to Timaru for 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week to do things that hopefully we can do here and retain our youth and retain our talent and retain our services in the town. So I strongly support the development of a business case for some learning activity in Ashburton, tertiary learning.
Thank you. The 161,000, is that for a big lit up sign? How many? That's for 4 signs, is that correct?
Yeah, three signs.
Okay.
So on the Methven, the entrance from Methven, and then the entrances on the State Highway north and south.
Okay.
We haven't seen any designs for those yet, sort of firm designs? Question mark?
Hamish?
I recall council, maybe it was the previous council,
Yes, it was.
Did some work and there was 10 signs from memory, and councillors expressed a wide variety of views on all 10 of those. And that was information that was part of the assessment of what it might cost to provide those signs. I can't recall which sign now had the most support, but one was an A with some plants growing out of it, and some were yeah. And there was other creative ways of saying welcome to Ashburton. I can't just remember which one was the preferred now. Yeah. But we can, you know, if this survives for year 4, by the time we come to do the work, we obviously need to confirm and sharpen up the design. If the design is a key factor in whether you keep it in year 4, we can bring some of that, the conclusion to some of that work, perhaps back to you tomorrow, so you can see where that thinking had got to at that point.
I think
if that's of any value.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Phil?
I was going to go back to the earlier cycling chat. Can I do that now?
Yes, go for it.
Yep. Simon, we had the Neil Pluck submitted and several others about cycleways. You and I have discussed this. I just wondered where it is on your radar, your team's radar.
Yeah, thanks. It's certainly on the team's radar. Hamish, I think, covered off the position that we're at the moment quite succinctly earlier with there's no budget for this, so I simply can't progress anything without some form of funding to get that underway. I was listening to the debate earlier, so I did a quick bit of Googling because you asked about the costs, and the closest I can give you at the moment is Alps to Ocean, which the feasibility to undertake that project in 2010 was 64k, and the anticipated construction costs at that time were 3.25 million, and it's a 300-kilometre track. So something similar to the circular route that we were thinking about for Ashburton. I think it's certainly a key tourism draw, a key visitor draw, as well as being an amazing facility for the locals. It would undoubtedly, by looking at the other cycle tracks around the country, breed new businesses that would pop up around it to support it. So that there would be benefits to the economy and to jobs potentially. But it is a reasonably significant investment. We have got bits of the track there, but there would need to be a huge amount of development in the track network. There certainly are formed tracks, and the RDR, the side of the RDR would be an example of that we could potentially utilise. But there are other areas, for example, Rakaia residents have done an amazing job of building a couple of kilometres of track alongside the Rakaia,
Yeah.
but north of that to connect to Methven would be a complete build.
Okay.
So-
That Alps one you talked about, was that a sealed or was that a crusher dust type job? Or?
Yeah. So an aggregate with crusher dust over the top.
We talked about maybe getting some key people around a table and talking about a sort of an overview really of picking out spots that we'd like it to extend to, whether it's Lake Heron and Mayfield and Mount Somers. And do you see some value in that initially? And if we were to able to access the leftovers from the earlier fund, would that be sufficient to get the ball rolling on this thing?
I'm unsure about how much is left in that fund, but
We were thinking around the 50 to 60k, but
I can see a nod.
yeah, it would certainly get us underway. I do have, so the Braided Rivers Cycle Trail Trust have given me all of their documentation, so I've got that on site here, so we've got the basis for that. I have had conversations with one or two of the key players, including Neil Pluck, who's really keen to re-engage. So there is a willing community out there who wants to see this thing happen, and it just needs some degree of resourcing to, and probably then a staged gate approach in terms of we could do some concept development and look at whether it's possible to get access through the whole route. I mean, that would probably be the first stage, and then
yes.
Obviously if we can't get access, then we'd have to think about alternatives. But what we're trying not to do is pull the route back to the road all the time.
Yes.
So.
Simon, was there any information on how much money that creates for the economy with the Alps to Ocean?
No, that would be part of the feasibility in terms of understanding the economic gain. There's probably some anecdotal evidence that we could pull together for a future meeting from other areas that have done the economic impact. For example, Action Alps have got something that we could probably steal to see what the impact was to those areas.
Thank you. Russell?
Thank you. And I see there's a couple of options. In fact, there's probably a lot more than that. But I mean, there's also always been the talk of extending the current river trail track from Ashburton to Methven and then linking Methven to Rakaia. And I mean, we could have an ocean to ocean bike trail, so from the mouth of the Rakaia right round and back to the mouth of the Ashburton River, which I think would be a more cost-effective option than going right round. And at least that brings those tourists through our three of our towns in our district rather than right round the foothills, and they sort of avoid a lot of our towns and pop out in Geraldine if you like to spend their money. So I see some more advantages in that it's far more cost effective to set up and economically may have more advantages for our district.
Thank you. Comment from Lynette?
The fund we've got there now, I'd like to see that kept just for repairs and maintenance, because the more tracks we build, the more money we're going to need for repair and maintenance. But through the tourism, is there any way you can get money through there? Because I know there's lots of people coming out now, some of the Chinese, that are biking all these trails because they're free. And I'm thinking, is there money in that sector somewhere that we can tap into? We go to their countries and having to pay, and I'm thinking, how can we get some dollars?
There
Creatively.
has previously been the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, the TIF fund, which this council has benefited from, particularly thinking of the Rakaia toilets and the Matariki platform. But that fund has been wound up, and you'll be well aware that the current government is reducing the size of the public sector, not creating more funds. That's not to say that over time there won't be opportunities to cost share or to gain extra revenue, but right now most of the signals are the other way, not increasing opportunities to attract revenue. So
maybe we need to start advocating just to get a fund going, advocating through local government that We
Yeah.
need the tourist and we need some dollars.
We can do that. I think one of the things about tourism in this district is there are many districts in New Zealand who attract far greater tourism numbers and spend than we do, and the ability to get an overall fund for New Zealand might rest around those areas with the the much larger numbers. I'm thinking the Queenstown or the Rotorua or even Auckland and Christchurch, as opposed to what we can do on our own.
I'm just going to stop for a wee minute. Tony, do you want to? Are our microphones back working okay now? There was just a little glitch before.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we're monitoring that and getting in touch with the NZAV guys. Something that we can do straight off the bat if we think this problem's going to continue is we could take a pause for 10 minutes and do a full reboot of the mic system. But it does seem to be coming and going, so I think we're back now at this stage.
Okay, let's just keep monitoring it, and if it does glitch up again, then we'll do that pause. Sorry. Thank you. Richard?
From what Simon said then, isn't it about getting a trail sort of sorted, but not actually the doing of it's a different thing. Mid-Canterbury had a good history of, once you've given some people an idea and direction, like if we look at the Stavely Ice Rink, they've raised a lot of money to do that. And these sort of projects sort of fall in the same sort of place a bit. So isn't our job to perhaps get the plan sorted? I think you alluded, Simon, you had a plan to make a plan, as it was.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly done some initial thinking, but to go from initial thinking to actually tangible things that we can do is going to necessitate a bit more focus and work.
Could you bring some options to us of what the dollars and the potentials we could have to decide on?
Yeah, good idea. Thank you. Hamish? Sorry. Oh, no, we're all good. Okay, so we just need some direction. So got 50k in year 2 for the hub. Everyone happy with that? Yes. Yep. Okay. We've got the 161k in year 4 for the Welcome to Ashburton signs. Do we leave that in there? And that can get, it's in year 4, so it will come across another LTP.
We'll have another look at it next time, but I'd like to keep it in. And I mean, I'd be disappointed if it came to more than that, absolutely. But it'll be revisited next round anyway, won't it?
Yeah. And if maybe some of those images that we discussed last term could be sent through would be good. Everyone happy with that? So nods. Richard?
So how would we, if Simon brought back a fantastic idea that could be done for a tiny little bit of money to progress a bike track, where would that turn up?
The bike track.
It would have to go on the board effectively, some money for that, wouldn't it? Because it's not allocated from anywhere.
If you want to add resource to the existing LTP budget, then you need to be increasing a budget somewhere so we can access that resource when the time was to come. So if you want to add something, we'll put it on the board and factor it in.
Would it come under tourism or is it going to come under economic development? Would you like to add something to tourism, Richard?
We would include it in the tourism budget unless otherwise advised. I think it's but the bike trails are fundamentally about attracting people to the district, which has an economic benefit, of course, but that's what it's aimed at.
Phil?
How does that fall if we tap into that other fund?
Which other fund?
The leftover from the, I can't remember what it's called.
So that's a grant. I'll go to Tony for that.
So council would need to pass a resolution that the Trail Maintenance Fund was ceasing. We'd have to pay out the applications that we've got to date. I think from memory it's about $6,000 worth of applications for 24-25. But if you passed a resolution, we'd stop that fund and transfer that over. It was a council resolution passed in 2021 that the remaining money from the Braided Rivers Trust would come into council to be distributed for that purpose.
Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Yep.
How do we progress that? Yeah. or does it not happen now?
If you want me to put as part of the report to council tomorrow, I can include that for you to have the debate and make the decision tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Is everyone happy with that? So that would, okay, yeah.
So, Madam Chair, I wonder if as part of that report, or indeed you might be able to comment now just to give some clarity, how is that fund being utilised now? Because if that fund is to pivot away from whatever it's doing now to top up a council-led activity, who's not getting access that might have expectations, or you might just be assuming are doing it on their own goodwill but are actually already being supported by that fund?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes. So we've distributed, from what I can see, at lunchtime about $40,000 over the last 4 years. It is going to existing community organisations that are managing and providing community trails throughout the district. So that includes your Methven Bike Park, that includes the Hakatere River Trail, it includes your Hakatere Mountain Bikers Users Group as well. From what I can see from the applications, I haven't been involved since day dot, but it is being utilised for quite operational, ongoing maintenance on a yearly basis for those groups to keep the existing trails as they are.
So it's a maintenance fund?
Correct, yes.
And my recollection of the time that fund became available to council, there was a detailed report about the history of that fund and why it was being administered in the fashion that it is. So that, again, I think if council wishes to add resource to this project, it would be better to contemplate adding resource to the LTP budget rather than this transfer mechanism, because I think it will open up a need to re-examine the whole report and the background to that fund, and you would need to be really clear that you were closing off access for other bike trails or maintenance of bike trails because you are now using that fund differently. So there's a bit more to it, I think, than just a quick changeover tomorrow. If you really want more money for bike trails to attract tourism and economic development, I think the best way is to discuss and consider collectively adding some capacity to do that in this LTP.
So that would be for a feasibility study, as Simon mentioned, that they, similar to what they did at Helps to Ocean.
Yes, it could be, and it could be. I think I've heard councillors talk about, the low-hanging fruit first. Portions of it. You might not need a feasibility study on an entire loop. You might say we're going to spend this money and facilitating the extension of this bit to this bit because it's going to be part of any loop that you could think about getting some early wins with that money, or you could think about contemplating the whole big piece and understanding what that might look like. I think you could go either way.
Okay.
But either will take resource. That's the thing that we have less of.
Neil?
Yeah, I don't think you can touch that fund. It's the way it was collected and all given. It needs to be spent the way it's being spent, but sort that out. I don't think a feasibility study is probably what we want. I think the work has pretty much been done on the map of the district on where the tracks are and what the connecting pieces need to be. It's getting someone to sort of do it and in pieces. Is it? So if we want some money, we're putting an extra $50,000 into tourism, so direct that money to this project within tourism on extending or connecting the bike tracks.
Am I hearing that's existing resource in this LTP that you're wanting to be spent on this, as opposed to what else it was going to be spent on?
Yeah, what else was it going to be spent on?
Yeah, Simon can tell you what you'll have to do without, I guess, if you want to spend it on this.
So there was a proposal to increase the money spent on visitor attraction back to its pre-COVID levels. That was modified down as part of the LTP process. Look, we are struggling for resourcing in the tourism space, in the visitor promotion space. The content we've got is old and it costs money to upgrade. The production of the videos and the supporting documentation is costing more money than we've got budget for. I think Shelley's doing a phenomenal job in that space with no money at all, really. So my plea would be to resource that space properly so we can attract more visitors here and make more money. It's an investment that we're looking for. And for every dollar you give us, we will give you quantums in return.
So, Neil, yeah.
Just thinking about that. We give 200,000 now for tourism.
It's not enough though, Neil.
How do we know it's not enough? We've heard it's not enough, but what are we seeing that we're not seeing that's enough? Our tourism dollars through the spend through the infometrics, way up. So it's not adding up to me. Sorry.
And I think one of the things for council to keep in mind is pre-COVID we were spending twice as much as we are now, and we reduced it for COVID, and we've kept it at that lower level and brought it in-house. So a chunk of your money is going for employing a resource, because that was the council decision to bring it in-house, and there's not a lot of other money to actually do anything. And I do recall the debate around the business cases, that the collateral, the images, the websites, the material that we have is in desperate need of updating and modernising, and that's where this extra $50,000 was essentially going to go. If the $50,000 is now going to go on doing work on the bike trail, then we can't do the fundamental thing that is needed to resource that area.
Okay, we'll take another couple of questions because we've kind of morphed from the general discussion into tourism. But I'll go to Phil.
Sorry, Madam Chair, but I'm a bit of a dog with a bone with this one. I just wanted to go back to Hamish's comments on the grant, and also Tony, and just ask a couple of questions. Wasn't that grant originally set up for the bike trail around?
Thank you, through the chair. So it wasn't a grant that council was administering at the time, way back in the day when this concept was first mooted in the district. There was a trust established, and this was the funds that had come from donations to that trust, but also from some council funding to that trust. Just managed to find the report again, and there has been at the time the money came back to council, there was a deed of distribution of the Braided Waters Trust, and within that deed, that was a draft at that stage, but the council decision has locked that in, is that the distribution of the funds will be used over a 5 to 10 year period for the purpose of the repair and maintenance of the walking, hiking, cycling and mountain biking trails in mid-Canterbury. So that was the agreement that we made with the trust at the time when we took that money.
Right, yeah, but the original was for biking trails around mid-Canterbury.
Yes, so in 2009 the Braided Waters Trust was formed, and one of its main purposes was to promote, plan, fund, develop and establish, and while it remains the responsibility of the trust to maintain a functional and high quality trail for walking, hiking, cycling, mountain biking and any similar non-motorised recreation and leisure activities covering the Ashburton district.
Thank you. And Methven Bike Park Club, whatever, they haven't sourced money from this for the last couple of years, would that be correct? And it's only really the Ashburton River Trail that's received money?
Through the chair, no, Bike Methven has been a recipient of the funding. They didn't last year, but they have been up until that point.
Okay, thank you.
Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we could end up going round and round circles.
Yeah, we could.
I'm wondering if a better solution, instead of making a rushed sort of knee-jerk decision here, is that we ask for a report to come to the next annual plan with some accurate information, accurate figures in it, gives them a year to do this, means we haven't forgotten this thing, but we actually will go at it in a more informed way, and then we proceed from there. This money's came in 2009. Obviously this has been a tricky thing to have anything to make happen, so unfortunately, and I hate to say it, another year is probably not going to make or break it, and we'll come with far more information than we're ever going to have today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Agree with
Neil?
Russell. And the $50,000 that's in the year one, is it just for year one only, or is it year 2, 3, 4, 5, etc.?
That's for district promotion, you mean?
Yes.
Simon, can you answer that?
Ongoing. It's ongoing through the
Ongoing.
LTP. The
So
10
there
years.
you go. There's your money for year 2. The first year is for doing your website and whatever, and then the 50,000 stays there, and it's used for year 2 that project, and year 3 will be another project, etc. I would think.
Carolyn?
Just a question through the chair to Simon. The 50,000, I understood from your earlier answer, was sort of operating expenses for the business development department.
Yeah.
So if the operating expenses, the 50,000 overhead is redirected from the business development department,
No.
correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're wrong. Not
Oh,
business
thank you.
development, for visitor attraction. So
Visitor attraction, sorry, yeah, visitor promotion, I should have said.
the visitor promotion. So the economic development is one part of,
Yeah.
and then the visitor
So the
attraction. is the
50,000 is the OPEX for the visitor promotion department. We've
That's
got one
correct.
head
That's
count
correct,
and one OPEX for 200,000 for visitor promotion, is that correct?
No, the headcount comes out of the 195,000 that we're currently is currently supporting the activity. So we've got the Shelley is the staff member in there, so her salary component comes out of that 195, and then what's left is used for content development, promotion, updating the website, campaigns that we do, familiarisation visits that we run with industry influencers that come in that then, so for example, we've had Rhodey in who have got a massive ability to influence a lot of people in the visitor space. So we've used them and brought them in to develop stories on Ashburton. If I can maybe just respond back to a comment that the Mayor made as well. I think what the outcome of what you've seen in the last 12 months of tourism, visitor promotion being in-house, is you've seen and the reports that I've sent through as part of the activity briefings demonstrate that, is our reach and our profiling of the district has grown demonstrably. We are doing way more with way less money at the moment. And I think what we're asking is for an enhanced budget to be able to do even more, to attract even more people to the district. That's the plea.
So visitor promotion, so you've got 195,000 currently for the staff member and the OPEX of doing websites and building things and promoting. Where's that 50K coming from that the Mayor's alluding to?
That was the business case that you considered to increase
The visitor promotion to 245
correct
annually.
It used to be 400.
It used to be
That's right,
400
pre-COVID.
prior to COVID.
Yeah, 400,000 pre-COVID.
And so the question to the officer is, if we redirected 50,000 of that to bike path development, what would the impact be on your current activities for visitor promotion?
There'll be a huge emphasis on the bike trail and not much else. That's the reality.
Which I think would be limiting. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily support. I think I support Russell's move that we review it all in a year, when we have time to think about what that means. But I think to take 50K out of it now, given that things are rolling, they should be rolling if they're not rolling, and we want this a lot of work done. I think that would not be good.
If I can comment, we've just ticked off $50,000 for the Learning Hub in year 2. We've also had submitters talking about the Dark Sky project, which I think there's been a wee bit of work going on. Maybe we look at sort of future tourism benefits or something like that, having some money set aside for those sorts of projects in the future, maybe in year 2 or looking at it in the annual plan, so it doesn't eat into our current tourism budget, because from what we're hearing, they need it.
I just draw a distinction between the learning hub and visitor attraction, though. Those aren't the same thing.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying we've just put 50k aside for a feasibility study for that. Maybe we should be thinking about doing something similar for tourism.
Yes, we can certainly prepare business cases for additional investment and visitor attraction for your future consideration, or you can allocate some funding now without the business case if that was your will.
Richard?
I don't class this as a tourism venture. I class it as a local attraction for local people to use, because many of the people, anybody who goes to any district now, what do? They take their bloody bike. I'm not a big bike. They take their bike with them to go for a bike. The same here, though. Many people go for a bike. We're talking about extending the swimming hours for 25 grand for 2 hours a week, and we could. I think if you went out to the general public, I don't know, I've done the general public thing. If you said 25 grand to look at instigating some thoughts so that the good people in Canterbury can perhaps grow bike tracks in the district rather than 2 hours at the pool for the next 12 months, I can probably guess what a lot would vote. So I propose, could we put 25 grand on there, on the whiteboard, and if it comes to the point at the end, and if the people are against it, they can soon vote it out at that point. But if it's not thought of in the bigger picture, it could grow up the priority list.
I'm not sure I completely understand what you're asking us to do for tomorrow. Are you suggesting that the 25 extra for the swimming pool hours is going to be up for debate tomorrow, and we're adding another 25 for work on a bike track?
I'm adding another 25 for the adding another 25 for a bike track investigation to see where they go, and when the time comes to looking at our rates increase, the councillors will make the prudent decision and go, they'll basically have to prioritise things, and the ones that are higher up priority will stay, and the ones that are down the low will get dropped off.
But if we're proposing that for year one, you're doing that now. There's no future point where you consider a rate increase. If you're adding the $25,000 in year one of the LTP, which is the rate increase.
We will look at the board and say, so all those ones on the board aren't included now. With council, we vote them in or out.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, that's what I'm saying. If it's not on the board, I don't even get in the game tomorrow, effectively. So that's
I understand.
So we're looking at 25,000 to go. Tony's walking up to the whiteboard now.
Visitor attraction.
For visitor attraction. Everyone happy with that? To look at this bike track.
Focus on the bike track.
So for
whatever
visitor attraction, focusing on the bike track. Happy? I'm going to go to Tony because he had a slide on before and I made him turn it off. Sorry.
Thank you. If we're talking funding for economic development, like Simon produced a paper some time ago of the things we want to achieve, and most of the things we want to achieve had lack of funding beside it, all the way down. So like if we want to promote our district, then it takes money. And as we've alluded to, a few years ago it was 400,000 and it's down to 195. You're proposing another 50, but I concur with James Urquhart's submission that he made, which is a couple of pages down, that we are totally underfunding what we're trying to achieve in the tourism market to promote our district. So I'd written down here we should be going at least $100,000 to get us back on track, but I may lose that one.
Thank you. I'll take Russell and Neil, and then we'll get back on track with the submitters. So Russell.
Thank you. I want to progress this bike thing too, but throwing 25 grand may hinder it, because if it's not enough money, then poor old Simon once again can only do half a job with the money he's got and actually won't get us anywhere. I would rather come with informed information that says we need $47,500 or whatever it is to actually do this work we need to do. It may be 25's enough, but if it's not, we're just throwing this poor man under the bus again by saying, we've given you some money, but you can't do what we've asked you to do.
Thank you. Neil?
If you take Mayor's Task Force for Jobs out of the economic development budget, what is the budget left in there now?
Just a reminder that we continually talk about economic development budget and the visitor attraction budget as one sort of amorphous thing, and it does come within Simon's management capacity. But remember, we had economic development before we brought visitor attraction in-house. So visitor attraction has a budget of 195. The overall economic development budget is a separate lump of money, because we've been running economic development since 2019 in-house as a result of a decision made by council at that stage. So we can add the two together and tell you what it is, but it's not all the same work.
No, I wasn't asking that. It was really what's in the economic development budget now. If you take the Mayor's Task Force of Jobs out.
We can give you that advice. Yeah. I'm sure Leanne
Because
will be able
what
to.
you got in there last year was another half a FTE put in the Commonwealth Welcome Communities, which went in last year.
The Welcoming Communities person previously was full-time and was a Welcoming Communities component and a workforce development component. When we made the restructure recently, the Welcoming Communities is part-time and now reports to Tony.
But so that half a full FTE's gone into that department, which has got dollars around it.
0.6 went to Tony's budget, and 0.4 stayed within economic development.
Yeah. So that's yeah. If you get what I mean, there was a one for Welcome Communities, budgeted out of Welcome Communities, whatever that was. Now it's a 0.4 has moved to somewhere else off those dollars.
Yes, but not to visitor attraction.
No, to economic development.
Okay, we've got 25k on.
More work to do.
On the board, we'll debate that tomorrow. I'm going to go back to page 67, where this all started with the Ashburton signs. And we'll go down to page 68. Any comments on any of those submissions?
You talked about dark sky, but
yes.
And I remember the last long-term plan, Mount Somers asked for a meter to measure dark or light, and I think we budgeted for that to give them a meter, which wasn't a lot of money. But what happened to that?
It was too dark, I couldn't see it.
Does anyone have an answer on that, Simon? No?
No, I'm unaware of that.
I do remember it being discussed or brought up at the last long-term plan, but I'm unsure of how it progressed.
The Dark Skies Initiative does produce maps of light intensity around New Zealand. So what we do know is that Hakateri Conservation Park utterly meets the standards for dark skies, and is the initial project is actually we're managing within the current visitor promotion budget, and it's a relatively low cost for us to. There's a bit of work involved, but it's a low dollar cost to get dark skies accredited. So what we're intending to do is get accredited on the Hakateri Conservation Park, then it's easier to add other areas. So Methven, Rakaia, Staveley, we can add those after we've got accreditation in a much easier way. So, and we
could find out. I'm pretty certain we put money in the long-term plan 3 years ago for Mount Somers people to do some work on it, and we funded it. So if we could find out where that ended up, would be good.
Okay, we'll get that information. Is that okay, Tony? Or do you know that? You've got it?
Oh, I know it. Thank you, through the chair. So that landed in Mice Court, and it was based up to a gentleman from Mount Somers to let me know how much he needed to go and buy the dark sky clicker measure thing, and I'm still waiting on him to get back to me. I'll follow it up sort of every 6 months to see how he's getting on, and he's very passionate, but just hasn't made any progress in terms of asking for what he needs.
Thank you. That might be some good feedback to go back to the Mount Somers Citizen Association, because I know he is part of that group. Jono, yeah, thank you. Carolyn?
May I talk about Methven, or we're not up to that yet?
We are right up to that. The lighting project, is that what you're talking about?
I'd like to discuss
that. Let's
go.
go.
Do we have the money in the long-term plan to support the Methven lighting project? There's this blue thing there, hearing note 2029 will be 150 years, requests that the project is staged over the next few years to meet this celebration. Is that currently in there?
No.
No. So what is the request for that? How much money is it?
143,500 over 10
143,
years.
500, as in the long term, as in the blue on the consultant.
I think there was a business case that was brought to, not to us, but came through the LTP process, and it didn't make the cut. But I think they have changed the dollar amount quite a bit, and have sort of changed the business case. Is that right?
That's correct. So the original business case didn't meet muster. So the community had done a lot of work that fed into that business case. They've continued that work and looked at things a little bit differently. So they're now considering a kind of partnership arrangement with the council. So there's some basic funding that they need to get the project up and running. But the community have come together and said that they'll do a whole lot of fundraising around that as well. So this is about the council getting them started and providing some base, and then the community picking it up. And then I think I'm right in saying there's a bit of an allowance for maintenance going forward, which has always been the issue for Methven, that they've put lights up in the past and then, there's been no sort of ongoing funding to maintain them, so they've failed, and then it just looks trashy.
How much is the council start-up fund, if you like?
That's the 143,500.
Oh, that's 143.
And then the community will add to that.
Wow, how much are the lights in total?
Well, the lights that you've just invested in across the road were about $90,000, I think.
And this is more than the ones across the road?
Yeah, but it's a bigger area, and that was only maintenance across the road. It wasn't a complete replacement, as far as I know.
I think one of the key things is actually getting the power to the sites. So it's not just about purchasing lights, it's actually getting the infrastructure in to have the lights there, and that was always the biggest cost, as far as I am aware.
So the capital expenditure in year one is 51,000 that and then in 28, 29, 55,000, and 2030 to 34 is 10,000, which is a total capex of 116,000 of that 143, and then they've allowed $5,000 of operational expenditure between now and 2029, and then from 2030 to 34, $12,500, which sums to $27,500 of operating expenditure.
So we're talking long term for the majority of it. Is that a targeted rate? Is that their suggestion, or how are they?
No, they think it's this was subject to a personal submission on day one when Gillian came in, and she outlined the information, and their contention is very much that it's a district-wide promotional budget. It's not just for the town of Methven, and it's attracting people to the district.
In the submission, well, I've got the community board submission. In the submission, it's got half targeted, as I think I've read it, and half district-wide. I think I've read that in there somewhere. Half general rate and half targeted, which I'm assuming the half targeted is on the Methven Township. So it'd be a half general rate. So it'd be 25,000 general rate, 25,000 targeted in the first few years.
Well, it's not in anything at the moment.
No, I'm proposing.
So you can
we support this
add it
initiative
in whatever fashion council decides.
I would like to support this initiative in some form or other. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. We'll go to Tony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as a concept, I support Gillian's application. Methven is a ski town, and I think the twinkly lights and lighting lend itself to a winter wonderland, you could say. So, and I think if you're saying over 10 years, it's 14,000 a year to achieve something that's going to put brighten up Methven's nights anyway during winter. So I definitely support it.
So it's 51,000 in year one, is that correct? And then there was another 50k or so in year 5.
So 56,000 in year 1, which is 51,000 of capex and 5,000 of opex. And then the following year it drops to $5,000 of opex, and then the third year would be 55,000 of capex and 5,000 of opex, so $60,000. So it does jump up and down a bit, depending, I guess, on whether they're making capital purchases or whether they're just maintaining and power charges and things like that.
And the festive lighting fund that we have for, I presume, the lights out here, that's funded half and half, is that correct? Is that business amenity and general rates?
I'm aware of that. That's Ian Soper's budget.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
Yeah, I off the top of my head, I'm assuming it's funded the same way as urban amenity. So it would be 50% targeted to Ashburton and 50% of general rate.
Yeah, I think, and I think I've got this right, but I think about 1% for Methven targeted rate is around about $40,000. So 25,000 is 0.5% of targeted rate. Just saying. So would direction for this, Carolyn said that she'd like to see this included. Anyone else? Rob, yes? Phil?
It just seems very expensive to me. There's there a better breakdown with her submission, I guess?
A lot of it's infrastructure costs. I think it's $25,000–$30,000 just to get the power to those trees. Lynette?
I will support it, but I think we were told at the start they didn't have power on the site and they needed to get the infrastructure in, and once they got that, the whole thing would be a lot easier.
So support for the whole project? Tony first, sorry, then Russell.
I think also in Gillian's application, she talked about contributions coming from the Methven community. So I presume she's canvassed the Methven community to gauge that support. So that definitely is buy-in from the whole Methven community.
Thank you, Russell.
Yeah, I'd support it on the 50-50 basis. So.
Yep. Lane?
Well, I was watching TV last night, I think it was, and I see the big hill around that. It's on TV all over the place, so I'm certainly quite happy to do it.
Yep, thank you. So that, tick that one off, thank you. So that's the lighting project. Yes, Tony's just going to head up there now by the looks of things. So we've got tourism on the bottom of 69, 70, 71. Any comments on the submissions on page 69? Page 70. Page 71. And at the bottom there we've got bed skates, and there's a hearing note in there saying she suggests the art gallery and museum will be an ideal location for an information centre or a sign out. Oh, let's see how the light goes there. Carolyn.
Thank you. Through the chair, I mean, I hadn't, as Russell and I were just talking to each other, we hadn't thought of that, but we think it's quite a good idea in terms of location. You know, it's on West Street as people go through. I mean, we are limited with regards to resource consent for advertising outside the Museum Art Gallery, and I understand that's coming up for review. Is that next year, or when does resource consent come up for chatting about?
10 years. We are going to be working through some conditions in the resource consent around the repair of the physical infrastructure.
Okay.
We had not been contemplating a review of the resource consent
Signage
itself next year.
Yeah.
Oh, are we, Jane? Is that correct?
I suddenly thought career limiting moved to contradict the chief
Not if
executive.
I'm wrong, it's not. Well, it is for me, but not you.
At this stage, it doesn't really matter.
No, indeed.
We are looking at all of the conditions, but I think there could be some problems around that because that is outside the scope of what that consent was actually issued for. So I'd see that as being more fundamental rather than just tinkering with a condition. But as you'll see in the staff comments there, Simon's team, Shelley in particular, is doing some work on that whole thing around visibility and improving what we've got available for the public in this building.
May I ask a question? I'm imagining that there wouldn't be a huge cost in having another pamphlet stand in the Museum Art Gallery. I wouldn't have thought. Is there a view on that? So we sort of...
I think through you, Madam Chair, we have got pamphlets, but generally the world's moving away from pamphlets, and what we're promoting is all of the website material that we've got via those kiosks downstairs. That's sort of more of the way of the future rather than pamphlets. The stuff that's in pamphlets, most people just find that online nowadays, just using their phones.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Russell, you're okay? Yeah. So, okay, go to page 72, and there's a comment there from Methven Community Board, concerned with the proposed $30,000 reduction in funding for the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall in year 2. So I know it's the $30,000 which covers the iHub area. Is that correct, Simon?
This is actually through Tony, so...
Oh, sorry. Tony?
Thank you. Yes, it's a contribution towards the iHub that sits within the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall, which is open 7 days a week.
So it's in there for year 1, but it's not from year 2 onwards.
Yes, that's correct.
And where you did?
Yes, just my recollection of this is when the iSite was removed and the iHub went in. This was some funding always intended to be temporary to a degree to help the hall transition away from the rental structures that were in place when the iSite was there. And so we're getting to the end of that initial thinking or the initial period of time, and at the moment it's coming out from year 2, and the community board's expressing a view about that.
Probably just a question, what kind of impact will it have on the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall if that funding's not there anymore, and will it mean an increase? I know I said yesterday that I paid $26 or something a year. That's a targeted rate that goes to the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall. Will that mean that there'll be an increase for Methven people?
Thank you. Through the chair, it would go one of 2 ways. It would either be an increase to the costs for Methven to retain the iHub in its current form and function, or it would mean that the iHub would possibly cease to operate as it currently does right now.
Neil?
You probably wouldn't notice any difference in your rates because they would have lowered because we were taking it out in year 2. Makes sense?
My recollection is that it was funded from the district to help Methven, so they will notice this change.
They would notice it, yeah.
It's you're part of that district promotion. Any views on that?
So just can you clarify that? So it's funded from where?
the 30,000? Where does it come from? The general rate? Does it come from the UAGC? Does it come from the?
Tony?
Just off the top of my head, the district promotion activity is split across the general rate and the business rate across the district.
Yep. So
And I
why
think
are we
it's
funding
50-50
all out of that?
split.
Isn't it a community thing across the whole community?
So it's the iHub part of the hall that provides information services to anyone.
Aren't we concerned that if we don't fund it, it's more than the iHub, isn't it? More concerned about the vibe, it's the funding. The way I understood the submitted it was there was funding the Methven Community Hall used for its was part of its viability almost.
I think that's what you heard, yes.
Lynette?
I'm just going to ask, have we got any facts and figures on it? How many people are actually going in there using it, and what do they do?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, so the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall received monthly updates in terms of the visitor usage that it's going through there. It's a mix of community and visitors to town that are popping in. The visitors to town is fairly steady and certainly peaks through the winter months, and weekends tend to be busier during the winter months than weekdays. It's becoming an important focal point for the local community as well, to pop in and get information as they need it. It would mean for the hall that there wouldn't be a open door type policy just to be able to wander in and find out. If you can go through the encounter and see the snow and grain display, and it would reduce the ease in which someone could walk in and book a room, for example, for a future upcoming event.
Okay. Russell?
Thank you. It's interesting. It's the community board and not the hall board that have made this submission. But I think at the last meeting, I was actually at their last meeting, and it fell just before this LTP came out. Their next meeting's next week or the week after or something. So I think it's just fallen into a bit of a gap there for them. And I'm fairly sure that it will have implications for the board sort of not having that income.
And Megan from the Methven Community Board sits on the hall board as well, so I'm not sure if they could have directed it through. Neil?
Were we not here before that when we wanted some information here in Ashburton that people don't use those services anymore, it's all done on their phones? So how different is this compared to what we heard 10 minutes ago?
Lane?
I have an answer.
Thank you.
Oh, you want an answer from Tony? Sorry.
Through the chair, certainly I think it has changed from what an eyesight used to be. An eyesight used to be the booking centre. That was where you went and booked your next night's accommodation or your events that you're off to go and do the next day, or your bus ticket, for example. So those services are no longer offered. People are coming in now to find out, what can we do in Methven? The mountain's closed. What else is available? Where can I go for a walk? Can you point me in the direction of what a good restaurant looks like, or where is a good place to go and stay? They're not a booking agent. They're certainly that service isn't able to be offered anymore, but they're almost like a connector with our visitor community to the good things up and around that Methven and Foothills area.
Lane?
So what are we paying for? Is it for staff, or is it just for using the building, or what exactly is it?
Through the chair, it's largely staff.
For staff?
Correct.
Is
It's open from 10 until 4 on a weekday and 10 until 2 on a weekend day.
And it's needed, or because I've been all over New Zealand this year, I used the phone. I didn't get near one of those.
Through the chair, the users that are using it are saying that it's needed. And the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall would say that it's still needed. And the Methven community, we haven't tested that thinking with them except through this LTP, so that's perhaps something we could do through the annual plan next year.
Tony?
I think I think the argument that closed the Ashburton eyesight could also be used to close the Methven eyesight, because it's basically the same thing. I'm just wondering whether the 30,000 could be better used by Simon to promote the tourism in our district as a whole, rather than keeping the doors open in Methven.
Neil?
It is in year one of the long-term plan, so it's next year's covered. I think, and they should come back through the annual plan with some data around its usage and what it is, whether it's required, needed, what they do, etc., and put the case again for us in year 2 of the long-term plan.
Yep, that sounds like a good suggestion. Everyone happy with that? So it's in year 1 anyway, and what happens in year 2 will be determined. Great, thank you. Community events on page 72. Any comments on those? If not, 73. And 74. No, all good. I'll go to an ad break. So we've got Glow in the Park. King's birthday weekend. There we go. Since we're talking about community events, people might be listening. 5:30 till 9, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There you go. Thanks, Simon. We're back on track now. Mark, we're on local infrastructure.
That's correct. So
Yep.
page 61.
61. 61. Hi Andy, thank you for waiting. So we're on local infrastructure page 61. We've got 3 waters and then waste and recycling. Just go through page by page, happy with that? Okay, we've got page 61. Any questions or comments on those submissions? Neil?
Mulligan, we're getting that work on the northeast Ashburton area for sewer and water. It's coming to us when?
There's work being done on wastewater, which is conceptual. We'd be looking to get that to council hopefully before the end of the year. The water modelling, that work's just been committed. So the water modelling work has been complete. There wasn't any intention of bringing the modelling back. We were just going to start work on the detailed design. What I have done in light of the submissions is that we've asked the consultant to focus on the sections of street that are closest to existing infrastructure, so that we could respond if that was the wish of council.
Yeah, this has got to be progressed. It's hanging around for 3-4 years perhaps now. We budgeted last long-term plan for it. We've got to get a conclusion. This plan done. Time's up. We've got to have some movement on it.
If I may, so we've got budget to do the conceptual work, which, as I said, is close. The detailed design work, we're starting on the detailed design work now. There's no budget commitment for any physical works at this point.
I know, because we haven't had the first bits done. This was in the last long-term plan, which we're ending shortly. We've got nothing to put in this long-term plan because we've got nothing. There's no plan to budget for. That's our problem. We're procrastinating or something. Yeah. We've got to move faster.
If I can just add, this whole work was to prepare more accurate funds and budgets to respond to people who were requesting to extend our network. So it's still up to those people to want to want to be connected. We had gone down one process previously where we did give them approximate costs, and they were not unanimous in all agreeing to it. So we didn't proceed any further back then. And what we're doing now is just a more detailed design and to give some more proximate figures, but it still will rely on all of them wanting to pay to connect. Unless council wants us to proceed with installing infrastructure, and those who can pay do pay, and then we have a different model going forward in terms of providing the infrastructure without full support of the people down in that area.
I'll go to Russell.
Yeah, thank you, and I agree, we need to know what it's going to cost, but the model that Rakaia used how many years ago was that worked exceptionally well, where some people paid, some went on a payment plan, but it's all done and dusted now, I believe, and I think that worked really well, and for these where you're adding on later, it's very hard for every house in the street to have a spare X amount of dollars just sitting there for this unplanned, so I think alternatives is good, and it will make it happen a lot quicker, and I think the same thing could be done down Buckley's Terrace for that sewer one, along that sort of line, so.
Lynette?
I just say I agree with Neil, it's been talked about for years, and it's actually a hindrance to people out that area who want to develop these sections, and there's a lot of land out there and we could keep developing the town, but they're not allowed sewage tanks now and they've got to have holding tanks, so I think we have to do something, and those that want to add on should pay, and it will help that whole section of town to develop.
Hamish?
And give certainty to people.
Yes, I agree we need to complete the design and the feasibility work. Just remember there are a number of people out there who don't want it as well, and the debate about the doing of it is a separate discussion to getting the plans and seeing what's required, because you'll get a variety of views for some very consistent with submitters here, and some with a completely opposite perspective, because they've taken steps themselves and don't wish the council to get involved. So it won't be as straightforward as getting on and doing, but getting the design and understanding what the costs are is absolutely where we need to get to.
Tony?
What was if you can remember, from last time, the number who were for and against, like are we 50-50 or 60-40, or how big a battle is it going to be to achieve the result?
I can't remember the exact fall of the figures, but it was quite low in terms of support for water and wastewater at that time. To be fair though, that is back, I think, circa 2000. It's a while back.
Carolyn?
And Russell just mentioned that we had a submitter talking about Buckley's Terrace, with the sewage,
It comes up, is that Brian?
Yeah, it will
yeah,
be.
that comes up, page 63, but you
Should
might
I pull the light off?
No, go for it now.
And we had the same conversation. Not everybody wants to join, because it was going to be, I think, circa $40,000 per person or whatever to join the sewer. And we discussed just loosely the idea of doing sort of like what happened in Rakaia, a general loan to people that want to join, and then they pay that back over, the joining fee, if you like, over a period of time. To do a detailed design on putting a sewer down Buckley's Terrace, which I think, it's sort of future-proofing. It's going to come, I would imagine. What are the costs that you'd need to fund a detailed design before we decided yay or nay with regards to that?
Well, broadly, I would suggest that the solution that we would be proposing would be a network pump station and gravity sewer.
Yes.
Based on the very coarse figures that I'd calculated for Mr. Woods, I think it was around about the 480,000 for a pump station and retic. We'd probably need to allow 10% for design if you wanted to do that to understand it. So we're probably 48, 50k.
So you always do design work though before you do infrastructure investment. That is a question, not a comment. Yeah. Okay. So that would be, say, $50,000 to do that, and then whether that, and there's 12, is it 16 residents down there?
12, I understand.
12 houses, and they have the potential, I think, to subdivide in the future and join that same scheme? Would that have?
No, so the current zoning, they can't go any further without a plan change or a zone change.
Relative. Okay. Thank you.
Phil?
Yeah, back to the northeast. The people that don't want it, what have they got different readings, or have they put something at connection to combat the issues? What's their reasoning for not wanting it?
Oh, well, I think, I mean, if you've invested upwards of 30,000 on a wastewater system, you simply may not be interested, and the same applies to drinking water as well. For council to arrive and say, hey, look, have we got a deal for you? Might be able to connect you, and it'll be, I don't know, $10,000 for each service. They're sort of looking at you sideways in some cases.
Yeah, sorry, I was more thinking about the drinking water. So is that like reverse osmosis and stuff like that they've put in?
Well, again, once they've passed the potability test, what they do after that is actually largely up to them.
Right.
Many of these properties have been inhabited for some time. So they've done that test some time ago. They may not be worried. I know some people aren't.
Russell?
Thank you. And Andy's right. It was 20 years ago we asked that question. How many of those people are still there? Who knows? And there was a lot of suspicion at the time because council wanted to run a water main out to the airport, and people are saying, they said, oh, you just want us to pay for your water pipe to the airport. That was the argument at the time. So they said no out of principle, and I think half of them regretted it 6 months later. So I think you may get a different result if you went and asked that question now. And there's a lot more people there now to share the cost as well.
Neil?
And there's also the people who are not there yet. There's sections, there's no houses, they can't build because there's no services and they can't put a septic tank in and they don't want to put a well in. So you talk about people who are not there, they haven't had the opportunity.
Yep. Thank you. Go down to page 62, and I think there was a submission from Sue, and I think afterwards, or she didn't realise that Featon would be connected up to and I think, Russell, you went and had a chat to her. Richard?
I'm looking at the wider thing about the nitrates. We support HH Wet in two ways, with some water through our district stock water scheme to put into the MAR project. Also we have a representatives on there, and we support, and I think we should continue doing that. But also, we also support the nitrate issue, which is what these couple of people are talking about, and that will be supported through our stock water closure program and working with other partners, HH Wet, to improve waterways, which will improve groundwater, which that whole thing gets better. We're better to attack the source of the problem, not which is the nitrates in the ground itself, and that then will alleviate people having trouble with their drinking water. So working with the farmers, working with these other organisations and the stock water closure is a great place to do it effectively.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll move down to page 63, and Carolyn brought up Brian Wood's submission before. Is there anything else on that page?
That's a good point.
Carolyn?
So, is anything going to happen with regards to Brian Wood's submission? Given it's a $50,000 investment to look at the feasibility to put a sewer line and a pump station and all the rest of it down there?
We can if that's council's direction. Yeah.
What is council's view on that? Councillors, please comment.
You've still got your light on, Carolyn, so if anyone else wants to comment, turn yours off. Who have we got? Anyone? Richard?
I'll make a comment on it.
Yeah.
The heart of what we do is trying to improve the groundwater, and that's one of the core principles of putting sewage in. You try to improve groundwater so people not contaminating it. But you have to balance up the cost of putting something in and no one wanting to be responsible for it. So wouldn't you be, first up, you'd sort of, as you've alluded to, you'd do a risk analysis to see whether you've got enough willing parties
before you did your 50 grand, because it's not actually about design, it's about do they want it, isn't it? Once you've worked that out, you can actually start the process.
Thank you. Russell?
Thank you, and I would support that. I think, to spend 50,000 and then not get full buy-in, you've thrown the money away. I think you do that risk analysis. If you get enough people buying into the project, it can move forward.
It's possibly as simple as writing 12 letters to 12 people and asking them.
Everyone agree on that?
So are we going to write the letters?
Yeah. So, I mean...
So the direction we'll take from that is we'll contact the people affected or on Buckley's Terrace and in North East and get feedback from them and determine what the ability or the willingness is for those people to pay and then report to council on the outcome of that.
Thank you. So no implications to our LTP budget just at the moment. Lane?
No, I'm quite happy what Neil said. Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone agree with that? Thank you. Go down to page 64. Anything? No, it's 65. Just that comment from Rob Clark on Methven water system is weak and needs strengthening. Do you know where that has come from? I mean, we've spent a lot of money up there and the water's good. We haven't had a boil water notice for a long time.
Yeah, look, I don't know what angle that was placed at. Certainly, the evidence is we're spending quite a bit of money on doing exactly what the submitters asked for.
Mm. Good. Happy with Three Waters? All good? Okay. Thanks, Andy. Waste and recycling is next. We've got Hernando coming up. And bottom of page 65. So this is kind of more general waste. We've already discussed green waste this morning. Richard?
The Shannon Johnson,
Yep,
talking
page
about
66, yep.
is talking about. I think that's the answer is we will look at the cost of expanding collection area to include Westerfield and make recommendations to council. It is a wider district thing because I personally we recycle and all our waste gets carted off farm because that's part of the environmental footprint we have to have. We're not allowed to dig holes. We're not allowed to burn. It's all got to be recycled, and I think you'd be horrified at the cost. I think it's about 12 to 15,000 for our farm to do all this stuff. So when we talk about green waste at $72 for the town, that's quite cheap. So that's why people are looking at saying, well, could it be extended? And that's, I think, when you say just that area, it's the whole, all farming areas are sort of looking the same way, thinking we're spending a lot to do it. So is there a way the council could do it cheaper?
Fair comment, Carolyn.
I'm not commenting on that though. Are you looking for comments on that, Richard? Or? No, I can talk about another topic.
Yes.
I can just respond to that. Previously, before we went up for the last contract, the cost of running extra trucks down all those rural areas was deemed to be quite excessive at the time. Happy to have a look at it again. Now that we're going to be going out to tender to get some prices, we can certainly consider that and get some pricing.
Carolyn.
Thank you. Methven Community Board, the submission from Calvin Holmes on behalf of the board, talks about the transfer station. I know when we did the bus trip out there, we're talking about updating that transfer station. Have we left that off the long-term plan, or have we pushed that out, or what's the gig, please?
Yes, so originally in the last long-term plan, the plan was to upgrade the existing site and also relocate the green waste drop-off station from Vaughan Road. However, the Methven Community Board suggested we rather look at an alternative site for if we're going to upgrade or build a new transfer station. So that's what we decided to do. We held off on that project, and we provided a business case for looking into an alternative site, the cost of a site and an investigation, and that didn't make it through the business case process. So I think what we really need going forward is probably an amount approximately, I think we had 75,000, and it must have been dropped off for the investigation to look at alternative sites to investigate and explore before then costing it and then putting it into the next long-term plan. So what I would recommend and suggest is perhaps $75,000 for an investigation in year 2 in this LTP.
So currently, it's in the current site that we did the bus trip on, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Yep.
And that, what, we're growing out of that site? Like, how does
We're
that
looking
get
at future growth. It's not, we don't feel it's urgent and it's critical to do this soon. That's why we were comfortable with it being pushed out. We just need more time to do more research and look at alternative sites, look at the costing and design before coming back to council with some amounts. And we thought the next long-term plan would probably be best for that upgrade project.
So so that would be year 3 to 4 onwards.
Onwards, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. However,
So-
we do need to do an investigation, preferably in the next few years, so it can feed into the next long-term plan.
And your estimation, Neil, of 75,000, is that a tight, well thought through?
There was an estimate of someone exploring the I think there were 3 or 4 options, doing some ground investigations and writing a report on the preferred option.
So your recommendation as infrastructure managers, though, is that we need to invest in our Methven waste transfer station.
It's looking forward to the growth of Methven and having a better facility, going forward.
So we need to do that, in my view, then, as well. If you ignore people that's job it is, it's not always a good outcome. I would think we need to do that and put that in year 2 of the long-term plan.
Year 2, 75,000.
75,000
Yep.
in the year 2 is what I'd recommend.
How does everyone feel about that? I think it was originally in the last long-term plan
That's right.
for just over $1 million, is that?
Yeah, it was
right?
1.2 million for the upgrade.
Yep.
And then when we just thought about a different site, then we put in the 75,000 investigation, and not in that original site.
Okay.
Lane?
Page 65.
We'll get direction on
Sorry.
on this
Okay.
now. So year 2, 75,000 for an investigation into that Methven transfer station. How's everyone feel? Lane, can you go off and I'll get Russell to go on and then turn your light on again? Thank you. Yep.
Thank
Russell?
you. So that's 75,000, that investigation work. So now it's not an upgrade, it's a new station, so it'll come in with the accurate costs for that. In amongst those costs, will it say an alternative that, look, having a drop-off area there that's acceptable, and then bringing the rubbish to Ashburton, what are the cost implications of that, as opposed to a whole new double-up facility almost, if you like, in Methven? Because if an upgrade's 1.1, I'm sort of worried what a whole new transfer station may cost when we already have an exceptionally good one here in Ashburton. There's another one in Rakaia. I'd need to see the cost analysis.
What has been included is the upgrade to the new compactor that's been scheduled for Ashburton Resource Recovery Park. The old compactor can still be used, and we were suggesting it moves up to Methven so it can compact the material, and the material, instead of coming down to Ashburton, can head straight out to Cape Valley. So there will be benefits, and which we can expand on when we come back to you.
Okay, so year 2, 75,000 for an investigation. Happy? Yep. Thank you. Lane, you've got which page were you on?
65.
65, sorry.
Wendy Thomas.
Yep.
The red bin is too small. If she wants to have a bigger one, is it an extra cost or not? It is. Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, yes. They can opt for another 80, another 120, or another 240 for an additional cost.
So how much more is the cost?
Depends on the size. I don't have it on top of my head, but it's not substantial. That's why so many houses are now opting for additional red bins. If you know,
If I've got a normal one now, what does it cost me? If I get 2 of them, is it twice the price?
almost, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Neil?
How's that charged?
Hernando, how's that charged?
It's invoiced separately from the rate system.
Oh, sorry, thank
From
you.
the council?
From the council, yeah.
That's correct.
We
Yes.
sent them an invoice.
So, so we do
So-
have a separate invoicing system we can use if required for other things as well.
Not for rates.
Thank you. Down page 66, and I just have a question on Kay Donaldson's suggestion of having large red top bins should be introduced to all rural recycling depots, and it says we will investigate and make necessary changes whenever deemed practical and financially viable. Is that something that we can do? Because I know that question has been asked at some of the other recycling stations around the district about having a red bin there.
Yeah, we haven't been happy to do this because it just opens up a lot of dumping and you know, excessive waste being dropped off. So we would be very reluctant to do this, but if there's a big demand for that, we would have to look at how we could have lockable or restricted access or something along those lines. I think that's what's being referred to.
Yeah. So you investigate, Russell?
Thank you. To me, that's not what the answer says. The answer makes it look like we will make some changes if we think it. We're not going to make changes.
No, I don't
It'll
believe
just
we
go
should.
open slava, people taking old lounge suites and washing machines and all that and dumping them in those bins, and we'll be endlessly taking them away to empty them. I don't believe we'll ever be doing that.
Neil?
This is an increased level of service which we haven't been informed of. No.
And to be fair, this is what Methven asked for because they they wanted to be able to dump their red bin or their rubbish into a site and use that at the recycling.
Or have an annual collection
Yeah,
where
or
everyone
having
puts it all
something.
out on the curb. Yeah.
And that's why we did look at putting a $1.2 million site in a Methven, and then that's not happened. So there are people that want it, but I think, it needs to be, everyone wants it. That's it for waste. Any other questions? No. Well, bottom of page 66. We've already done economic development, so I think we'll break for a cuppa for 15 minutes. Thanks, Hernando. And when we come back, Mark, am I right, on community services? Is that right? Yep, great. So we'll just have a 15-minute break. Thank you. And we're back now, so we've got community services on page 75 to 80. I guess we've got Leanne, Renee, is it Ian Soper coming in for that?
I'm here anyway.
Leanne's here, that's right. So we're on page 75. And there are some comments there under general. We got. So just before that, we've got local infrastructure still on the screen here. There's nothing else you need from us, is there, Mark? No, that's all good. We've done economic development, so we're on community services. General. We're coming to the last hour or so of our 3 days of deliberation, so still be a few questions. We don't need to rush, although yeah. So no comments on that, General? Okay.
I'll ask a question. Just on our recreational facilities for the disability, are we just planning on kind of one park that's catering for the disabilities, or overall are we putting disability things in all parks? That's a question that I often get used.
Neil, can you answer that, or you might not have heard it, sorry, or should we get Ian Soper? Are we just looking at one
major park in
the
town for disability equipment, or you're introducing bits and pieces around all different parks? Because I know it's very expensive.
Ian's just walked in here now. Good timing, Ian. Just got a question on Mary O'Brien's submission from CCS Disability Action about playgrounds or recreational facilities.
Inclusiveness and.
She's asking if we're just going to focus our accessibility onto a single playground or try and make them more accessible.
Yeah, through the chair, we're certainly looking to spread the load of the accessibility in the playgrounds around the district. Clearly, the Domain is one of the main playgrounds in the district, has a number of facilities now, but we've added some into Methven as well. So we are dotting them around where we can.
And just a question from me, it's not just sort of the swings that used to be used for wheelchair users, it's other types of equipment now, isn't it?
Yes, through the chair. So there is some activities where you can operate from a chair just with a piece of apparatus that either makes noise or plays some form of game. So there's those pieces of equipment that are now available that certainly weren't.
Thank you. We've got elderly, comments on elderly at the bottom of page 75. Any comments on that? There's one about having a Mayor's Task Force for Jobs for Youth Employment. What about something for over 55s? I think MSD would cover that, yep. Okay, we'll go down to page 76. Teenagers, kids entertainment. Phil.
Thank you. Constantly comes up on Facebook, you know, build something like Chipmunks or Time Zone, bowling alley or escape rooms. Do these people get written back to and say this isn't council's business, or is this the sort of forum where we need to let them know?
Tony?
Through the chair, it's been a perennial subject that's raised, and the Council of the Day over many generations of LTPs have gone back and responded in that way. That doesn't stop the community from expecting or possibly demanding council to enter into that space. So we'll do the same response again, but whether it lands.
I'm sure they're all watching anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Neil?
I raised it yesterday, and it's around the mini golf at EA Networks or somewhere. So that might be something for teenagers, which we're going to investigate, I understand.
Thank you, Lane.
I hear it all the time, but I don't know what they want. I have no idea what a 15-year-old or an 18-year, well, 18, now I know what they want to do, but we hear it from everyone, but I don't know what they want. I find it a hard one.
Thank you. And at the bottom of page 76, we've got Jenny Ray's submission, and something we talked about yesterday was the youth advisory group. Maybe that's where we'll find the answers going forward. And we do have a tool on our website, don't we, for the youth SharePoint. Is that right, Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. It's called Social Pinpoint.
Social Pinpoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move on. So we are 77, which is still about youth, kids, entertainment. And then at the bottom of 77 is housing. Richard?
I'm guessing we'll follow with interest what the new government does with Hangaora and that whole funding model with the new houses and all that with our stock, and it could transition to some other ones, or it could expand, or but we will follow it with interest to see where it goes, won't we?
Sure. Page 78, so we're still on housing there. Any comments, questions? No. Down to community facilities.
Just a comment on
Yeah.
Carrie,
Yeah.
and it's the comment there that the facilities under the Building Act, etc. But then note that these street facilities are scheduled for year 6 at 900,000, which these street facility I thought wasn't too bad, but in 6 years' time it might need something, but that'll be for another day. But my point is 900,000 for the middle of Ashburton, 1.1 million for Lakewood, which was discussed yesterday, also way into the future as well, but not that far out, year 4 was it?
Yes, it was. Yep.
Yeah. Apples for apples. Need to do something around that before we build that one at Lakewood for that money, if we build it.
Ian?
Through the chair, the East Street facility, the 900,000 is for an upgrade off the existing facility, so it's a refit, and it's to replace all the fixtures and fittings within, so it's not a complete rebuild from the ground up.
Carolyn?
I remember, I think, went to the East Street facilities with you, Liz, and you, Neil, when I said that doesn't sound very good. And they were not, the people with the large disabled carriages, the big electric scooters, whatever, cannot access them easily because of the tight turnaround. So will the refit be addressing those limitations?
Through the chair, we'll certainly consider that as part of the refit at that point.
I see
in
no
time.
point doing a refit unless it addresses it rather than consider it. It's
the issue that we've got is we currently are required to comply with the Building Act, but there is no act that actually governs the size of the mobility scooters per se, as opposed to a wheelchair. So the standard only applies to the wheelchair, which is what we're required to do by the Building Act. So we certainly are aware of the issues with those larger devices getting around town.
Yeah, we may have to exceed expectations.
Yep.
Thank you. And Jeanette Curry's submission, and I think she came in and spoke to us at the library at a councillor chat. Probably it was in the old library, so last year or so. She's talking about a whole change facility for an adult user of a wheelchair, and is there something like that available down at the EA Network Centre, or is there nothing available in Ashburton?
Through the chair, I would expect there is at the EA Networks in terms of for the pool use, but definitely nothing in the CBD or any of the other public conveniences around the district.
Thank you. Any further questions on page 78? No, I'll go to page 79. No questions, and 80 is education. Richard.
I saw it before, but I must have missed it. It's to do with heritage buildings, and it was to do with, there was a submission from someone on the fund that we have for supporting, and we didn't discuss it, but it was
Was that was
for Long Beach,
Rachel
Thomas
yes,
put it in, and
Long
I
Beach,
have been discussing, and they were asking to increase not the total fund, but the allowable per person from 10,000 to 15,000, I think was the number.
From memory, the request was to, at the moment, the fund is capped for up to 50% of the cost of the project that you're looking to undertake, and their request is to increase that to 75%. So that would mean for a $20,000 upgrade, council at maximum could give $10,000 under the current policy, but we could give up to $15,000 under that new proposal.
I would support the change, because obviously with building costs, it's going to, that fund is, anything you touch a house like that, you're going to be at 30, 40 grand probably before you even start. So, and also I think the national fund has been dropped away back.
Thank you. Everyone happy with that? Honey?
Thank you, through the chair. So that would be a change just to the criteria of the fund itself, rather than a LTP funding change. I'm assuming you don't want to put any more money into that pot.
Okay. Thanks. You're right, Kara. Lane.
Sorry, I missed this. So what do we do on the moment? Is it 50%?
Yes, it is. So council will fund up to 50% of the cost of the project.
The whole project, or just materials?
No, up to 50% of the cost of the project. So if, for example, they're replacing the roof on a heritage listed building, we would fund 50% of that, up to $10,000.
Up to, okay.
Yes, sorry, I missed that bit.
Thank you. That's good. Next we have democracy and policies, climate change. Page 81 to 84. Thanks, Renee. I think you're coming back. Mark, so any... So we've got governance first, and there's the hearing note from Louisa's submission. Request council considers developing an arts, culture and heritage strategy. Carolyn?
I'd like to put that on the board, please. Does it need to go on the board? How do we progress that?
We have no plans to do that at the moment, so there needs to be a mechanism where we are instructed by council to do so, and then we can reflect on resources and allocation of workloads and how we might go about that.
That's right.
But at the moment we've got no plans to do that. Council has previously considered this and decided not to, so it is a matter that has been previously considered.
Can I correct you on that? We considered it at a workshop, and I did a comment, and the majority voted yes, progress it, but it wasn't put to a formal thing, and it didn't progress. I did ask at the time, and I think I've recalled that accurately, but it did not progress because it was in a workshop and it wasn't a formal vote and didn't go to council. So it was supported in general by the council. And I think we had 2 or 3 submitters. One of them was the gentleman that does the ceramics, the pottery over at the Polytechnic. He also supported the idea of an arts hub over at Balmoral Hall. So there was considerable support. I think if you look at our strategies and policies, we support, play, active, recreation and sport. We have a policy for that, which includes, and the tenet behind that is it invites inclusiveness, it invites participation, it invites development, it invites learning, and all those things I think you can draw direct analogies to the arts. And by not having an arts strategy, I think we are limiting the people that focus on the arts as opposed to people that focus on the sports side of things. I also look around our neighbours up the road and down the road have arts and culture strategy. So I would invite my fellow councillors to support that development at some stage one day in the future. And then we can go on to the next stage, which we neglected to do that last time.
Thank you, through the chair. With reference to the last time's discussion, at that point in time, our art gallery and heritage centre manager was not keen to pursue it at that point in time while the merger was still happening, and also from the perspective of often undertaking these things creates expectation that goes with it. But Mark, admittedly that was last term of council and time has passed since then. If you'd like us to put this onto the work program, generally strategies would cost us around $20,000 to do in-house just to get all the bits and pieces that we need. So I would possibly suggest that we would need additional funding to do so. Looking at workload, it might need to be a year 2 project if you're comfortable with
or year 3
that.
or year 4. I think I would be disappointed in our arts advocates within the council not supporting an arts strategy, and I hope that that decision would be revisited. But that's obviously a view. But I think one day, but I think we need to have it on, if we're not going to alienate a group of our community that are involved in the arts, and if you attend the museum and art gallery functions, there's a massive proportion of our community that are directly involved in the arts, including our deputy mayor, who is very creative.
We've all probably got hidden talents, Councillor Cameron. Yes, so I'll go to Lynette and then we'll get an indication of that strategy and possibly what year we'd like to see it in. Lynette?
I would support it going perhaps 2 years down the line after we've done revamped the whole museum. Once we've done that, because in that whole building they've all come in on board together, and I think don't rush them, let them do their projects, and then they can work on introducing this. It needs to be perhaps 2 years down the line, I think.
Okay, so the suggestions there around, oh sorry Richard, didn't see your light.
I've seen the biodiversity strategy created, and it's actually very good now, because whenever anybody in council goes to something, it's not your personal thing. You look at that and go, well, this is where we want to go. It's got goals set out. If we're going to spend any money, we have to go back to that and see why we're spending it. It's actually not limiting is the word, it's focusing our interest in our, and probably if you think about the money we've got penciled in for the museum revamp, that would need to be in the biodiversity, in the arts and culture heritage strategy as part of one of the hallmarks, or one of the things that has to happen at a certain time. That may focus in to do the right thing at the right time, rather than we just tend to, something comes up and we go, yep, we should do that. So I'd be in favour of doing it if it was next year.
So everyone happy for year 2? Year 2? Yes. Carolyn?
Yes, I am. Can I comment again so it doesn't get lost in the abyss? What needs to happen now? If we've got general support for it, what needs to happen?
I will write it on the board over there and it will be popped into a report tomorrow for council to make the official decision.
And then it gets officially adopted or otherwise, and then it goes in the plan whenever you have capacity.
Correct.
I understand that. Thank you.
So Tanya will put that on the board for year 2. That's great, thank you. Just under that is Methven Community Ward Strategic Plan. It's included in the Methven Community Budget, which again falls on the Methven Community Targeted Rate. How are other strategic plans paid for?
I think there's a bit of a mix depending on where it's coming from. So, for example, the biodiversity part of that was funded out of the parks and open spaces budget. There's not a particular funding policy around this. It generally comes back to the area where it's focused. But you could make a decision to make it more general across the district.
Neil?
I think it should be funded by general rate. It's a strategic plan for the Methven, but also the whole district. And they contributed, Methven has contributed, as everyone did, to the other strategic plans that were done. So, in fairness, it's general rate for me.
What was it around $20,000 and done in-house, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. I'd agree, I think general rate. Lynette?
I was just saying, up at one of the meetings at Rakaia, they were looking at this going forward because there's new houses and subdivisions going in up at Rakaia, and they were looking at where are they heading to in the future, and perhaps once they've done Methven, we need to have a look at some of these other small villages and make some update plans and involve the community.
Thank you. Carolyn?
I would support Methven Community Board's submission in that we do fund it from the general rate, their strategic plan. I think they're, yeah.
Tony?
I agree.
Yep. Everyone happy with that? Wonderful, thank you. Sorry, Tony, we're making you walk. Next, under policies, we have climate change. And there is a few submissions there on page 82. Any comments on those? So currently we have $50,000 allocated for our climate change budget for...
Going to the district-wide, Canterbury-wide climate change.
Some of it will, yeah. Is
Yeah,
that
so
right?
it's a 50k budget annually across the 10 years. Likely, well, some of it is likely to go to the climate change partnership plan, which is being developed at the moment, but also we have our own works that we're working to progress as well.
My question is that enough?
The regional partnership plan will soak up virtually all of this. So while Mark is right, theoretically refers to other work we might do, there will be almost none available. Particularly if we looked over a 3-year period, my recollection is that there's capacity in year 1 and we need a bit more in year 2 and it eases off in year 3. But if you took a 3-year approach, the regional work pretty much soaks up the first 3 years of this fund.
I'd leave it as it is now, and next year, after the regional forum has done some work after 1 year, then it might drop out of there what is needed, whether we would be duplicating or not. So look at an annual plan year 2 to see whether it needs an increase.
Happy with that? So year 1, 50k, reinvestigate after that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll leave the 50 in each year.
Yep. Yes.
But with an examination of the adequacy of the 50 for year 2 and on.
Thank you. So we've got submissions there, bottom of page 81. Any comments on 82? Page 82. Page 83. That's still from Spokes, Canterbury. Anything else? No. Thank you. So next we are moving on to parks and open spaces, and we've already addressed Lakehood, so it's just general feedback. Page 85, and we've got Ian here and Christian. Yep. Carolyn.
The first and second submitter, Sandra Black and Jay Moore, commented that the gardens in town, and I presume the second one's in Ashburton in town as well, need regular weeding. We employed an extra 2 people to weed the rain gardens and out front of here. Is that what they're referring to? Do we know? Ashburton Township Gardens, I'm assuming that's it.
Yes, through the chair, I expect that that's a reference to the outlying gardens where we had a blip in our service delivery last August with our staff qualifications to go on the road and work on the road. So we had a period where staff had to retrain and get their appropriate certification done. So some of the outlying amenity gardens in springtime didn't get the required attention they would. So
are you talking about that excessive weed growth time? Is that
correct?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
May I ask one additional question?
Sure.
Do your team carry around weed sprayer whenever they do their jobs, just to squirt something if they see something?
Through the chair, they carry weed spray when they believe they will require it. So it's not something they have all the time. It's if the need is going to be there, otherwise it can go off.
We'll go to page 86. Any comments on that? What is our view on planting food trees or fruit trees around the district?
Yeah, through the chair, we're not adverse to it. There are certainly species of nut. We've got a number of walnut trees in the public domain, and certainly that's a good source of foraging for the community. So anything in a nut species is generally okay. The issue arises if it's apples and things like that generally require spraying. They get leaf conditions and they don't look aesthetically pleasing all the time. So where there's a higher degree of maintenance required, then we'd be more reluctant to do that. But things like Feijoa hedges here and there, that sort of thing, absolutely fine.
Right, thank you. Carolyn?
Thank you. Jacqueline Power's comment on the Walnut Ave promenade, our response is blah, 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 other than the proposed and on hold promenade. When is it on hold to? Like what year? In the long-term plan?
Through the chair, we slid that at the budget discussions, and I believe it would come back up for discussion again at the next LTP, this time in 3 years' time. Yep.
Thank you, Richard.
With regards to we had roading before, and we talked about how the renewals are slipping slowly longer and longer because of the cost. Do we have the same problem with open spaces in the domain with the footpaths and that sort of thing?
Through the chair, we historically have had that, and that's why the reseals that are currently just occurring, there has been the odd comment where why you're not replacing asphalt with asphalt, and the issue is it wasn't asphalt originally, it was chip seal. It's just worn through the way past the end of its life, so it's been right down and all the stone's been worn down to asphalt basically. So we're in this space now where those assets are going into the roading RAM system, so they will get a 3-yearly assessment and they will get factored into the longer term planning where we have a need to instigate renewals. So we haven't had renewals, so I believe we're in a better space going forward once we get that asset data in place and in a long-term plan.
And I'm hoping it's the same, gets the same due thought to it, that the rural roads get in the same thing. It doesn't get bumped up the line as it was.
Phil?
Thank you. I spoke to Joe Evans at Talk It Up Tuesday, and a group of them want to know about the water outside the dog parks, the Cass Street dog parks. Is there any thoughts about bringing those water sources inside the contained area, Ian?
Through the chair, that when we rebuilt the dog parks, we have given one source of water to each set of dog parks. We haven't at this point duplicated or moved the asset inside. We felt that it was more prudent to provide one resource of water for all dogs at the gateway, as opposed to being duplicated in both parks, only a matter of metres apart.
Okay, go down to 87, page 87. And there's a comment there about a community garden, so there's nothing, and I think the Mayor you've had some inquiries about a community garden as well?
Planted the seed, but it never sprouted.
Thank you. Move to page 88. Comment there from Shannon Bone regarding liking to see some public toilets open in Tynwald. We had a conversation yesterday about Lakewood toilets. Mayor Brown?
I'm thinking, just reading Sue's submission there, Sue Green, about a community garden at the King Heritage Reserve. If she talks about a community project. If she wanted to kick that off, I'm sure she might get support or not for it. We could put that in the reply back to her. She could lead it.
Thank you. Oh. Page 88. '89. Page 90. So all these submissions have staff comments beside them, so I presume that they'll get a letter back with all that information.
Yes, and it's also publicly available on the website now.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, page 91. Russell.
The submission from Kay with the Mount Summers toilets and the camping ground and thing, and I like your answer that you're going to look at the option of maybe combining and saving some money.
Yeah, I agree. I think Kay's talked about the toilets for a long time. She works out of there. She has a very good idea of how it all works, so it's good that she came and made a submission. Page 91. So right at the bottom there, I'll bring it up. Methven Community Board requests Council's continued support to progress the Birdsong Initiative, request $10,000 for the development of a development plan for the project. I know the Community Board gave the Birdsong Initiative $10,000 from their discretionary fund a month or two ago. Is that correct, Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. That was for their trapping library.
For the trapping library, yep. I'll go to Richard.
So I wonder if Christian could comment on where it sits, because we talked about it at the biodiversity meeting with Methven Birdsong. They would talk about being invited in and just how that fits with our biodiversity strategy.
Through the chair, this funding request is to develop a landscape plan for the Harmony of Garden, which they want to use to do some planting to bring birds back to Methven. And it's also within our biodiversity strategy, but it's not budgeted for in our strategy at the moment.
Tony?
This is being driven by the Lions Club of Methven, isn't it? So are they funding it as well?
Yes, they are. So this is just my understanding, but and Ian might be able to answer as well. So they're looking at some land which is owned by council, which is beside the Garden of Harmony in Methven, and they're wanting to plant it in native trees, plants, etc., to encourage birds back into Methven, and the Lions are driving it. There's a small committee. They've also got their trapping arm side of it as well, but the community board has thought that it would be better to have an actual plan of how the area is going to look, and that's why they've applied for that funding. Have I got that right, Ian?
Yes, and through the chair, it's really one where the Lions Club themselves, the members, are very passionate, and they get a topic and they absolutely embrace it. And the staff advice to the community board has been to get a strategy plan in place at the onset, so that we've got a cohesive plan to go forward. We expect that the clubs will be instrumental in the funding and development of the actual product, but it's the strategy and the structure of what will be, and the ultimate plan is where this is pitched.
Question for Tony Durham, where would this be funded from?
Through the chair, it could either be funded out of the Methven Community Board rate or the Methven amenity rate. The amenity rate would have a split of 50% general rate, 50% a targeted rate on Methven.
Okay.
As a suggestion, but council makes the decision.
Yeah. Richard?
I find it hard to fund this just out of the process we're in today, because I felt that we did a biodiversity strategy, which meant that all the things with biodiversity went through the right people. We have a biodiversity officer who would look at it and say, well, this one here is better than that one or that one, and then we've got a process for giving money out. Whereas if we just do this, we're just dropping money in, and effectively we're almost superseding the process, because I think it'd be far better if you're going to do this thing, it goes through the certain things rather than just popped up.
I think it's a fair comment, but this is the only opportunity for the people to express this view. So we can point to a different process, and I guess they'll be forced to commit to whatever process we dictate. But from the community or the people's point of view, here we are setting our plans for 10 years, and they're seeking resource, and this is a logical opportunity for them to express that to us.
Tony, can I just ask you a question? I can't see you, sorry. The Methven Community Board discretionary fund, is that staying at the usual $25,000 per year, or has that been bumped up for the long-term plan?
That has been increased in the budget to $30,000 a year from year one.
So an extra $5,000?
Correct.
Yep. So it could possibly come from... So what's everyone's views on adding $10,000 to the Methven rate? Yes, no? No. Okay, thank you. Other discretionary funds up to $30,000. Well, it's up to Community Board, I think, Russell.
Thank you, and there's a couple of comments in here about the state of the seats and various things around the Methven Township, and I do agree it is looking a bit tired. And the staff comment is that work's underway and scheduled to progress as funds allow. Is that this financial year, next financial year, the year after? What's that narrative telling us?
Through the chair, we've made a start. There has been one seat done as a trial with a local builder in Methven. So we've now embraced where we can out of our Methven repairs and maintenance budget, and we will progress through all of those seats. And the rubbish tins have the same timber on them that's degraded over time. So we hope to get through that whole process in the first 3 years of the LTP.
Thank you. We'll move down to sports fields, and that's on page 93. So there's quite a few pages on this, so I'll just keep going through, and then if you have something you want to bring up, let me know. So 94, we're down to playgrounds. 95. 96, and again they've all got staff comments, which is good. 97, 98, and we're coming into biodiversity. 99. 100. Carolyn?
Page 99, page 100, the Harris Scientific Reserve, which I think we've all also been out on a bus trip. And I do agree it is a gem, but have we put some thought into the ongoing management and succession planning of that? As everybody that worked long hours is getting older, are we thinking about how we're going to manage these spaces?
Through the chair, the staff haven't really turned their mind to that at this point, given that, as noted in the comments there, the lease was for 35 years. The council officers have made the assumption at that there would be input from the club for the duration of that. However, if the trust choose to want to exit that early, then we would at that point make a formal request to the council and formulate a plan to go forward.
Sounds good, thank you. 101. 102, so that's Val Clemens on a number of different issues, and 103. Everyone happy with that? Yep. Thank you. Sorry, Tony. Yeah.
I just thought while Christian was here, with the move out of water races that we're looking at in the next 3 years, we talk a lot about biodiversity that's in those streams and that sort of thing. How do we go about saving that biodiversity if we're going to close some of those streams? How do we get the mudfish and all that stuff out of it if we're going to close those streams?
Tony, I'm just going to get Hamish to answer that.
I think to be fair to Christian and to be fair to Neil McCann, whose role it is to manage that process, it's a little bit tough to put Christian on the spot to answer that question, right here and now. When we get to understand what council's intentions are with the Stockwater network, we'll formulate some good advice as to how we might deal with that, and that'll clearly involve Christian's input, and you'll have that opportunity to understand that better. But I just think it's a little bit on the spot here for this discussion, Madam Chair.
Yep. Thank you. Richard.
We had some good submissions, especially from the Upper Landcare Rangatata group, where they showed pictures of cleaning the weeds away and stuff up in the group. All these submissions, they're good outcomes. Does the information get forwarded through to the right people over here, so that then they can look and categorise and come back through through ad bags, a way of doing it, or through and so they come in the right. The information's been taken and we log it in, and then when there is opportunities for funding, they're told about it, so they know where to go.
I'm not sure I completely understand the question.
Well, we've got about 5 different requests. One there was for ongoing funding every year from the Upper Landcare group, and so that funding, how do these people now know that we said yes, you should go to where? Who does that?
We respond to all the submitters as an outcome from this process.
Yeah.
We will respond along the lines of the staff comments, unless that there's a different direction from the discussion and decision making of council.
We did make a decision on that Rangatata land care on the $5,000, did we? In the grants, we did that.
Thank you, through the chair. At the moment, it's being funded out of the grants. However, the request from the submitter is that this is funded on an invoice basis, so it becomes a part of an existing budget rather than contestable each year. And I don't think we have made a decision on whether we keep it in the grant space or move it to something different. Let me just check my notes.
Okay. But yes, thanks, Richard, for bringing that up, because it might not have seen it. I think we're done on that because we've already done Lake Hood. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Christian, for coming in. We are now on page 108, recreation facilities. Running a wee bit early. I hope that's okay. We've got Shreen, Jill, and Richard's already been in, so we're just looking at Art Gallery, Museum and Library. Jill, you can come on up. So, page 108. We'll start with the Ashburton Art Gallery and Museum. Some comments there on page 108. Any questions? So the 2.9 for the museum display was in year 2029, so 5 years away. Hamish? No. We'll go down to page 109. And we had Fleur come in from the Art Gallery Committee, and there's a hearing note there, supports the development of arts, culture and heritage strategy. We've ticked that off. Any other comments on that? No? Carolyn?
Fees and charges with regards to single swims, are they in line with other single swim fees and charges around the district? There's a comment there about too expensive. I mean, given we're losing so much on this.
Through the chair, I've just released Richard from being up here, so this question is perfectly up his alley. I know when we did some analysis, ours definitely weren't the cheapest, and some were cheaper in terms of casual single swims, but we also had introduced the pool safe component whereby a family could get discounted entry if they met the pool safe requirements of supervision. So that was a way to sort of say casual swimming is this, but actually a family swimming in the right sort of supervision ratios would receive a lower amount, which was probably more comparative to what a single swim somewhere else is. So yes, challenging, but that's how we landed.
There's a few comments here which say waste of money, very few people use it. We know that's not true because we have activity briefings every 6 weeks which show us the numbers of how many people visit the art gallery museum. Does that information kind of get filtered out to the community and through our comms at all? Because it would be nice. Just a suggestion, doesn't have anything to do with the LTP. Good, okay. Next we're on the old and new library here in Te Whare Whakatere. Any
just a question please for Jill on Jane Schuster's remark that we need quiet zones. Has that quiet zone business improved in recent times, you know, with children being back at school and things?
Yes, I think it's improving all the time. It's been quite some time since librarians told everybody to be quiet in libraries, so this is quite it's quite a difficult one. There are lots of nooks and crannies in this building where people can withdraw and sit comfortably and work by themselves, small meeting rooms and other places. So I hope really that that this person finds somewhere to work, because I can't really see us saying this area is a quiet area, but we'll see what we can do.
I don't know where I read it, but there was a comment about some of the smaller meeting rooms being always booked up, and people couldn't get in them, and they were booked up by our staff, which I didn't think was correct.
Yes, they are often booked, but they're often booked. There's a maximum of 2 hours if you walk up and book a session. So that's what people do, and we encourage them to do so. It's
very rare that out of the three main smaller meeting rooms that there would be staff in them, unless they were conducting Mayor's Task Force for Jobs sometimes use those spaces as opposed to a bigger room if there's a one-on-one meeting with, a prospective participant. So yes, council staff do use them sometimes for council business, but community-facing council business as opposed to staff related business, which meetings would occur on the top floor.
Thank you. They're very popular. It's good to see so many people using them. Any other comments on the library? We did quickly talk about bike parking out the front before. Lynette?
Just following on from that, the students who are booking these rooms after college finishes, often go past and they're all busy yapping on their phones, and they do a walk by, a check-up on behaviour issues, or they can do what they like in that book space.
Hamish?
Well, yes. I mean, they've booked it to use. If it's chatting and looking at their phones, they're welcome to do that. We would only be concerned if the behaviour was illegal or antisocial or damaging in some way. But using it in how they want to use it is exactly what the space is for. And in fact, that goes far beyond teenage and college years. As old people can do what they like in there as well, as long as they're not affecting anyone else. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions on the library? No? All good. Thank you very much, Jill and Sharenka, for coming over. Next, we're on regulatory services, page 113. And we've got Ian here. Jim, are you coming up too? I think we're just on district planning for starters, are we? Yep. So we have got feedback there on district planning. Mark, I'll just get you to change that. So there was nothing, I think, that we wanted to change before, so that's okay. District planning first, page 113. Any comments, questions? 114. I guess people understand that if we don't own the buildings, we can't go and knock it down.
I'm just going to make a comment back there on Brian Jonas about the need for fire and emergency services in Tinwald or Ellington. It's just going back on page 113.
Oh, yeah.
Who makes those decisions? Is it those services themselves, or do we have any input into that? Or
Jim will come up
Jim might like to comment. I think it is up to FENS, but...
Did you get that question, Jim?
No, sorry, I didn't. Through the chair.
Lynette, you might need to repeat it.
Just going back to one here about the need for fire and emergency services in Tinwald or Ellington. Is a decision made by those agencies, or does council get involved in this as well, suggesting, or because I know we get a lot of comments from people that Tinwald's lacking, and because of the bridge, who makes all these decisions?
Through the chair, those decisions are ultimately a service delivery for fire and emergency and police and St John. We have very close relationships with them, so whenever they're asking us for advice, we're happy to provide that, but ultimately they have to make those decisions.
Thank you. Page 114, any questions? 115. 116. Russell.
115, David Bain. The rules around keeping poultry on your property, And there's rules about concrete floors, is that correct?
Are you doing?
They're fighting over who's going to answer it.
Not my, through the chair, not my usual wheelhouse, but I did do a bit of research. And yes, the bylaw actually says that it must be 10 metres, a chicken poultry house or poultry run shall not be within 10 metres of any dwelling, etc., or 2 metres of an internal boundary. And then it also says that the poultry house shall be properly constructed with a rainproof roof and provided with a floor of concrete or other material approved by council.
I don't know that many people would have 10 metres from their house in residential section to build a chook house. It's not.
Through the chair, that will be from the actual physical dwelling, not to the boundary.
Who checks it?
Nobody.
If we get complaints, we check it. Yeah, we don't go around looking for them.
No, thank you. Okay, page 116. And there, this is comments on the triangle area. Phil, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, are we happy with the comments regarding Justin's submission? And
You asking the councillors?
yes, I guess I am.
Neil?
Different subject.
Different subject. Anyone got any comments on the triangle? Russell?
So at some stage, do we talk about that vision that was presented in the submission? And is that now?
Now, yep.
Okay, I'll do enough and let people talk about it while I think about it.
Perhaps you should go to economic development or someone. We're not going to advance it. Don't know who is.
No, I thought the concept of the project, however, does impact and involve council if it's to proceed. And this LTP has no provision for any resource to do anything to support that vision, as I understand it. So if there was some discussion and commentary around the desirability of that precinct development, and I think even Justin talked about over a 10-year time frame, we would have a better idea as to how to progress or close off the ambitions for that work. And one of the things that we know in the office is that the commentary from Justin, having been obviously in a public forum, has attracted one or two comments back into our office, both for and against the concept. But at the moment we have no resource, or it's not in our work program to advance the conversation or do anything with that development. If we don't talk about it or we don't plan to do something, it just sits there as an idea that flares at LTP time and then nothing will happen in the meantime. So if council is expecting us to do anything, we need to try and understand that, hopefully through a discussion like this one now.
Russell?
Thank you. And I like the idea of the concept, but I think the best way forward may be an open forum with those developers that are involved in that project, and we just arrange that at some time with looking to the future of when, if there is some resource from council need, at what stage we then budget for that, and there'll be resource consent things around closing roads and various things if it goes forward. So I think an open type forum meeting with those developers and just getting a feel for it. I just don't want to put it on the shelf now and gets pulled back out in 3 years, and in 3 years' time we're sitting here just having this same discussion again. I don't think that's advantageous to anyone.
Jane?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Our roading team think that this would, ballpark figure might be around the $3 million mark. If it was to happen, it would be a council project, but obviously that's dependent upon council approving of it and funding, but also a reasonably robust public consultation process that we would need to go through. As Hamish has mentioned, a lot of people are in support of it, but not everybody is. And right at the moment, I think our roading manager felt that because of the unknowns around the funding for the second bridge, he couldn't treat this as a priority. But that isn't to say that if council was supportive of it, that you couldn't put something in year 4 or year 5.
Lane?
Jane has answered all my questions, because they are developers, but there's also neighbours around as well and other people in that area as well. Thank you.
Okay, so does everyone agree that probably within the 3 years we're not going to do anything? Is that the first step, to sort of say we're not going to do anything in the next 3 years? I don't know if that... I'm working backwards, but I'm...
Sorry, it's a fair debate for councillors.
Yeah. Russell?
If the developer came to us and offered to meet some of those costs, who knows? Because, you know, we're saying if we take sewage out to the northeast, we want them to pay. We've got a developer wanting us to close the road, and we're saying that would cost us $3 million. Well, what's the difference? You know, shouldn't they, maybe if it's their proposal, meet some of those? I know it's probably not in the rules written that way, but
I think payment is one issue, but so too is design.
Yeah.
And some of the feedback that is not supportive goes to the fundamental point of closing the road, or making it one way, or slowing it down, or having access to other businesses. So there's some big fundamental questions around the project that need chewing through, as well as the money implications. Yeah.
Right, I've got a few lights on. Phil?
Thank you. Yeah, I think they've done a lot of work and some good work and presented really well. And but I also think in 3 years' times there'll be other factors that become clearer too, e.g. what happens with Balmoral Hall site, etc., which may make this project more appealing.
Tony?
I just think this project will be driven by Justin when he starts coming to us, what he's trying to achieve. So I'm quite happy to leave it in the ball in his court, really.
Neil?
Well, he has come to us, but just wondering about the underground services, the sewer, the water, stormwater. When are they to be upgraded? Because if it was in the next couple of years, you might look at doing something. But if it was in the next 10 or 15 years, they might look upon it differently.
I'll find out. Yeah, I don't know offhand, but I'll look into it.
Could have a look and see when it's programmed up Victoria Street.
Yep.
And that might guide us a bit more.
It makes sense, thank you. Rob?
Yeah, I've got no support for this idea whatsoever. It's a small group's desire to develop a small part of town for their own good, and I think the community would be more interested in pumping $3 million into the middle of town here to amp up the businesses in there for their survival.
Thank you. Right, some direction on this. Richard?
I'd follow what the Mayor said. We understand exactly where we're going with it over the next few years, that could be a good guidance for them. But I know if we went out and did that, closed the road, it'd be viewed by the community as a disaster. They'd say, "Why did you do that for?" But if a developer really leads it and pushes us to do it, they'll have more vested interest and it will probably succeed. Not because we can't make it succeed, but because that's just how the world works a bit. So we're better to be proactive in understanding what it means to us, but not leading it at the moment.
Madam Chair, I wonder if there's support for that extra information. Neil McCann, perhaps we can have that data by tomorrow. Tomorrow's getting closer and closer, sadly. But it's easy for me just to keep adding things for tomorrow. But if we can have that,
I can have it for you now.
well, there we go.
I've just received
See how it
information.
works, Tony? See how it works? I'll have that for you. I'll have that for you now.
Well, let Neil speak. Let's go.
I believe both the sewer and water have already been renewed.
When did that happen?
Fairly recently, so it's not due for the next 10 years, 20 years at least.
Okay. Thank you. That's good information to get. Right. Back. I'm guessing. Do we want to put any funding in the budget for the over the next 3 years?
I don't think
Neil?
we put any funding in. I think we just keep the dialogue open.
Okay. Yep.
Keep it on the radar, but no dollars at this stage.
Yep.
Until something firmer comes along.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Just have one question on.
Yep.
Who was it? Philippa Yates, and she talked about 2 large restaurants closing and the mobile shops, and we shouldn't allow them. But we have a mobile shop policy which allows them. So if she wanted to change, then we'd have to review that. I was looking at Jane, I think. We'd have to review that policy so they weren't allowed. Was that what would happen? Need to happen?
Yes, that's right. And you've asked me to include a comment along those lines in terms of what your options are in the activity briefing, next activity briefing, which I will do.
Yeah, thanks.
Neil, I know you need to leave in about 5 minutes. Are you happy for us to continue through to this? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we're on page 116, 117. And then we have a comment from someone saying more food caravans in town would be nice. 118, so this is a lot of support for the triangle. Any other comments on those? 119. No, 120. Nope, go on to emergency management and bottom of 120. And that first comment's about small town and emergency hub, and we kind of already have that with the emergency response plans, don't we, Jim? Yep. Thanks, Ian. Oh.
Thank you. Just got a question for Jim. There's been a lot of comment on if we shut the water races down, Jim, and it goes to a pipe system, and they're worried about emergency services getting water for fire, rural fires, etc. Would there be capacity, do you believe, with hydrants to fill those trucks, RDR dams for monsoon buckets, or emergency dams put beside the pipes for lots of monsoon buckets? Would there be enough water available for firefighting, basically, if it was piped?
Through the chair, it's certainly not my area of expertise, but anything is possible, I suppose, with what they want to do. It'd be difficult to get a monsoon bucket into an irrigation race now, so a lot of the irrigation ponds would be used for that, but I'm not sure what the actual arrangements are.
Yeah, so generally in another area, they would just take out of a pipe system when there wasn't water races available.
Yes.
Yeah, so there would be enough.
Enough, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. So the mayor's gone, but we'll continue on. Thank you. 121. That flooding work in Mount Somers, I know there's been some investigation done, and that's probably from Neil McKean's team. When will that get followed up, or is that, has that got to do with what's happening with the stockwater races?
No, I believe it's just a matter of getting the modelling information, discussing with ECAN, and then setting up a meeting. And I believe that's the next step. So they are ready, I think, to then have the meeting and discuss that.
Thank you. That would be good, because I know they've been waiting a wee while. Anything else on emergency management? No. Thanks, Jim. So we've got compliance on page 122. A few questions on cats.
Yeah. So I was just going to ask, is there anything we can actually do about the moggies? Policy wise?
Jane?
You'd have to put money in for that, because I can't do it without resources, and I tend to think it might be fairly resource hungry. I think the government was actually looking at bringing in national legislation to cover cats. I don't know where that's got to, but that's a preferable option than each council trying to do their own thing.
Okay. Anything else on compliance? Carolyn?
We have the CCTV comment made by Tracy Tate, more CCTVs in the town centre. What is, presumably that's to reduce crime or follow up if crime does occur to find the perpetrator. How many CCTVs do we have in the town centre?
We've got a lot. I couldn't tell you the number off the top of my head
No,
without
really,
getting
you
out the
can't.
schedule, but we have got a lot. And a fair chunk of it feeds straight into the police station in real time. We're getting new cameras all the time. Part of the contract that we've got with MasterCard is that we lease the cameras and they upgrade them. So they're constantly being upgraded with newer technology. So they're pretty sharp. They can pick up all sorts of details at night, doesn't matter if it's dark. Our bill now per year is around the $90,000 mark for CCTV, and that continues to grow because people keep wanting more cameras, which is something we're trying to keep a handle on.
It'd be a good question for the police. Why is that? Do people feel unsafe, or are crimes not being a whole lot of...
No, that these are requests from staff for council facilities.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not... Yeah. Thank you. Rob?
Thank you. Annie's Jacobs's comment on the microchipping cats, etc. I think was probably aimed at around the Methven bird song, trying to distinguish between domestic and feral cats. Have you been working with Methven with their bird song, etc.
No,
for that program?
I have nothing to do with cats.
Yeah. Another cat lady? No.
Right, we'll move on. Okay, so put your phones away. So our last item for today and for the deliberations is on general council feedback, so advice and compliments. Jono, do you want to stay for this bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. So we're on page 126. And we've got Tony and Mark here leading through, so I think we've got lots of, it's great to have so many comments, general comments, and there has been quite a few compliments, which is lovely. Any questions or comments on any of the submissions starting from 126? Richard?
One of the pages that says about with the submissions all online. Were they all online? I sort of looked. They weren't on for a while. Can you?
They were put online after the consultation closed.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that just because of the sheer volume of them?
Partly it was a deliberate decision, because I mean obviously individuals make their own submissions and we didn't want them to be influenced by other submissions.
Thank you. 127. And there's a comment at the bottom, think hard, councillors, take on board your community feedback. This is our third day of deliberations and we'd had 4 days of hearing, so we've definitely heard from a lot of people. 128. Russell?
Eliza mentions those Lakewood signs are getting dated, and at the entrance to town, I'd have to agree they are looking very shabby. I don't know if we have any control over asking them to either spruce up or remove.
Noted. I don't know if we can do anything. No. Hamish?
As far as I know, they're not council signs.
Thank you. Phil?
I'm just glad that we mentioned Carmen's submission earlier on her comment there.
What page? Oh. Yep, noted. Page 129, I do see at the bottom of 128, council gets A+ for consultation. We made a very big effort this year to get out and talk to a lot of people, which is good. Anything else there on page 129? And there is a comment there about the council should never have had a preferred option. We know that we have to. So that's why it's in there. All councils consulting on their LTP have to have a preferred option, don't they? Yep. How's everyone feeling? Everyone all good? Tony, one thing. What have we got now? 129 to 130.
There's, if you refer to the slides, there is an officer updates to catch the rats and mice is what we've called it.
Okay.
And within that I'll also put a fourth bullet point, is the Upper Rangitata grant, which I've managed to miss and not deal with. So we'll have a conversation about that too.
Okay.
So this is just really as a heads up with regard to Methven Reserve Board and the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall, just to say that we are going to be reducing the budget in each. For the Methven Reserve Board, their mowing budget has been reduced down to $20,000 for the year one, which is great, and the board agrees with that. And the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall, following a process that we've undertaken around the roster there, we're looking to reduce the salaries and wages by $20,000 up there. So that's a saving to Methven, because they're both targeted rates for Methven. And as Sarah's been working through the salaries and wages for the year one of the LTP, it's become apparent that there's 0.3 of an FTE missing from the open spaces budget. This is a cleaner that does work over at the Timwald Reserve, cemeteries, and one other I've forgotten, Sarah.
Digby Toilets, which is a new facility.
Aye.
So that's looking to include $26,000 into the open spaces budget to cover those costs.
Thank you. So that's just 2 rats and a mouse?
3, and the fourth one is the Upper Rangitata request.
Yep.
So the Upper Rangitata Landcare Group, when they spoke to you last week, at the moment they're getting their funding each year through the biodiversity grant, so they're having to apply and go part of that contestable process. They've requested that that becomes a line item within the LTP budget. I've had a quick chat to Neil and we think it could sit within open spaces and under the biodiversity budget. It could be $5,000 across the 10 years of the LTP. So for that particular group they would just invoice council on an annual basis if you are happy for that.
Sounds good, Rob.
On that group, Tony, seem to remember they were losing a lot of funding from DOC, a considerable amount of money. Are we able to stretch that $5,000 or not?
At this stage, their request has been for 5,000, but I'm sure they would gratefully receive whatever else council would like to give them. I can't. Your call, captain's call on this one.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, you've got your light on. I'll go to you first and then to Richard.
No, I'd just like to leave it at 5,000, but I think it's great to see that it's going where it's coming through, where it's coming, because that helps to tidy it. And I support them getting it right through, but I very much support it going through the biodiversity grant system, because that's contained, you'd say, in the right place.
So is everyone happy with 5,000 per annum, or would you like to see an increase? 5? Yep, 5. They can come back, I guess, and submit the next long-term plan to see where we're at. Anything else? That's it. Okay, so that's us for deliberations. I think we've all done very well. We have got a council meeting starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, where the reports on everything we have discussed over the last 3 days will come to council for consideration, and that's where we will be able to debate and make decisions on the long-term plan going forward. We've got 2 whiteboards filled with bits and pieces, so we're going to have to make quite a few decisions. Hamish, do you want to add anything?
Yes, I do, thank you. I know. No, thank you for the forbearance. I've just received an email actually from Sarah, and while I haven't had a chance to talk about this issue, there is probably one other matter that we might add to the rats and mice for your awareness now, but ultimately decision tomorrow. So we're not asking you to resolve this issue now, but I think to be fair, it would be better just to briefly hear from Sarah now about what the issue is, and if you agree, we can include it tomorrow for decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah? Yeah.
Hi, so this is just to update the fees and charges schedule, and the LTP is ready for adoption tomorrow if you so wish. We had a asterisk against the squad swimming fees in the LTP. It hasn't progressed in terms of our review as fast as we wanted. However, at the same time, we are in catch-up mode, I guess, in terms of fees and charges due to a previous era where a discount was applied for too long a period. So the squad swimmers received a jump in their membership, I'm going to say effective 25 March this year, and we alluded that there would be another jump in their membership 1 July. And with regards to that, we also think, if possible, the figure that you're adopting tomorrow, which went out in consultation, as opposed to that being in 1 July, we'd like that to be 1 January 2025. So that means the larger increase is phased in over 2 succession incremental increases. So, and during this year, we'll be able to consult with the wider squad swimmers as opposed to just the Ashburton swim team, which has been done to date, to determine what swim team costs look like for 1 July 2025. So working towards getting it finalised, but just needing a bit more time, A, to recoup the sort of fix in the error, and B, to sort of have our final resting position. So that probably summarises that.
Thank you, Sarah. So doing what we think we need to do, but just taking a little bit of extra time to do it, and giving ourselves a little bit of extra time to talk about the final piece of the rejig around the swim squad and the coaching payment.
Thank you. So that will come to as a report, or just be included in the fees and charges tomorrow?
Yes, included in the fees and charges tomorrow, and what will be included will be just an asterisk, I suspect, saying this will come into effect 1 January 2025, the new column in the fees and charges schedule. I'm looking at Tony and she's glaring at me. Hopefully.
Well, the only alternative would be to have a report to council as part of your 26 June meeting and alter what you're going to do tomorrow. But if we can at least get it as close to what council intends tomorrow with the limited time we've got and the manner in which we can give you the comfort that you are happy to do that, then tomorrow does loom as an opportunity. But if you want a full report, then it will have to wait to a different meeting. We'd have to amend the draft LTP when it's finally adopted on 26 June. But if we could do it tomorrow, then that would be great. If we can't, then we can't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. Just to manage expectations, we aren't bringing you the whole fees and charges schedule tomorrow. What we're bringing you tomorrow is the decisions where there's going to be exceptions to what we've consulted on. So instead of seeing the whole 50 pages of the fees and charges schedule, what we'll do, we'll just do a clip out of that particular issue and what the resolution is, or what the recommendation to council would be.
Yeah,
for you
that
to make a
sounds really
decision.
good. Just thinking, the update here that will be sent through to Neil as well, just so he's aware. Or will that come in anyway into the meeting tomorrow?
It will come in via the report to the meeting tomorrow. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So have a good sleep tonight. 9 o'clock in the morning, some big decisions to make. Well done for all the discussions today. Thank you to staff, and see you in the morning.